function, pumping and dumping, manipulate the market, flooded from the darknet, flooded from the deep web, keep it a secret. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent.
You shouldn't have come back, Flynn.
Hey, it's the big master control program everybody's been talking about.
Sit right there. Make yourself comfortable.
Hello, everyone. Oh, jeez, that was loud. Sorry. I had the camera closer on the master of unlocking. So, give us a moment. Just want to make sure I'm not chipmunking or anything on this episode, because that's going to be kind of a big deal. Just give me a moment. This is going to be a really in-depth, fun episode. It's going to be a lot of watching, and then we're going to do stuff. Okay, so seems like we have the audio in, so hi. Still isolating, and actually I'm going to temporarily move the headphones so I don't get the echo. I basically have 3 more days, and then I should have a negative test back, and then, because I unfortunately caught Delta 2 weeks ago, for people who aren't paying attention. I tried to do all the precautions I could, but apparently, while New Jersey is really good at preventing people from getting sick, apparently New York City is not. So I unfortunately caught that. I can tell you right off the bat, it's not fun, and I'm glad I got the vaccine, because otherwise I would be in the hospital now. But instead, being in the hospital, dying, I'm here, all active and everything with my crazy hair. And you have just turned into the DCG 201 channel, formerly known as DEFCON 201 or DC 201. For those of you who don't know about us, we are a computer hacker collective group that's based in New Jersey, hence the 201 area code, specifically in Jersey City, New Jersey, hence, over here, hence the face mask. We normally meet third Friday of every month. Last week we had a hectic but actually super fun online streaming meeting. It was supposed to be a hybrid, but unfortunately that didn't work out. Our next meeting is going to be the hybrid meeting, and we're going to do it right this time, and that will be on September 17th. And between this show and my other show that happens on Sunday, normally this show happens on Saturday, but I got super busy. And to be honest, by the time yesterday happened, I forgot I was supposed to stream, and I was feeling really under the weather. Like, I wasn't sick, I was just tired. So usually you are sick and tired. I was just tired. So I moved it to today. Next week on Sunday will be Master of Unlocking, and then on September 10th will be our normal Crypto Barons episode. So thank you for tuning in this special Sunday. If you want to know more about the different shows and who we are and what this hybrid meetup is, you can go to our website. It's listed on the bottom of the screen at defcon201.org down there. You're going to see that website in a moment. Cyril did a really bang-up job creating it. But here's a direct link in chat for those of you who don't know. The other thing is that we are all over social media. So we want to go to our 2 most popular things right now is the Twitter at DEFCON201NJ. And we are also DEFCON201 on Instagram, GitHub, the hostducks.social instance of Mastodon. We have our own .onion website. Lots of cool stuff. If you don't know where all of those are, here's the link to them. Now, you probably have noticed, which we just found out at the last minute, that unfortunately, we're going to back this up to PeerTube later, but we are not on PeerTube right now. We are not on Facebook right now. And that is because, to quote Coach Z, I forgot bills to pay. So soon we will have all of those reactivated. We had to deactivate them in order to continue the live stream, and then, Restream comes over and like sends a bunch of like really mean giant Italians from Bayonne, and they strangle us, and we give them money, and then we can have the live stream back. It's one of the reasons why we've been looking into some sort of public donation service, so that when we have rough patches like these, because after all, we're just a bunch of schmucks from New Jersey. We're all human. We all have jobs. Some of us are looking for new jobs. Some of us don't have jobs. All the membership is at different backgrounds, and that also means different class structures. So sometimes we do everything, and sometimes nothing works. We're trying to contact Restream here, and nothing works. So we're going to eventually have those. But let's get into the fun stuff. What's this show about? Especially for you folks out there who are used to seeing me with lockpicks and stuff on Master of Unlocking. What's this show? Well, as the title, where is it? Title over here says, this is Crypto Barons. This is where I, Sidepocket, along with the glorious blockchain that G.I. Jack always graciously donates to every episode, we get to look at cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies as technologies themselves. We do cover community stuff, and trust me, we're going to get into a lot of community stuff today. And we also go into a bit of the finance side, but our focus here is to see, do they have wallets? Do they have code on GitHub? Are there cool programs they're running? Can you hack it? What hacks have happened? Can we run test nets on air? Things like that. And today's episode is something that we inevitably have to do. We did this last year. We're doing it. My big nose keeps trying to pull this off. We're doing it again this time. And that is that Hacker Summer Camp happened. And while I could have probably gone through all of Hacker Summer Camp and picked out a bunch of different things, what I've decided to do is just focus on DEFCON 29 itself. DEFCON 29 lasted earlier this month, from, if I remember correctly, August 6th to the 8th. They took out the Thursday. Next year, it's going to be the Thursday through Sunday. And there was a lot of blockchain and cryptocurrency technology talks. And so today what we're going to do is we're going to look at the virtual side of all the different villages and activities that revolved around blockchain and tech. We're going to watch a couple of talks that we've preloaded. And originally I thought we weren't going to do coding anything, but provided I can get this working, we're actually going to we're going to try to do a hacking thing with one village. Jack might even come out and like kick me out of the seat and try this himself. Something we actually tried to do during our DEFCON 29 live stream that we were unable to do at the time. So without further ado, let's go to the big screen there. Oh, two more things. One, you might notice there's this little icon that pops up and it says Incent. Well, that's this really cool thing. You go to, I think, getincent.com, I believe. They have their own wallet app, and you can scan the little QR code or type in the code that you see on the screen. You get a little bit of this cryptocurrency called Incent, and that Incent you can trade with almost every single common cryptocurrency available. Meaning you can trade it for Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, all sorts of things on all the popular index trading places. And once you do that, you can either pull it out as crypto or, for example, trade it to Bitcoin, Litecoin, and then translate that to fiat and pull that out. So basically, it's a really cool way to get cryptocurrency and thus money for free when you watch the live stream. As far as we know, there's no data mining. We're not sponsored by Incent. We just thought it'd be a cool way to get back as you watch the stream. The second thing is that even though we're going to be watching a bunch of stuff today, and you're going to watch it with me and you're going to see me react to this stuff, I love an interactive chat. If you are watching on there and if you have any questions or comments that aren't like spam and stupid crap, whether it's about the show or my hair or what we're watching or whatever, please, or about Delta itself, because I can tell you all about what it was like to be on this thing, please let me know in chat. I love talking with all you folks. But if you're kind of shy, like sometimes I am, and a lot of our members are, and you just wanted to watch and learn stuff for free online, as I always say, keep lurking and keep learning. We love our lurkers on the show. In fact, most of our members are lurkers. We also lurk at other people being like Kilroy through the bush. Anyhow, let's go and check out the remains of DEFCON 29 and see what we have here on this episode. So the first thing you're going to notice, this is the infamous DCG 201 website that Searcell made. As you can see, we had to edit a bunch of stuff as things went kind of crazy out of control and everything, but it was pretty good. And before we get into the main part here, I just want to announce, you probably remember the last couple episodes, I kept pointing to a bar above my head or like on the top of this screen that kind of shows of like, oh, there's like a follower goal. Well, there was this whole thing where we were trying to get a certain amount of people following us on DLive. And if we did, and this happened for months, this is like half the year, if we got 100 followers or over, we could finally upgrade our account to this thing called Crypto Superstar. Well, first of all, and I'm going to find their name on here, because unfortunately I didn't have enough time to write the name down, but I'm going to at points, because I'm going to be getting up sometimes. We're going to rewatch, I will shout out the name of the person who was our 100th person. Even before we get to that name, thank you so much for becoming our 100th follower and staying that way. And basically, we are in the process right now of trying to see if we could submit to becoming a crypto superstar on DLive here, because they had a bunch of different stipulations, and now we're going to be able to do that. But the big thing is that we already have like 1,000 followers on many different social platforms, and now we've reached 100 followers. So, and also now we share this announcement on a tweet or video. This is the video. So this is Crypto Superstar. If we get accepted into this on DLive, we can be dedicatedly featured on DLive's web streaming website and their mobile app. We now can be part of the verified partnership program. This also believes, we can raid DLive streams in the same way we've been raiding Twitch streams. So we have that whole thing. We get a bunch of cool cryptocurrency things if we opt into it. We get a cool badge next to our name. We get direct access to the DLive support team, because honestly, DLive has been the least annoying platform. We usually have to do a ton of configurations for Twitch, and PeerTube, while we love it, is definitely the epitome of open source software in which we have to do literal hacks in order to get it to work. Facebook only wants to half listen to our restream. DLive, we just update the title, and then sometimes we have to go in and change the subject on DLive itself, and that's it. So honestly, like, we're not sponsored by DLive either. It's just been the least hassle of all the streams, of all of them. Twitch, Dub, and YouTube, they've been the most. So we don't normally even contact the support team, but now we have good access to it. We can now possibly be featured on DLive's official Twitter account, and cool collaborations with DLive and all of their partners. So there's no guarantee, but we're submitting to that right now. And if we get approved, not only can we do a lot more on crypto barons, especially since now to the end of the year, you're going to hear me repeat this at the end, we're going to be doing a lot of really cool deep dive stuff, especially a lot of techie stuff in crypto. We have to rehydrate and recaffeinate. But this will also, when we do our meeting stream ups, or our hybrid ones, when Jack does Archvile Linux Perspective, when I do Master of Unlocking, when all three of us do Circuit Breakers, we can do a lot more with this DLive account. So again, I'm going to find the name in a bit of the person who became our 100 follower and stayed that way. But I just want to shout out that until we get to that name, who I'm going to be like thanking this entire stream, but thank you for finally allowing us to get there. So without further ado, let's look at some of the DEFCON stuff. So DEFCON 29 happened, and this is probably going to be the biggest in-depth thing we're going to watch. By the way, I have not seen any of these talks. So the boobs might pop out. It might be like bullets fired. I don't know what's going to happen. So if you see me like randomly switch out stuff, that might be why. But I haven't seen any of these. But there was so much blockchain and cryptocurrency stuff. And just as an overview, there are now 3 villages that cover this sort of stuff. We're going to go through all of them. There's the blockchain village. the cryptocurrency village, which is a new village, and I'll explain why we get to quotations when we get there, the payment village, and like last time, there's a really cool, actually, I should get rid of this thing. There's a really cool game that we're going to briefly cover again called Coindroids, where you can actually use Ethereum tokens to play a cool kind of sci-fi meets like cyberpunk Pokemon game, essentially, online. But let's rewind back. There was so much cryptocurrency stuff this year that we actually had a main cryptocurrency talk on the main stage at DEFCON this year. And it was also entirely virtual. So even if you couldn't make it in person, you could still see this talk. The talk was done by, and I apologize, I'm usually decent at pronouncing Chinese names, but I apologize to these two researchers if they screw up. Links to all these. I'm not going to link to the talks directly. We're going to watch all of them here. So if you rewatch this video again when it gets archived on YouTube and then when we mirror it on PeerTube, you will have all of that. But I will share the links to the different villages. And in fact, I'm going to, because you asked, I'm going to copy pasta the speaker list right on here. Also, safe travels to you on the road here. Thank you for listening. Well, but pay attention to the road. Like, have me in the background, but like, don't crash into anything unless you're driving a Telset, in which you're now at the mercy of the AI, because, you know, Terminator movies were actually sponsored by Amazon. Who knew? But I apologize if I screw up these names. The speakers are Hao Xing from Tencent, because of course, Tencent's in everything. And also from Tencent, Zhikai Wu, I believe is how you pronounce their names. Again, I apologize if I screw up. I'm usually decent at doing this, and this mask doesn't help, but I also don't want to spread germs everywhere in our household. So there's all of that. But they did an interesting talk that we're going to watch. My first time ever seeing it. It also has a demo called How I Use JSON Decentralization Zero Day to Steal Your Money on the Blockchain. As they write here, fast JSON. Wait, there's a fast JSON? What, is it like different speeds now? Is this like a car? Okay, I'm sorry. Anyhow, fast JSON is a wide... Why do I feeling that fast JSON is like... You know how you think you're in hell? And then you find out there's like hell for hell? Fast JSON just sounds like the hell version of JSON. I apologize. I've never heard this term before. But they say it's widely used open source JSON parser with a ridiculous amount of stars on GitHub. I think they meant that as like a comment between 23 and 100, but I don't know how GitHub works now, so there you go. There's a basic module of countless Java web services. It services hundreds of millions of users. We managed to find a way to bypass many security checks and mitigations using the inheritance process of some of the base classes. Oh, so they did this at code level, Jesus Christ. And achieved remote code execution successfully. We will disclose these high-risk and universal gadgets for the first time in this talk. So, because we have so much to look at, without further ado, let's check into Mr. Sheng and Mr. Wu to learn how they screwed JSON more than JSON normally screws itself in a major zero-day and exploits that they found to basically manipulate and take assets or maybe clone assets that we're going to find out when we watch the talk on blockchain platforms. So we're going to make the website disappear, and you're going to see me comment once in a while. If my camera turns off, I'm still watching and listening. That means I'm running in order to get something, which I might do in a moment. But I will always be watching this and commenting. So we're going to have a ton of videos, and then we're going to do a code thing at the end. So without further ado, let's see what Mr. Xing and Mr. Wu has to say about their crazy exploit that they had on the DEFCON main stage, which also congratulations for you two, even virtually, to be able to present at main DEFCON. You know, that's always an honor, no matter what we think of the talk, you know, us peanut gallery people. So just congratulations to you two. Let's hear what they have to say. The browser, I'm actually going to move up here, and here we go.
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk. How I use the JSON Decentralization Zero Day to steal money on the blockchain. I'm Ronnie, and my co-speaker Uzo Kai will be present at part 2. We are from Tencent Security Shenwu Lab. Our research fields include Android, web, IoT, browser, blockchain, etc. And our Shenwu Lab outputs many outstanding achievements such as Bat Tunnel. Here is the outline of our talk. First of all, I will introduce FastJSON briefly. FastJSON is a widely used open source JSON parser with 23,000 stars on GitHub. It's known for fast parsing speed. There are 3,600 artifacts using FastJSON on the Maven, and as a basic module of centralized Java web service, it serves hundreds of millions of users. In this part, I will detail the deserialization process and the security check in the FastJSON, and the vulnerability to bypass the check. First of all, there is a demo for JSON serialize and deserialize using FastJSON. At the left side is a Java bean named user with a string field named name and the getter and setter for name. On the right, new a user object and set name to full. Using method JSON.toJSON string with flag serializer feature.read class name to serialize the user object to JSON string, and you can see the output JSON. The key add type has value user. This is the class name of the object, and the following is the field name. And then use method setAutoType support to enable the autotype feature. Then using JSON.pass method to deserialize this JSON string to a user object with the name full. Take note of this line of code. Parser config setAutoType support. Autotype is a very important feature of FastJSON deserialization. It's a flag about whether FastJSON can deserialize any non-presupposed classes automatically without other configuration. It's false in default. If you don't enable autotype, method JSON pass will throw a JSON exception about autotype is not supported when you pass the JSON with the type user class. Next, I will detail the deserialize process inside the FastJSON. When the scanner catches the token key at type, the serialize process will be started. First, the target class name will be checked by method check autotype. If the check is passed, method get deserializer will return the deserialization constructor. The deserializer will be selected by the target type, and finally use the method create instance of the object deserializer to get the object from JSON fields. Next, I will detail. Let's focus on the defense method check autotype and how to bypass it to deserialize attribute classes. The method check autotype has three parameters. Parameter type name is the target class you want to deserialize, and you can specify it explicitly in the JSON. For example, at type user. The parameter expect class is the superclass or interface of the target class, and it can be none. And the last parameter feature is the deserialize flag. It's always default. Before we start detailing the check process inside check autotype, we need to know how to input a parameter of type class as the second parameter expect class. As we said, the expect class means the inheritance. There are two forms of inheritance in the FastJSON. The first one is explicit inheritance. You can start a JSON object string with two type keys. The first type value is the expect class, and the second one following is the subclass which inherit from the expect class. And the fields following are the properties of the subclass. Another form is implicit inheritance. There is a demo. Class user has a field ID with interface full, and the class full import implements the interface full. So you can set the ID to a JSON object with type full import. That will trigger the implicit inheritance. The interface full is the expect class, and the full import is the subclass. Okay, go back to the check autotype. This section I will detail the control flow of the method check autotype and show you how to bypass it. The first line is the function prototype. First, if the target class is in the whitelist or in the deserializer cache or has the FastJSON annotation JSON type, it will pass the check. The target class will be returned and saved to the deserializer cache next. If not, if the target class is in the blacklist or inherit from Java SQL rule set, data source, or class loader, the method will throw error and exit. If not, if the incoming parameter expect class is not none and is not those types, object, serializable, clonable, closable, event listener, collection, and the target class is assignable from expect class, it will pass the check, return and cache. If not, finally, it can't pass the check unless the global flag autotype support is true, but it's always false in the default configuration. To intuitively observe the cases past the autotype check, I list them as follows. First, enable the autotype support flag. It's a rare situation. Next, classes with an annotation JSON type. Those classes is not universal. We can't use them anywhere. Next, classes in the whitelist. Whitelist is initialized as a final static hash code list with about 60 classes, which are mainly related to Java Abstract Window Toolkit and Spring Framework. Those classes in whitelist are at high level, which are not easy to be extended. So the first three cases are not our first choice for bypass. Next, the classes in the deserializer cache. The last one, the second parameter of check autotype expect class and the subclasses of it. Especially note that the expect class is a parameter with type class instead of type string. That means the expect class has already passed the autotype check. It's converted from string type name to a text class. So the source of the expect class are the classes in the whitelist and the deserializer cache. So we focus on the deserializer cache. The cache is named type utils mappings. It's initialized in the method type utils at base class mappings for preloading the deserializer of basic types. At right is a part of the source code. You can see the class byte, int, boolean array, class object, and the interface clonable are added to the cache mappings. Although there are many low-level class and interface in the cache, those types have their own specified deserializer. For example, a class exception and a class error will be handled by throwable deserializer. A class hashmap and hashtable will be handled by map deserializer, but except the two types, Java util bit-site and Java long autoclosable. FastJSON will create a default Java bin deserializer for them. So any classes extend bit-site or autoclosable can pass the autotype check and create an instance finally. So we can inherit from those classes to bypass the autotype check. The autoclosable is a very low-level interface since JDK7 is the super interface of the most of stream classes, channel classes, and connection
like,
classes.
wow, look at all that tiny ass text.
The picture
I need like a
on the bottom
monocle or a
is
magnifying
some
glass or something.
implementing classes listed in the JDK document. Those classes provide us with a broad search space to derive our gadget chain. So finally, we bypass the auto type check by Java long autoclosable. This is a poke for the bug. A JSON string with two type keys. The first one is the expect class autoclosable, and the second one is the target class Java IO reader, because reader inherited from autoclosable, so it will pass the check. In the previous section, I detailed how to bypass the security check by autoclosable. In the next section, I will detail how to find some interesting gadgets to achieve remote code execute and more.
Oh god,
Now we
they're
need to
touching
find out
Tron.
which
There goes the end
classes
of
we
D
can
live right
derive
there.
and what we can do by those classes. The second question can be described as which method can be called during deserialization. We call those methods magic methods. The method create Java bin deserializer is the main process of deserialization, and inside it, the main method of creating deserializer is Java bin info build. The parameter is the target class and type. First, in this method, it will select the constructor by the two methods, get default constructor and get creator constructor. The order of choosing constructor is as following. After constructor, FastJSON will iterate and call all the setter method of the tagged class. And next, there are some getter methods will be called automatically during deserialization, depends on the return type. Now we can answer the first question about the derivation. Except directly inherited from the interface autoclosable, there are 4 cases that classes will be added to the cache during the deserialization. At first, the class itself. Second, the types of the selected constructor's parameters. Next, the types of the parameters of the setter methods, including the types of public fields. And the last, a part of return types of getters. There is a very flexible feature named JSON path in the FastJSON. You can use it as an object query language. And what's even more amazing is that you can use it in the deserialization by the token key dollar reference.
Wait, why?
Following is a demo JSON. The key username has a value with key reference, which is $useObject.name.
I guess
The
you can make it
dollar
go
means the root
faster, but
element.
why would you do
It's
that?
the entire JSON object itself.
That would have a
The
lot
user
of
object
security
is the
holes,
first
which I
key,
guess is what they're
and
talking
the name
about.
is the field name in the user object. It will call the getter method getName to get the value from the user object. So JSON path will not only allows us to call arbitrary getters, but also allows us to cross-reference and access their properties on multiple generated instances when constructing objects during JSON parsing. This feature greatly expands our magic method space. There are some conditions for gadget classes. First, it can be derived from autoclosable. Second, it must have a default constructor or constructor with symbols. Otherwise, it can't be initialized correctly. And third, it must not in the blacklist. In addition to those necessary conditions, we also have some quality requirements for gadgets. The gadgets should cause RCE, arbitrary file read and write, or other high-risk effects. And the dependence of gadgets should be in native JDK or in the widely used third-party libraries. There are almost hundreds of third-party packages widely used in the Java EE, and we need to search gadgets in nearly 1 million classes. It's impossible to pure manual search, so I write a tool based on the reflection to search the derivation of classes
someone
space.
wrote a tool to make
I
this
rewrite the
easier.
FastJSON deserialization process to check the derivation conditions and create a graph about derivation relations between classes. It's helpful when you reverse the chain from the sync class. And in addition, the tool can search available gadgets class in the JDK and the specified set of jars. And I crawl common third-party libraries from Maven as input. There is a view shows how it generates almost 5,000 classes from the interface autoclosable. At the beginning, the yellow node is the interface autoclosable,
I'm
and the
worried
green node
that
is
if I have to
JDK
zoom in
virtual
to
URL
either
reader.
one of these two
The
balls,
arrow and line
which means I have to zoom my
derivation
face into
relation,
two
and
balls,
you can see
that the
URL
text is
reader
simply just
inherited
going to
from
say,
autoclosable.
your mother.
Then
I just have that
searching.
feeling. And now it's a lot of balls. Jesus Christ.
There are many colors of nodes. Different colors represent different types.
Oh yeah, we covered
The green
this on
node
the polka
is
dot
class.
episode.
The blue node is interface. The pink node is abstract class. The purple node is member class.
The colors, Duke! The colors!
So, of that, here are some high-risk gadgets we found in the third-party packages by the tool.
If you get that reference, you are old.
Such as using MySQL connector to RCE, using Apache Commons IO to read and write files, use Jetty to SSIF, etc. I will detail the gadget's Commons IO read and write files in the next section about exploit the blockchain nodes. There are some FastJSON payloads to use MySQL connectors to RCE. Due to the difference between versions and the limitation of blacklist, you need to use different gadgets for different MySQL versions.
We just went from JSON to MySQL. We're in
Now we
hell.
can control many important websites and affect millions of users by the FastJSON vulnerability. Let's make things more interesting. We found that this FastJSON vulnerability affects a public chain with multi-million-dollar market value. And I will detail the RCE on the server nodes of blockchain Tron in the next. Tron is a public blockchain with a native cryptocurrency known as TRX. The market value of TRX is $5 billion, and it has 14 million holders. Besides,
We covered all of this in the
1,400
third
of
episode, which means
of
that
DX
DLive,
are
who's
on
owned by Tron, is not going to like this.
Tron network with a daily transaction volume of over $12 million. And the Java Tron is the Java implementation of the public blockchain protocol launched by Tron.
Is
It
Tron
underlies
Legacy
all
also
the
written in Java?
decentralized application in the Tron ecosystem. It's an open source Java application with 2,000 stars on GitHub. Java Tron can enable HTTP service on the Tron nodes to allow users and developers to interact with the blockchain. We will detail the Java Tron in the next section. In this section, we just need to know it's a HTTP service using FastJSON to pass JSON posted data.
Wait, it's not even HTTPS? Oh god.
Now we have a vulnerability can RCE or read and write any file on some conditions, but those conditions are not always met. First of
Oh
all,
god,
there is
bad
no
jar.
remote JDBC driver in the Java Tron, so we can't use the gadgets of MySQL connector. And there are some problems we need to be solved by for exploited by read and write file gadgets. The Java Tron is an independent Spring Boot fast jar, so we can't write a web shell directly. We should think about what to write, and the jar can run with arbitrary user with network
Did he just say
permission. So
Jack?
we should think about where are writable paths. And the Java Tron using FastJSON to decode post in the HTTP API request. However, there is no direct response by HTTP but broadcast on P2P network. The HTTP response just only shows the state of the API request. So if we read files from a server node, how to get contents returned? Furthermore, the blockchain is decentralized. That means you take over more nodes, you get more control of the blockchain. So our exploit should rely on as few preconditions as possible. There are some common ways to get shell on a Spring Boot fastjar server when you can write files. For example, you can override system libs or write
Wait,
class files.
Wasn't override
in the
system
CVI
libs
class
what everyone
such
tried to
as
do on Jan
traffic
6
jam.
at the United States Capitol? I'm pretty sure that's what they
But
tried to
as I
do
said
was
above,
override
root
system
permission
libs.
is not
Just saying.
required. Those files can only be overridden by root, and overriding
They also
system or
horribly failed at
JVM
it.
lib is dangerous without the exact versions. There is a feature of JNI in the jar package. The binary library files need to be released to the file system before it can be loaded. This operation is usually in the static block triggered when the class is loaded for the first time. And the binary library is always released to the directory specified by the system property java io temp directory. And the Java method system load will load the GISO file by function dropen. So, or reading the GISO file will be the best choice.
So what he's
Java
saying
Tron uses the
is that
LiveDB as
you need
local
to trigger
storage
the
driver
libs
for blockchain data.
to get this to work. You have to trigger
LiveDB
the
is
libs.
a fast key-value
Okay.
storage library and is used by Bitcoin. Therefore, is inherited by many public chains. Level DB saves the blockchain metadata which need to pull in frequently for reading and writing. So JavaTron uses the GNI driver. As I said, Java needs to extract GNI library. LevelDB GNI extracts the ISO library in the method library extract and load. It extracts the GNI ISO file with a random suffix to the temp directory. So if we want to override the GNI ISO at runtime, we need to get the random file name extracted by the jar. The master directory is to list the temp directory, but we don't want those information to be broadcasted on the P2P network. And the last problem is that we need to write binary bytes instead of string with encoding. There are two things that can cause encoding confusion. The input JSON is read as a string with encoding instead of bytes.
Thank you.
And the output stream and file writer should
Okay, I'm not going to read that full username, but thank you for following us on Twitch.
Solve those problems by the gadgets
Where do you guys get all these usernames from?
This gadget chain can be combined with other classes to not only write but also read file. Let's start with write file gadgets. It's more clear. Look at the left side. The class comes.io input boom input stream inherits from autoclosable, so it can pass the auto type check. It has three parameters in the constructor: input stream delegate, boolean include, and variable parameters of class byte order mark booms. There is a getter method for field boom in the boom input stream. GetBoom will
BRB,
call
everyone.
the delegate read.
I have to go get and rehydrate, so I'll be right back.
The class coms.io input t input stream. The method read of t input stream will write the input bytes to the field branch. The field branch can be set to an output stream in the constructor. So, using the class coms.io boom input stream, we can choose proper input and output stream classes to achieve write file. For writing encoding string, we can find out those gadgets just in coms.io package. Set the source input stream field input to char sequence input stream, and set the field CIs to the input string you want to write to file, and set the output stream field branch to writer output stream with class file writer with encoding. As for writing binary bytes, besides Apache Commons.io, we need to use two other packages in the JavaTron. Set the field input of t input stream to Apache Commons codec binary base 64 input stream, which input of read is string and output is bytes, and set the field branch of boom input stream to Eclipse internal localhost file output stream with which is from aspect jar. Next, this is how to use Apache Commons.io read files. The entry of gadgets is also the class boom input stream and its getter method getBoom. It calls method matches in the getBoom. The method matches will iterate the field booms and compare every boom with the bytes read from the input stream delegate. If there is one boom is same as the bytes read from delegate, it will return the same boom. Otherwise, it will return none. So that will let us get the read content according to the different return states. It's a way of blendering. There is the payload for reading the temp directory to get the random file name. First, look at the number 1 at the right side. We use the class JDK natural URL reader as the input stream. The parameter URL supports file scheme. The parameter URL supports file scheme for a folder and the listing directory. The number 3, the field booms, is set to multiple bytes blocks to be compared with reader output. And the number 4, use the JSON path reference $abc.boom to call the getter method getBoom of the object ABC, which is the first
I love how I
field
come
in
back
the
during the
JSON
read
with the
directory.
class boom input stream. And number 5, let this reference value be the field address and send this JSON port data to the JavaTron HTTP API wallet validate address. And if the address is none, it will receive nothing. If the address is bad format, it will return validate failed message. So we can use Apache Comps.io to read the temp directory byte by byte, and finally get the random file name of GNI library. Now we can override the GNI library at runtime. The last question is how to hijack pointer. The JavaTron will register a timer task for level DB write on initialization. The method dbWrite will call the GNI method native buffer GNI
I love how they
malloc,
use
so
the
we can
default hacker
inject
symbol
shellcode
from
to the offset
Instagram.
address of GNI malloc when the timer task is executed upon. This is a fun process of exploit. And the last step is recovering the program context to prevent crash. For the 6th step, post penetration for real money, turn to my co-speaker Wu Zekai.
Next, I will introduce a post-penetration exploit method that affects the security of blockchain user size. After we successfully RCE on Tron's HTTP node, we need to test whether it will cause losses to the user's size. For the blockchain, the first approach we think of is a 51% tag. A 51% tag is a tag on blockchain by a group of miners who control more than 50%
We
of the
covered
network's
this last
mining hash
year,
rate.
I think in
Attackers with
September or
majority control
November,
of network
on
can interrupt the
actual
recording
blockchain
of new
hacks.
blocks by preventing other miners from completing blocks. And Tron uses a super representative mechanism. Any account can apply to be a super representative candidate. Every account can vote for super representative candidates. The top 27 candidates with the most votes are the super representatives. Super representatives generate blocks, package transactions, and get block and voting rewards. Therefore, we need to RCE on at least one half of the super representative nodes to cast a 51% tag. But the actual situation is somewhat unexpected. Not all nodes have HTTP service enabled. In other words, we can't attack all nodes of Tron. This picture shows the location and IP of all the nodes on the Tron
sick.
network.
That's a sick
This
pew pew
data
map.
is provided by the tronscan.org website. As shown by tronscan.org, Tron has 1,332 nodes in total. We scanned these IPs and found that only a quarter of the nodes can be accessed through the HTTP service. Therefore, there is no guarantee that more than half of the super representatives have enabled HTTP service. Unfortunately, we can't use this vulnerability to cause a 51% tag on the Tron network. We need to find another way. Now let's focus on the Tron HTTP node itself and study what role the HTTP node plays in the Tron network. The Tron HTTP node has a variety of API calls to allow users to interact with the blockchain. Some of the API calls serve as standalone requests to get individual pieces of information. The most important thing is that there are also many API calls which modify the user TRX wallet, resulting in a need to sign and broadcast the transaction. We mainly focus on the second type of API. These APIs will be used when users
I'm just doing an update here. I'm listening.
When the user wants to send some TRX token to other users in the Tron network, 3 steps are required. First of all, the user needs to make a transaction and can call the wallet create transaction API to complete this step. The HTTP node will return a raw transaction in JSON format. The second step is to sign the transaction. The user can call the wallet get transaction sign API. The HTTP node will use the private key provided by the user to sign the raw transaction. The last step is to broadcast the transaction. The user can call the wallet broadcast transaction API. The HTTP node will broadcast the signed transaction to the blockchain. Therefore, after we RCE HTTP node, if the user uses the HTTP node to make a transaction, we can return a forged transaction, which will be executed after the user signs and broadcasts it. If the user uses the HTTP node to sign the transaction, we can steal the user's private key. If the users only use the HTTP nodes to broadcast the transaction, it seems that we can only prevent the transactions from being broadcast to custodians. Obviously, stealing private keys is more harmful than forged transactions, and forged transactions are more harmful than DOS. In the Tron network, almost all users use wallet programs for transactions. TronLink is firstly launched as Tron's official website and backed by Tron Foundation. It is the Tron wallet with the most users. TronLink has 3 versions, including Chrome Wallet extension, iOS,
Yep, we covered this on episode 3 when we covered DLive.
Extension alone has more than 300,000 users. After testing 3 versions of TronLink wallet, we found that all 3 wallets use HTTP nodes to broadcast transactions. In addition,
oh, you gotta be kidding me!
Wallet extension also uses HTTP nodes to make transactions and directly sign and broadcast the transaction without checking the returned raw transaction. So we can try to attack the wallet by returning forged transaction. When the wallet sends a request to make a transaction to the HTTP node we control, we return a forged transaction. Then the wallet signs the transaction locally, and finally broadcasts the signed transaction to the blockchain. We recorded a video to demonstrate this attack method. First, the victim treats normally. And Alice sends 100 TRX token to Bob.
Oh, this is just rich. A browser add-on man-in-the-middle attack. Oh,
survived.
Lord. Wish we had better screens.
Executed the exploit program.
Wish we had more direct screens. Just waiting for that data load in.
And
Here it goes.
RCE the HTTP node.
I love how, like, one of the
malicious program.
top 5 major crypto people are not using HTTPS by default, at least.
The victim makes the transaction again.
Shame. Shame.
And the attacker returned the forged raw transaction. Finally, the attacker received the TRX tokens instead of Bob. The tech is not over yet. Let's think about it. Micro wallet extension has different behavior from iOS and Android.
Right.
After analyzing the source code of Chrome Wallet extension, we found that it uses the TronWeb library. TronWeb is to deliver a unified, seamless development experience influenced by Ethereum's Web3 implementation. TronWeb uses the TronTransaction-Builder.SendTRX method to make transactions, which will request HTTP nodes. As you can see in the
Oh
source
my
code,
god.
when calling this method, the wallet transaction API of HTTP node will be requested to make a transaction. We realized that the TronWeb library would be a key point, so we investigated a variety
You have
of
to understand Tron is huge
Tron-related
too.
applications and made some new discoveries. We found that in addition to Tron-Link Chrome Wallet extension, some multi-currency wallets and dApps also use the TronWeb library. And they also didn't check the real transaction returned by the HTTP node. Multi-currency wallet is a wallet that supports multiple cryptocurrency transactions. mToken is a multi-currency wallet that supports Tron. mToken has 12 million users and it uses the TronWeb library. After testing, we found that when mToken wallet generates Tron-related transactions, it does request
BRB
the
from this
HTTP
embarrassment. I
node.
have to go charge the
As
phone.
you can see in the picture, we successfully forged the returned transaction, replacing two addresses with another address, and then signed and broadcast the forged transaction. dApp is a computer application that runs on a distributed computing system like blockchain. As of December 17, 2020, 1,400 dApps have been created on the Tron network, with a daily transaction volume of over $12 million. For a developer, dApp is a combination of front-end and smart contracts. TronWeb provides TronWeb for front-end developer. Take a Poloniex dApp as an example. When TRX token are sent in this dApp, it will request HTTP nodes to make a transaction. We also successfully forged the return transaction, replacing two addresses with another address, and then signed and broadcast for the transaction. In summary, the Tron-Link Chrome Wallet extension with more than 300,000 users, the Tron part of the mToken multi-currency wallet with 12 million users, and dApps with a daily transaction volume of over 12 million will all be affected. Finally, we make a conclusion. Although distributed and decentralized structure improves the credibility and fault tolerance of the system, blockchain is not a bulletproof of security vulnerability. And we hope our work can notify blockchain developers
Sorry
and
if I made
users
everyone
to be
deaf.
more careful about security.
That's just a pet peeve of mine.
Our research on the future of blockchain security will include traditional web security, cloud and edge computing, and post-penetration exploit.
What the hell is edge computing? I
Here
hope
is
that
a
doesn't use
vulnerability
Microsoft
summary.
Edge.
Special thanks to Song Kai, Zhou Junyu, Liu Huiming, and Yu Yang. Thanks.
So, first of all, instant reward. I told you about this. You can scan the little QR code or the get.incent.com. See, I was right. It was .com. And that was the main DEFCON talk about. Now, it was titled "How I Use JSON Decentralization," and while that is true, it should have been more of how a major cryptocurrency doesn't even use HTTPS. It's using HTTP in 2021. But I like that they we went over again that one of the big takeaways about all of this, which is something we've repeatedly said on the show, is there's this big mistake that just because, and to be fair, default blockchain is better than just, you know, most of the time, like just writing something in JavaScript or something for like, in terms of like voting consensus or storing information, things like that. But blockchain is not a silver bullet in the same way HTTPS is not a silver bullet, or that just running Tor or just running the Brave browser or something is a silver bullet. While they prevent a lot of really basic things that's happened, and there's a lot of that. Um, it to me, it's just kind of like saying that like having Chrome is more is like it's like, oh yeah, if you were from Internet Explorer, like go on to Chrome, it's the safest thing. And while it is better than Internet Explorer, arguably, like that makes it sound like the Chrome browser is the end all of be all of browser security when it's not. Yet compared to Microsoft Internet Explorer, it is, but it's not that on the scale. You see this with locks all the time, where people believe that having a number 10 rated padlock for master lock is like you have Fort Knox, and while that's better than having like a master lock number 3, arguably, it it's not the highest security that you can do. And so I like how they reiterate, which we should all be reiterating, it's just the virtue of you having blockchain does not mean you are immediately like Fort Knox secure. And, which I wish they would say at the end too, is that just because you're running a blockchain doesn't mean you are decentralized and you have the DNA or the essence of like the decentralization inherited blockchain. Because as we've seen when we covered DM from Facebook, and we're going to eventually cover other stablecoins in the near future, there are blockchains that are centralized. There are blockchains that spy on you. There are blockchains that are essentially ransomware. There are blockchains that mine more data from you than Windows 10 and Windows 11 combined. So we really need to stop these silver bullets, both in terms of security tech and in policy in our technological fields. And it's just nuts because Tron itself, which DLive is based on, is so huge that one of the future episodes I'm trying to set up is looking at and taking apart an actual cryptocurrency ATM kiosk, which I think is better than just saying ATM machine because that's redundant. But anyhow, and it used to just be Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum. And now they've added like 3 more tokens. I think one of them is Binance or whatever it is. I think it's Binance. And one of them is Tron. Like Tron is so big that even in local New Jersey, in Jersey City, you can buy Tron directly from a cryptocurrency kiosk. And this is not even a fancy thing either. They're in like these bodegas and stuff like that. And so to see that they're still using base HTTP, not HTTPS, not even HTTP/2, which has been hacked to death at DEFCON this year. Just HTTP, like the HTTP I had when I was on the internet back in like 1995 and 1996. That's what they're using for their check verification systems with their plugins for Tron. That's nuts. Holy crap. Anyhow, bravo to all of them for doing this talk at main DEF CON. And remember, that was just main DEF CON. We're going to get a sandwich. We're going to be here because we still have to go through 3 villages, a coding thing from one village, and like a cool game thing. This is going to be a long episode. But before we do continue, I'm going to turn on the browser thing. And I do want to do a shout out. Where's browser? Here we go. So, it's hard to see here, and I don't know if he's even watching, but Basis Trade, which is like this real-time, I'm actually going to type in, hey, you folks are on our stream right now. basis trade, which from what I understand is like one of those like informing stocks of like how things are traded with cryptocurrency. As you can see, they list a bunch here. They have Bitcoin, Bitcoin Caps, Binance, Ethereum, Litecoin, Ripple, and things like that. Polkadot, that's what dot is. Dot. But they were the ones who were our 100th follower on DLive. So these are the folks that are going to, even if we don't get it, they're the reason why we can now finally apply to be crypto superstar on DLive. So shout out to Basis Trade for being our 100th follower. In the chat, that's their DLive. So if you want to monitor how the trading system works in real time, I'm like watching crypto market cap and constantly hitting F5 over and over again. For the main coins, the big ones. I think funny enough, Tron I don't think is listed, which is kind of funny. But go to that channel and thank you for Basis Trade for allowing us to attempt to upgrade our DLive. Okay. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to close the tab on this. But again, thank you for that. And actually, let me just store you DLive 100. I'm going to store you in our little text file thing that we have for streams. So again, that was what we just watched was just core DEFCON. In addition to having a major talk on blockchain, there were 3 different villages this year, and we're going to go through all 3 of them in the order that I have, starting with the probably, I believe, oldest one out of the 3 here in terms of cryptocurrency blockchain, simply called the Blockchain Village. This is their website here. It's very, you can definitely tell like money or fiat or cryptocurrency is some form of legal tender was kind of shared in order to do this. I just post their URL in the chat. They have a very spiffy website, as they say here. Blockchain technology has changed not only the way we transact values, but the way we look at security. I'm going to take these headphones off in the meantime. Of the many distinguished features, distributed ledger is one of the most powerful concepts brought forward by blockchain, which has moved the trust from a conventional trusted third-party input a trustless distributed system. This year at Blockchain Village, we're going to bring back the Capture the Coin contest, which we'll get into in a moment, running in parallel with more hands-on workshops, mathematical and practical, along with cutting-edge talks and tools, noteworthy demos and discussions, all focused on security of blockchain and distributed applications. This year was a hybrid of being physical and in person. I believe what they did was the first day they had a bunch of virtual talks, and we're going to look at one of them in a moment. And then they had in-person talks that were exclusive that day. I don't know if they were recorded. If they are recorded, they're probably going to show up on DEFCON's center website later on, like a lot of villages had who were in person, like a lot of the in-person stuff is going to show up there. So they do have their own YouTube and stuff and their own live stream, and they put all this stuff on there, all like dedicated virtual stuff, and then they had in-person exclusive stuff, kind of like what we're trying to do with our hybrid meetings. As I say here, Blockchain Village is a non-for-profit event organized as a part of information security conferences like DEFCON, primarily focused on blockchain villages to promote, research, develop, and knowledge sharing around the security of blockchains and security applications of blockchains. The villages organize hands-on workshops, contests, discussions, and talks by the community members, and by the community members for the community members. Lots of supporters here. Obviously, they're at DEFCON, so DEFCON supports it. Coinbase, there was a sponsor Coinbase talk that year. And Chain AI, which I believe we looked at a similar episode. Storage, which is on our like hit list as long as QuadStamp. And then I think this is just called Substack, but I just like to call it's also sponsored by birds. So apparently all the bourbon memes that you've seen on the internet, which is kind of fascinating because like Dogecoin is obviously sponsored by a Shiba, aka the meme dog. So I guess they couldn't get that because I didn't see any Doge anything with the Blockchain Village. So I guess instead they're sponsored by all of the bird memes. RIP Alex the honking bird, and hello to the new red bird, the evil laughing red bird that now dominates every single YouTube account that I have. So I guess they're funneling all the money into the Blockchain Village now because there's not even a name, it's just a bird. So Effing Birds, maybe? I don't know. That'd be really cool if Effing Birds did sponsor something from DEFCON, considering how popular they are. We love them too. But yeah, they had a hybrid village this year, and there is no dark mode because my eyes are bleeding right now. Just to let everyone know. But let's kind of look at their schedule this year. Uh, so as you can see here, they had a day zero or a 0 day where they had virtual talks on August 5th, which that means, yep, they actually had a Thursday, unlike DEF CON. We're going to look at one of those type of talks here. And then there was a keynote and a bunch of other different talks on all the other different days here, Friday through Sunday. So they had a ton of stuff here, NFTs and 51% attacks and keynotes and all sorts of stuff here. See, this is what I mean. Look at this fancy website right here. Look at all this. This is crazy. Now, one of the things here, and I'm trying to find this on the website itself. I'm having a hard time trying to find this on the actual website, but I know that this existed, okay? This was an actual thing, and this is actually part of the reason why our talk is, this episode is titled the way it is that they mentioned they had a capture the coin, which I guess is their version of capture the flag. I don't know if it's like they have information on different like blocks, and you're supposed to pull it off the chain or something, or maybe there's actual, which would be kind of like the ATM hacks that you see at things like PH Days, which is a Russian hacker convention, stuff like that. Maybe they have crypto wallets with a bunch of security, and if you can break them, you can, and if you're able to transaction that once you break the wallet, that cryptocurrency to your own wallet, you get to keep it. Don't quite know what a capture the coin contest is because I'm trying to find a link for it, and unfortunately, I can't find a link for that anywhere on the website. But I do know this: that contest was sponsored by Redcoin. So what is this was actually something I was eventually going to cover way later, but let's talk a bit about it now, shall we, since the episode's titled this. Redcoin sponsored the CTF, or Capture the Coin contest, and Red is a type of cryptocurrency. As you can see, they have a mobile app here. It's called, the core coin is called Redcoin. So Red's the platform, and Redcoin is the cryptocurrency. They're calling it the social cryptocurrency, so you can tip, share, and donate to various content creators, social causes, and humanitarian programs. So this kind of sounds like the way what Pinkcoin is, but like Pinkcoin is just for charity, and we're gonna have an update on that next episode on September. Oh God, funny enough, we might have to move that episode. We might have the episode on September 11th, but we'll see how that goes, considering that's the cursed day that no one wants to remember. I was alive during that. Remember, I'm from New Jersey, and it's literally the Twin Towers were right across from the river. Maybe I'll just do the episode on that day just to share my story about that. But anyhow, but yeah, in the next episode, we are going to give an update on our Pinkcoin thing, because it's been going on for a while, and now I can actually do something with it. However, it sounds like what Pinkcoin's trying to do, but they're applying it to everything, so it's not just charity and humanitarian stuff, it's also social causes, content creators, etc. They claim here up to 6 seconds fast transactions, 10 times faster than Bitcoin, which to me is not a selling point, because at this point, like, my great-grandma can probably wheel her way down the street faster than a Bitcoin transaction can happen. And of course, low gas fees. And the big leveraging point, it seems, for this is kind of the social network they built on this. So let's go to CoinMarketCap to look at it. I'm going to refresh the page again. As you can see, right now it seems to be pretty healthy. This definitely puts it in it's a not a shitcoin category, where it's like a couple of cents away from actually becoming a dollar amount, which puts it leagues above the ever-expanding swamp of altcoins out there. So it is more on the positive side. The volume seems to have contracted a bit, but its market cap is smooth. Both its diluted and total market cap. So it's on the up and up. You can see that there were some low lows and high highs, but all of them sort of put it in a positive sphere here. And let's see if we can find a potential description for this coin, because that's what CoinMarketCap is good for here. As I said, Redcoin, or RDD, is a digital currency designed for tipping and sending money for social payments. It is cryptocurrency that powers the Red ecosystem, so we're looking at another ecosystem similar to Polkadot here. A social tipping platform and volunteer-run organization that lets you support, donate, and thank you, Basic Trade. Yeah, no, thank you for getting that over. We're still in the process of applying, but still follow us on DLive. As long as we hold 100 followers as we're in the submission process, we can actually get to Crypto Superstar. So again, thank you so much on there. I had to close your tab just in order to run the stream better, but again, we're going to be thanking you throughout this episode. It's going to be a long episode since we're watching a lot of videos and then attempting to do a coding thing that will hopefully not crash the computer. But back to what we're talking about with Redcoin here. It lets you support, donate, and help funds to various causes around the world. It's one of the oldest projects in cryptocurrency space. Was launched. I love how now 2014 is seen as old. I mean, think about it. Let's see. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's 8 years old, but they act like this was like the 70s or something. Which I guess not just in tech years, but in cryptocurrency years, I guess 8 years is a long time, especially how, I forget what it's called, but that's sort of like Guy's law about how much tech doubles and stuff. It's crazy. Can you buy a BSC? Let's see. It'll make me feel... Jack, you feel old just by... Actually, if you don't want to feel old, check our latest post on Twitter and soon Instagram, where we actually found the phone that Neo had in college, and we mounted it to our wall. That's old, my friend. The bad smart chain. I mean, you could. I don't know if Red is on there. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, since BitAds seems to be like tendriling into everything, trying to be the middleman, or the man in the middle, you could say, to all the different type of cryptocurrencies. Red, I'm not sure what Red. We can look that up in a moment to see what it is traded on. But yeah, I just find that hilarious that they think 2014 is old, even though it is old in terms of cryptocurrency years. Cryptocurrency is designed to be a simple-to-use mode of payment that can be transferred at low cost on the Red network. It can also be used as a means of payment. And most social networking platforms allow users to easily transact with their friends and followers, much of the same way that Snap Cash does for Snap Cash users and Facebook Cash does for Facebook users. Probably why also Facebook's trying to do the where do you buy it? Again, we're going to find that out in a moment here. As of November 2020, the core members of the Redcoin project are blah, 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 all these tech people. Beyond that, the team consists entirely of volunteers. I just realized I actually forgot, and we might do this in the background, I forgot to rip the video talking about the CTF. So actually, while we watch the next video, which we'll get in a moment, I'll rip the CTF video that they did. It's like an intro to the CTF, and we'll come back to it, because we are going to look at it at the blockchain village. Yeah, they're trying to make it be like that. And interesting that it's a Litecoin. Actually, it just says right here, too. I just saw it. You were correct. Basis trade. Redcoin is a Litecoin fork. Hence the low gas and short transaction times. Yep, benefits from extreme short block times. New block created every minute. Let's see. I don't know what type of staking it used. I'm going to assume that it actually might be a proof of stake instead of a proof of work. I would not be surprised if that is the case there. Speaking of which, let's do what we normally do with these type of coins before we jump on. Let's go back to their website. Let's see if we can find... There should be one. I'll actually be both mad and... Here it is. Actually... Okay, so this is odd. I didn't know this about Red. I see... Note the symbols here, right? Right, V2. There's a Facebook, a Twitter, a YouTube, a Telegram group, Reddit, which I posted on earlier, a Discord, and a Medium. There it is, buried in there. Wow, okay. I'm actually shocked there's no logo for GitHub. You actually have to go to the developer section and find the words GitHub in order to find GitHub. That's kind of... I guess they want to be like Apple and make it like super easy. And again, I'm not signed in, so unfortunately there's no dark mode on here yet. I can do that later. let's see here. Immediately I can see this is a fork from Litecoin, and it's primarily made in C++, just like what my coin is, and there's an Electrum wrap in Python and a JavaScript wallet, so that makes way too much sense here. Let's click on this and see just what we can find in here. So, see, first start as the, proof of, so start off as proof of work, and then they move to proof of stake. So according to them now, 1 minute block target, just under 27 billion mined from their proof of work phase. 5% annual interest in the proof of stake phase. Difficult target every block using Kimoto's gravity well. Okay, so that's the way they're balancing that part. And then they ported directly from Bitcoin version 0.9 while maintaining the. So wow, this like bumped around 3 different. There are proof of work, then proof of stake, and then they lifted something, porting it from Bitcoin into the. Jesus Christ, how many? This coin slept with everybody, dear Lord. And that's all I get to say sluttiness. We, at least, I don't know about DCG 201, but personally myself, if you're slutty and you're enjoying yourself, especially if you're like making money off of people, good for you. I'm just saying in terms of this coin, there was way too many cooks in the kitchen and too many people sticking too many ladles in the giant gaping hole. This is pretty nuts. Let's see. So you can compile for debugging here. There's a whole debugger log and testnet. Unfortunately, we're not going to run those today. We're just going to run something different. I just wanted to see what this thing was made out of. And the CTF, which we'll get to, but I just want to point this out. There is and I'll share the GitHub in a moment. I wish I knew about the GitHub. I might just go in and do this because I originally didn't put a GitHub because we didn't fork anything to ours, but we might. But they have their own like main social platform called Red Dot Love, and apparently this was the group who decided that they were going to sponsor the CTF, usually capture the flag, although the blockchain village calls it a, what do they call it here? The capture the coin contest. So I forgot to rip the video for that. We're going to check that out in a moment. Again, we're going to be here for like an hour and a half or 2 more hours, so get a sandwich. And I promise that near the end, so probably between like 11 and midnight, we're going to drop the treasure chest reward lemons on DLive. So if you want to get a bunch of lemons, it's going to be a long episode, but stay tuned. Yeah, and you get a badge to contribute. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to try to get that CTF video, and I'll do more research as we watch this. But I want to take a look at one of the talks that they had that we're allowed to post virtually in the meantime. We do, too. We actually occasionally at our meetings try to do CTF, and we do it entirely on our Discord. I'll put the Discord link in a moment, but I just want to know if you want to check out Redcoin directly, that's the GitHub link we were looking at. And if anyone wants to do the Discord CTF stuff in the future, and we will be looking at blockchain CTF stuff in the future eventually, you can always join our Discord right there. But let's go in and let's look at the other talk. This is probably the other super long talk that we're going to watch. It's almost as long as the previous talk. But we had a bunch of stuff that, again, they did a day 0 where they just did all their virtual talks at once, and then everything else is in person, and I assume they're going to be showing up at the main DEFCON YouTube and media portal, media.defcon.org, like months later, kind of like right now. They just, I think, put up the adversary village and a bunch of villages, and they do the villages in chunks. I'm pretty sure the blockchain village is going to be the same thing. We got the hybrid setup. So I'm trying to find where it is on here, because I know what the talk is called. I'm just trying to find. Because it might have actually been it might have actually been buried in here. Let's see. Did they do it like later? Let's see. Here we go. We're going to be looking at a talk. This was actually apparently one of the main talks that they ended up virtualizing because, F it, we'll do it live. That was on the Saturday of DEF CON on August 7th. And we're going to be watching a talk by Michael, again, apologize for these names. Michael Leldwin, who is a project manager and security services at Open Zeppelin. And he's going to be talking about hacks that are done on the Ethereum blockchain, and what the 0 days he found during that. and also the techniques that he found, because he's not just a red teamer. Shock, he's also a blue teamer as well, purple team for the win. Where he figured out how to prevent these sort of Ethereum hacks from happening if you are using Ethereum as your own token service or decentralized application or DApp application. So while we watch that, I'm going to attempt and hope the computer doesn't crash to rip the CTF video that Red put out, so bear with me. And we're going to return to red.love, no love, baby, about what that CTF was and watch the quick video on that, and then get to the other two villages, as well as the cool game that they had called Corn Droids. But in the meantime, because it's the second longest talk, let's go to Michael here and watch about what he found out about hacking Ethereum or the contracts. We're just going to find out what he researched here. So without further ado, here's Michael from the Blockchain Village talking about Ethereum hacks. So here we go.
This is a re-recording of my talk for DEFCON 29, and I hope all of you watching this virtually will enjoy it just as much as the people that did in person. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and get started. So the agenda that we're going to go through is going to be about a 60-minute talk, probably a little less since we won't have Q&A. Since this is a virtual talk, the introduction will be going over my story in blockchain, how I got here, a little bit about the company I work for, and a lot of tools we'll cover.
It's actually like 40 minutes long.
Some of the Ethereum security case studies that we're going to go over are going to talk about Ethereum hacks that we've seen in the space. Some of them old, some of them new. We'll reflect on what these incidents made possible, what we learned, what the community ended up coming to agreement on, and then explain how we now can prevent these incidents using tools with OpenZeppelin. So without further ado, let's get into it. So first of all, my story in blockchain started out in mining. I was actually in school when I first learned about Bitcoin.
He was a dirty miner.
Computers, made a little extra money. Got very interested in it at that point because I suddenly learned how to print money with a computer. So naturally, I got very curious, went down the rabbit hole of crypto economics and technology and everything.
Look at him getting all
fascinating about the space.
And shit. I have mined.
Once I started getting into it,
I have mined cryptocurrency in the past. One of these days, when we get the more powerful computer to bridge into here, we're going to be doing a lot more mining stuff. So stay tuned for future episodes. Second to fourth Saturday of every month, except for today's episode, just because I was really tired yesterday.
So. Bitcoin Center in New York City before I got the beard.
Good for you.
And been basically in the blockchain space ever since.
So basically you have a nice rack basic trade. That makes sense. But let's hear how he got involved in Ethereum.
Just money in Bitcoin. I still very much love Bitcoin, but I also saw the need for things like smart contracts, and Ethereum ended up coming out around the same time that I was studying for my computer science degree. So as I was learning computer science, I also started to learn how to program smart contracts on Ethereum. And then started to do that professionally as well as a developer. So I did some startup work, worked on some ICOs, as well as some startups doing supply chain here in Dallas. And then eventually started to also do some corporate consulting. So I worked at Thomson Reuters doing tax and accounting, did some supply chain at Toyota using an Ethereum blockchain.
He's basically the dude who knows where all the dead bodies are buried.
So
he knows all the bodies at the bottom of the Hudson River. Good for him.
And during that whole time, I was using OpenZeppelin contracts. So this is a library we'll talk about more in detail, but as I learned more about it, in the last year, I actually ended up applying to work at OpenZeppelin. After doing a lot of consulting, I wanted to work at a single company, and OpenZeppelin luckily accepted. So I joined the team this year as a project manager for their security services team. And you can see a picture of us there at a retreat in Mexico recently, where we all get to meet in person for the first time, or at least I did.
Hey, a lot of the best people I know in computer science never went to college for it. They just did stuff and learned as they went, you know. A lot of stuff in careers is like good timing, luck, and a lot of it is more like who you know than what you know. You can ask any of us trying to get jobs in tech. This happens all the time.
Got some good traction going, and hopefully that will continue. But we're here to talk about security. So without further ado, let's talk about OpenZeppelin and the work we've been doing. You can see
This
we've worked with a
video
lot of
would
companies
download
in the
so
space.
slow,
We've been
so I'm
around
glad
for
this talk is so
years.
long.
Worked with Coinbase, Compound, Aave. Continue to have a lot of
Oh boy.
relationships with these customers, either using our
He's the
products
dude
or
where if he
auditing services.
dies, we all know that he got
I think we're very
assassinated.
well known in the
Look at
space,
that
and
group:
this is going to
Brave,
be talking in some more
Coinbase,
detail on
Arger,
how our
Pool,
products and
BitGo.
services are really reflected in the
This
systems,
this
the
is
hacks that have
definitely the
occurred and the ways
crypto
that we've
mafia
addressed them.
right here.
So without further ado, let's get into the actual tech, the hacks, the reason that people come to DEF CON to learn more about what are these vulnerabilities
reason for
and
the
how can we
show.
protect against them. So the DAO hack is the first big ouch, the first real instance where we learned that security on smart contracts is not going to be easy. And in fact, it can be quite destructive if not done well. So many people know about the DAO, but for those who might be new to the Ethereum space, the DAO was an early set of smart contracts built for crowdfunding Ethereum development projects. For those who might not know even about Ethereum smart contracts, these are essentially pieces of code that reside on the Ethereum blockchain. And Bitcoin, people move money around using private keys. You have a public key that kind of corresponds to your wallet address, and you have a private key that you alone control, and that lets you send money back and forth. Well, smart contracts actually let you do that with code. So instead of there being a private key that controls funds, there's actually a bit of code that determines how those funds are going to be handled. So you still have a public key, you have a public address that corresponds to a smart contract, but the code will actually determine how funds that are received are handled and then potentially sent elsewhere. So you can use these smart contracts to do things like escrow or even manage a large amount of money for a kind of decentralized organization. So the DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and its purpose was to be kind of a venture capital suite of smart contracts that helped fund development projects in a way that was kind of like crowdfunding with Indiegogo, but with a decentralized nature to it. And so this attracted a lot of investment. It ended up acquiring millions of dollars of Ethereum was deposited in these smart contracts. And that ultimately led to it being quite a large honeypot. And so on July 17th, 2016, the DAO suffered a hack that resulted in the loss of 11.5 million Ether, or $50 million. And the attacker was able to achieve this by exploiting multiple vulnerabilities, including a reentrancy bug that let them recursively call the smart contract and pull out funds repeatedly before the balance was actually updated to reflect the initial withdrawal. So this basically let them bleed the contract dry, and they were ultimately able, the funds were locked up for a little bit. And during that time, this caused quite a stink because this was a significant amount of Ethereum.
Were you at DEFCON with the physical village? If so, tell us stories of how it was like to be physically there.
To effectively fork the protocol and use that fork to return the funds to the user and essentially reverse the hack. Unfortunately, this was very contentious, and a lot of people in the Ethereum community were not happy about this because it kind of goes against the core tenets of a blockchain to be censorship resistant for transactions to final. And this split led to a fork of Ethereum Classic, which was a version of Ethereum where the hacks were not reversed. It stayed the course, and that community continues to this day as a separate split off. And so that did cause a lot of issues, but the hack was reversed on the main Ethereum chain, or the chain that most people recognize as Ethereum today. So to give you an example of what this really looks like, what is a reentrancy bug? Let's look at this example. So you can see this contract as a kind of an example of what happened. It's a simplified version of the DAO where you have this withdraw function. And if you look at it line by line, you notice that the first line is just going to check the balances of the message.sender, which is the person calling that function. So it's basically saying, is the amount that they're trying to withdraw lower than or equal to the balance they have in the smart contract? And what it will do is, if that condition is correct, it will then call that smart contract through the fallback function, which is important, and send that value to the contract. And so what's important about this fallback function is you're effectively giving control to whoever's calling the smart contract. And if it's another smart contract, then that smart contract can actually execute code against the original victim contract. So to show you an example of that, let's say that we called it with this attacker contract, and then the attacker contract's fallback function is then triggered when the funds are received. And because you notice that the balances at the bottom of the victim contract is decremented, so the amount is withdrawn from their balance after the amount is sent, if you're able to essentially call the withdraw function before it returns to decrement that balance, then you can actually call the withdraw function again. So it goes to essentially, the attacker contract recalls the withdraw function. Once again, it goes through and checks the balance, and the balance hasn't been updated, so it thinks it still has an amount to withdraw. And then the funds are sent to the attacker contract. The attacker contract then again calls the victim contract, and this essentially repeats until the funds are bled dry. So this is effectively how the DAO was hacked with this reentrancy bug. So what were some takeaways from this?
November episode.
Really,
last year.
this was monumental. This was a
I love that
hack
image, by
on
the way.
Ethereum space, where prior to this, I think smart contracts were kind of seen in a rose-colored light of well, it's on a blockchain, therefore it must be secure. But what we did learn is that ultimately smart contract developers need to write that code securely. Logic bugs are going to be immutable if you do actually deploy that onto a blockchain. And you also need to account for malicious calls from external contracts and accounts. So even though, if we look at the code for the DAO on its own, it seems secure, it seems to be accounting for the balance correctly. We're not accounting for the fact that reentrancy and other external calls can potentially do things that are not expected.
Logic
so ultimately,
bugs also exist in real life. See the U.S. Congress.
Rather than just the code itself. We also learned that when you update state and balances, you should do it before you send funds or perform external calls, because if those external calls do something you're not expecting, then the balance, they might be able to do more things that the balance should be updated prior to. So, that was another big thing we learned. So make sure to update your balances prior to sending funds. We also learned that forking a protocol, in this case, is possible to reverse an attack. That is an option. But it's not a great option. It can heavily damage the community and the platform's reputation for censorship resistance. So it's something that really should be a last resort, and the Ethereum community has not done a hard fork like this ever since. There have definitely been calls for it when other hacks have occurred, but this was really kind of a one and done thing. We haven't seen any other community hard forks to address a hack, anytime after this. And I think that's probably for the best, because it does come with a lot of risks that becomes a more common occurrence, which would potentially reduce the censorship resistance of that protocol. And then finally, but of course, we need better security standards and more secure Solidity implementations to prevent these exploits. So a lot of this code that is being written ultimately needs to have a higher level of security standard. That needs to go through checks and tests, and most importantly, we need to use implementations that are already battle hardened rather than to try to write our own code.
This is basically DevSec
how can we do this?
101.
Well, we can use the Open Zeppelin contracts library. This is a battle-tested open source library of smart contracts on Ethereum, or for Ethereum and other EVM blockchains.
Now with
that is available
action.
on GitHub, as well as our website and many other places, and as an NPM package. So really what this is it's just a way to say, hey, if you're going to create an ERC20 token, for example, or 721 token, you're going to want to do that with the set standard instead of trying to write that implementation yourself and open yourself up to make a mistake. So there are hundreds of thousands of smart contracts out there. Well, I don't know about hundreds of thousands. There's a lot of smart contracts out there. The vast majority of DeFi projects, for example,
I think big mistake was the
code and
entire Tron white paper.
Primarily because it's so battle hardened that there's an expectation that it's already secure. In addition to that, you get additional functionality. You can make your tokens pausable. You can create snapshots, and a lot of other extensions that are available, kind of as an add-on that are very simple to use. You can also add in proxies for upgradability and cloning that makes upgrading your smart contracts possible. So if there is an issue that comes up with your smart contract, or you want to make a change, smart contracts are immutable by default. There's no built-in functionality to Solidity or Ethereum to upgrade your contracts, but we do have logic that makes it possible. We also have the ability to provide access control. Who owns the contract? What roles can people play in minting tokens or burning tokens or pausing tokens? There's, you can create a whole access control paradigm using a lot of our contracts. Governance, which is kind of an extension of access control. People can have time locks on certain functionality. You can have potentially even the ability to create governance protocols, compound governor, like the compound protocol is something that we're implementing right now.
The compound.
We have utilities, basic stuff, cryptography, math, create2, which lets you do deterministic generation of smart contract addresses, data structures, things like that. And upgrade plugins, which just help you do upgrades directly to the smart contract through hard hat or truffle. And then finally, security module, which was the thing I'm getting to for how we can address things like a reentrancy bug using some modules we've created specifically to ensure that you cannot be exploited by the same sort of bug that exploited the DAO. So to give you an example of this for preventing reentrancy exploits, we actually offer two options depending on what you're doing. The first and the most simple is a reentrancy guard. It's essentially a function modifier that prevents reentrancy. So all you need to do
basically
is
a code version
on your
of
function,
how your heart
and whenever
valves are
your function
designed
is
so
called by
that
an
when they
external
close,
contract, it
blood
prevents that
can't
contract
flow
from being
back
able to
in your
call any
heart
other
ventricles.
functions inside of your smart contract. So essentially, it just makes reentrancy impossible.
Like they had to
The other
rediscover
option that you
biology
have,
to
in the case
fix
of
their
payments,
shitty smart
because in the case of
contracts.
payments, for example, if your contract, if you're calling a contract that is, or rather you're sending funds to a contract that needs to update any token balances, maybe that balance resides in your smart contract, and there are cases in which they have to call your smart contract in order to handle that transfer. We have a model called full payments and some modules to go with it. So essentially it's a reverse pattern of a push payment, which is essentially what happens when you make a transfer to an external contract directly from your contract. In this case, rather what it does is it says if you have a balanced draw, it takes those funds and sets it aside in an escrow, and then that escrow can be withdrawn by that contract in a separate transaction. So essentially, because it's in a separate transaction, there is no possibility for reentrancy in that case. And that's the advantage there. So that's a separate model that just provides better security against things like reentrancy.
Withdrawal with gas sounds like the end of every time you eat out at Ruts Hut.
San Francisco that talks more about reentrancy after Istanbul and the current modules that we have. So that was the DAO, pretty famous. But let's get into an even messier hack, one that really I think broke the assumptions that there are coders out there that can't make mistakes. The parity multisig hack that proves that no one is perfect.
Wait.
So the parity
the
multisig
reverse
hack,
is true.
Everyone
thinks coders make mistakes all the time.
So parity is
if something doesn't work, it's the coder's fault.
At the time, they had a parity
Who
node,
came up with coders can't make mistakes? You know who did?
For syncing with the blockchain.
Network ops people did. People who deploy their own network and roll their own crypto.
So there were funds that node controlled.
Put that out there that they can't make mistakes.
Allowed multiple keys to have control of
fucking dumbasses.
And this was all deployed as a smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain. And what this did is essentially it let users create their own multisig contract. But that contract would be dependent on a core library for its logic. So for example, you can see these two contracts below, owner 123, owner 456, both have different balances, both control different funds, but the logic that they would use for deposits and withdrawals and many other things would all depend on this one library contract that they essentially are dependent on. And the reason for this is that you can save a lot of gas costs. You don't have to deploy the same logic over and over again. You can also let, if that team wants to do updates to the library contract, it would automatically apply to the contracts that are dependent on it. So you have a lot of advantages with this, but there are also some vulnerabilities. So an attacker was actually able to find a vulnerability on July 19th, 2017, and stole over 150,000 Ether tokens, or $30 million from 3 high-profile multi-sig contracts that were storing some funds from token sales. And so this was a very significant hack. The attacker was able to do this by obtaining exclusive ownership rights to each multi-sig by calling an initializer function inside the library using delegate call. So I'll get into that in a second in terms of the details of that. But basically, because of the dependency in the library contract, it was an exploitability.
I know what he's saying, and
so there was actually kind of a follow-up to this. It wasn't a hack, but rather more of kind of an accident, more like, where they deployed a new library contract. But there was a bug in that where anyone could call the self-destruct function that would destroy the library contract. And that actually caused $150 million worth of funds to be locked up on November 6th when that function was called, because all of the multi-sig contracts out there that depended on the library contract for its logic no longer had the logic to do withdrawal. So the funds were frozen.
Enjoy this.
So this caused an additional loss on top of the initial hack. So very damaging, and I'd recommend reading the postmortems from Parity below if you want more details on that. But to give you an example, what that hack looked like, and this is actually the code from the hack summarized. You basically have this library contract, and it contains an initialize wallet function that lets you initialize your wallet with the owners and requirements and time locks and things like that. And the idea is that this should only be called once. It should only be called after the contract has been initially created and then no more. And that's the way it was set up. But if you look in the contract victim and you see this fallback function there, you can actually see that there's a way potentially to call it again. So if you go through, you can see that it initially has the logic to handle a deposit, and then otherwise, if there's no deposit or no value attached to that contract or to that payment, you see that essentially it says if there's any data contained in the function call, then the delegate call function will be called on the wallet library and it'll pass that data onward. So basically it says if there's a function that I don't know about, the contract victim doesn't know about, it'll pass that on to the library contract to say, hey, do you know this? Is this a function that you can handle, et cetera? And the attacker could basically use this to call the initialize wallet function. So he basically, gave it the attack his own address and then called the multi-sig contract victim, and it delegated that call to the library contract and allowed him to set his own, or him or her allowed them to set themselves as the owner of that contract. And that's essentially how this hack occurred. So it seems very simple, but it was missed because of visibility. It wasn't clear that the initial wallet function was visible to the contract victim, or rather the dependent contract, even though it really shouldn't have been. So what did we learn from this? So first of all, we learned that anyone can make a mistake because Parity was founded by Gavin Wood, who is the former CTO of Ethereum and the creator of Solidity and the EVM. So he, of all people, should be aware, you would think, of all the pitfalls of using Ethereum smart contracts. It wasn't always clear exactly how involved he was, but he definitely, this was his company, his team. He probably looked at the code at some point. So even the most reputable developers can ultimately make mistakes in this regard. So it was, definitely a great wake-up call to say that, no one is perfect, and we ultimately need to be able to have processes and standards in place to make sure that, any developer can fail. We need to catch that before something like this can occur. The other thing we realized is that functions defaulting to public visibility are a serious issue. It can contribute to exploits such as this one. And so there's actually a change to Solidity in version 0.5, where now it's required that you specify the visibility for all functions. So it won't compile unless you say if it's public or private, so that at least it's clear. Because you notice if I go back to this, there was no function, there was no visibility modifier added to say what the visibility should have been for the wallet. So it defaulted to public, and then that made the attack possible. So the other thing we learned is that complexity can definitely add to security risks. So using libraries and delegate call can increase that because there are definitely more scenarios that can occur. So it was trying to save gas, but that ultimately led to a vulnerability being possible. So it might be better to simplify your code rather than try to make it more complex just to save gas or optimize things. Optimizations are still important. You should still do them as much as possible, but you should always know that there's a potential trade-off to security if you're adding complexity to it. Another important thing is that no bug bounty existed at the time to incentivize the reporting of critical issues. It's not clear if this would have prevented the hack, if the hacker would have preferred to be paid by a bug bounty rather than do the hack. But we know that this has been successful in current times to catch a lot of bugs in production. So ultimately, what we learned is that a bug bounty is essential to catching live issues. That was an option that might have prevented it. We're not sure, but it's one that should have at least been available at the time. And then finally, another thing we learned is that audits are important, and not just important, but they need to be very clear and potentially need to be recurring. There was an audit on the multi-sig wallet at one point, but changes had since been reintroduced before the attack. So it was very unclear which commit had been audited. So it's really clear that we have recurring audits on code if it's changing over time, and that there's clear Git logs to ensure that we know what was audited and when. So naturally, with OpenZeppelin, we do security audits, and we definitely encourage all of our clients to work with us on having a clean Git log to make it clear what was audited, what was patched, what PR, what commit. So it's very clear to the community and to future audits, what should be considered potentially secure and what has not yet been checked. And we do these audits with many teams and many companies out in the world. And we know that there's also a lot of other audit firms out there, and we would encourage everyone to get audits, if not with us, then at least with someone. Another thing that we learned or rather one thing that we are learning at Open Zeppelin is that there are limitations to audits, not because we're not good at our job, we feel very good at our job, but because we're ultimately, there's only so many of us and there's only so many auditors in the entire ecosystem. So having a quality assurance process in place is still critical because ultimately the messier your code is, the more bugs that there are contained in it when we initially go through, especially if they're simple, obvious bugs, the more time that takes away from us to do our job. And so we highly encourage all of our clients and anyone in the industry, anyone deploying smart contracts to go through a rigorous QA process within your team and build that in as a requirement for any code that goes to production or even goes into an audit. You should be doing this regardless of whether you get audits. You should still get audits, but you should absolutely have a QA process that catches as many bugs as possible before the audit even occurs. So maintaining a disciplined Git workflow with a transparent log, having pull requests that are approved and merged with clear understanding of what was changed and when, very important. Having NatSec comments to all contract code and keeping it clean. So we want to make sure that we know, what that code is doing, having an understanding of the arguments and the return values. That makes it far easier to read. We want, you need to be documenting the architecture and relevant protocols. That's another thing that helps with an audit, as well as any community members trying to understand how to use the smart contracts correctly. Sometimes there can be bugs that occur, not because the smart contract has a bug, but because there are users that misunderstand how to use that smart contract, and that causes a loss of funds or other issues to occur. So documenting everything is crucial. Also, running an exhaustive test suite is important. If you make any changes, you're able to test against that. It also makes it clear to both community members and developers and auditors what your code should be doing or what you expect it to do. So having 100% code coverage, or at the very least close to it, another very important step that we want to, we would encourage a lot of projects and protocols out there to follow and adhere to. Also using code libraries, Open Zeppelin is obviously one of them, but there's also a lot of other, contracts out there that people commonly use, such as Compound, Governor Bravo, or the Gnosis multisigs. And we think it's important to try to import those as dependencies through npm or something similar rather than copy pasting the code, just because copy pasting the code doesn't make it clear what version you used. Sometimes there can be bugs introduced. So when you're auditing code, you have to take a closer look at that versus if you're pulling it from an external source that we already know and trust, then that always makes it easier to audit, cuts down on time a bit. And it also just is best practice. And then finally, just having your own internal security reviews, take time exclusively just for digging into the code and making sure it's secure, trying to break it yourself. So I think just having regular times where that's the only thing you're doing, or rather, you finished a big implementation, just try to dig in and see if there's anything you missed. That will really cut down the bugs. We've seen a lot of teams that will catch bugs prior to an audit that we start with them when they're giving more time to do that. And then run bug bounties regularly, like definitely.
I'll be a better recap in a moment, but BRB, I have to run out and get something, but I'm still watching this via my phone. I'll be right back.
Opening the possibility for someone to say, well, I'm only going to get paid for finding this by hacking it. You never want that to be the only option they have. So definitely keep a bug bounty program out there. So with that being said, let's dig into the last hack we'll talk about today. This is a more recent one, the Yearn YDI Vault exploit. This is your example of flash loans and how they are coming for everyone's collateral if you're not careful. So a little quick primer on flash loans. These are a new type of uncollateralized DeFi lending protocols where liquidity is borrowed instantly and repaid in the same transaction block. So this is as opposed to other lending protocols out there where typically you need collateral. So for example, if I wanted to borrow some funds from MakerDAO, I would need to put up some Ether or other funds as collateral, and then I can borrow against it. Usually it's actually over collateralized. But in this case, what you can do with the flash loan is, because it happens in the same transaction block, you actually get guarantees as a lender that someone can pay you back. So for example, if a trader wants to flash borrow an amount just to make a trade, you can borrow that amount, make that trade through some sort of a DeFi protocol or DEX, and then take some profit from that, and then return those funds plus whatever interest to that protocol, all within the same transaction block. So the idea is that if anything happens along the way, or anything could happen along the way that would make it impossible for the trader to repay their loan in full, then the transaction never happens or it gets reverted, and essentially the lender has like a guarantee that they won't lose that money. So this is a really awesome tool for traders and people that want to use more financial products out there. But it also means that people have a very powerful tool set in their a very powerful tool to potentially make profitable hacks by conducting economic attacks. So this was first introduced by Aave in early 2020. So this is still a fairly recent development, but it's definitely gained a lot of traction recently. There's other protocols that now support it. And we now see a lot of exploits using flash loans. So this effectively what they'll do is they'll be able to borrow a lot of money and use that to manipulate on-chain pricing by unbalancing a pool or a DEX and kind of messing with the pricing mechanism by just having so much collateral that it kind of overwhelms the protocol, kind of like just a whale attack, except anyone can be a whale with flash loan. And what these can do is they can take out under collateralized loans as a result. They can trigger liquidations and then also increase the profitability of other exploits. So if they find an exploit that lets them basically mess with the balance of a smart contract or something like that, if they can unbalance pricing, they can potentially increase the profitability of that. So let's look at this specific exploit with Yearn Finance. And Yearn is a lending aggregator. What they essentially do is they optimize token deposits with pools, including the V1Y DAI vault, which utilizes another protocol, Curve Finance, for its strategies. So to give you an idea of this, you have the Yearn YDAI vault, and essentially it's looking at the Curve free pool, which has 3 different stable coins in it, and it uses that to understand the pricing that it uses in its strategies, specifically in how it calculates deposits and withdrawals. So what the hacker was able to do is cause a loss of $11 million to the vault while making a profit of $2.8 million by doing several steps that mess with the price and allowed them to make essentially imbalanced deposits and withdrawals. So essentially what they did is they just made those deposits and withdrawals at an unfavorable exchange rate. And after 38 minutes, the Yearn team was able to mitigate the attack by disabling deposits and saved about 24 million of the 35 million DAI. Could have been a lot worse if they weren't able to do this and saw it immediately. But rather, it still caused a lot of damage. So basically what the attacker was able to do, they were able to receive a flash loan from the lending protocol, imbalance 3 pool using that flash loan, so essentially causing a imbalance that caused the price to be wrong. And then they made deposits into the Yearn YDAI vault, and then a withdrawal, and essentially, got it at an unfavorable price. So to give you a better breakdown of this, there was a diagram built by Steven from our team. Essentially, you can see the attacker depositing funds. So they essentially deposit 2 of the stable coins and withdraw another stable coin tether that causes an imbalance. And then they deposit DAI into the victim vault. And because it's using the exchange rate from 3 pool, it does a deposit and causes a loss. And then the attacker is able to do the deposit back in the 3 pool with the USDT they had originally taken out, withdraw the DAI from the vault at another bad exchange rate, and then withdraw the USDT in the last iteration. So essentially through the whole, and then they do an exchange on mCurve to withdraw USDC in the DAI, and in the end they've ultimately had a very large profit, and the victim vault has lost out. So this shows you, and they were just able to essentially keep repeating this. I think they repeated it about 5 times to make a considerable amount of money. It could have kept going if the vault had not been frozen. So what are some takeaways from this? The first is that flash loans have very much changed the game by making economic attacks far more accessible. So prior to this, there were economic attacks that occurred, but they were kind of only available to whales in terms of actually like changing the pricing on exchanges, or the exchanges just had very low liquidity. So anyone could potentially balance it with a little bit of money, but now flash loans make it possible to do it for anyone that can just do it within a single transaction block. So economic vulnerabilities in your protocol, like the ways that your automated trading strategies could be broken by another trader, are now almost as important as logic bugs, because of the fact that someone could cause nearly as much damage to your protocol as if they were able to break it directly and withdraw funds in an unauthorized way. So definitely an issue that auditors and security teams everywhere need to be aware of. You also have dependencies on decentralized exchanges like Curve and other on-chain pricing, basically opening these protocols up to attack with flash loans and other ways. So we have these dependencies now in the DeFi space, kind of like Legos, where everyone depends on each other for pricing or trading strategies. And so you have to really know the implications of using third-party protocols, especially for on-chain pricing. And so you need to consider using things like off-chain oracles or multiple aggregated oracle pricings to make sure that you're not dependent on just one protocol that could potentially be manipulated. So definitely something to consider. Also, something with flash loans is that they're technically only viable for an attack if they are completed in one transaction block. So while this isn't great, because it definitely could cut back on the user experience by increasing the time it takes to do certain transactions or certain functionality, I consider multi-block flows for sensitive functionality that you don't feel is well protected against a flash loan or something like it. So not a great option, but something to at least consider. And then finally, the attack was really only mitigated by a quick response from the Yearn team when someone noticed that there was a complex transaction pattern occurring, and ultimately that early, that early notice was able to save millions of DAI. And so what we're learning is that fast threat detection and response is critical for protecting user funds. We no longer can treat smart contracts as something where, if you secure the code prior to deploying and then you deploy it, then you should be good. I don't think that was anyone's specific attitude yet, but I think this has shown that there really can't be any more complacency about production code, even if it's a smart contract. You need to be watching that clearly and directly to make sure that if there's an issue, you can respond quickly. So one thing that you can use to respond quickly is Open Zeppelin Defender. So this is a new product that has come out for operations, automation, and secure app infrastructure. It has both a UI and SDK. It provides teams a lot of options to secure their smart contracts and respond to issues. So a few of the features we have, one is admin, which is an interface for contracts administration. You can bring your own keys if you want and use it to basically do specific resolutions, do upgrades, do deployments, anything that requires potentially a multi-sig, or just you want to go through a clear process with your team to ensure that it's deployed correctly. This is a great tool to do it. Another thing we have is Relayer, which is a hosted key solution to ensure they're kept secure, as well as doing reliable transaction delivery. So it's just a way to ensure that when you send a transaction, you're able to sign it securely and get it processed without worrying about specific gas issues or it not going through. The Relayer essentially handles that for you. So especially if it's an important transaction, like pausing a contract that's under attack, you want to get it there as soon as possible, and Relayer helps do that. Another thing we have is auto tasks. This is essentially serverless code for automated tasks and off-chain logic. So these can be handling like specific things like, updating your contract every day for specific things you want to do off-chain, or even responding to things directly that are happening, such as a security incident. And then we also have Sentinels, which are a monitoring tool for monitoring transactions, events, and then triggering notifications and auto tasks for certain things that occur. And then finally, we have Advisor, which is essentially a collection of our blockchain security best practices for you to look through and consider when you're building your projects. So let's take a closer look at Yearn and think about how we could have actually mitigated this even more. So from the Yearn exploit postmortem, we saw that the opportunities to automate detection and mitigation steps for an even faster response, were possible. So, this is from the postmortem. You can see that the complex transaction pattern is what first piqued their interest and caused them to jump into action and pause the contract. So they were able to respond within 11 minutes. Within 11 minutes of noticing the issue occurring, which was probably about a little over 30 minutes after the attack had started to occur, then they were able to respond. And so what we want to see here is that the Yearn team did a great job responding, but what we want to do is provide them a tool that lets them do this even better. So there's a solution that Stephen Lander came up with in a Defender workshop recently that we did that you can see below. But to summarize here, what we can do is we can take the factors that they noticed from the attack, that it was a large complex transaction, which meant there was a lot of gas being used. And there were also multiple functions being called all in the same transaction. There was an earn function, a withdrawal function, a deposit function. These are all things that might cause you to worry. If someone's doing deposit and withdrawal, then they might be doing that specifically because they're causing a trade imbalance, for example. And then we can also see that there was loss of funds. We see that the balance is going down after each transaction and that there are probably a lot of funds being lost. We can compare this from this block to the previous block to see that this is not a normal occurrence. So ultimately, these are all factors that you can use to take into account on how to prevent this sort of attack. So looking at kind of a solution that we can put together using Defender and the parameters we just discussed. we can basically take a step through each one of them. So like with the admin tool, you can use that as an interface for contracts administration and use that to deploy Gnosis Safe contract that lets you have a 2 out of 3 multi-sig arrangement. And then use that to control your Vault contract. So you can do things like upgrade it or pause it directly from this admin. So that's a great way to ensure that your team is able to securely respond to things with a clean interface or however method you prefer, whether you're using our keys we're hosting for you or keys that you have yourself. Will work well either way. And then when you have that Vault contract deployed, you want to be able to keep an eye on it. So you can use Sentinels to monitor the function calls and events. If there's anything fishy going on, or if there's any specific events you want to know about, you can get notifications through email, Slack and Discord, Telegram, or even Datadog. And if we want to, let's say, specifically look for high gas usage, we can trigger Sentinel to respond to that and notify it. And we can also have Sentinel invoke an auto task. So what auto tasks can do is they're either triggered by scheduler webhook or, of course, a Sentinel. And that can execute custom code, such as a way to analyze the transactions occurring to determine, hey, are any of these factors matching potential attack vectors? So it can determine if there's a loss in the contract, if that's causing the balances to drop significantly. And then it can send a webhook to the team for an alert notification if the loss exceeds the threshold. And that team can then respond manually by going to the admin panel and then pausing that contract. Another way they could do it optionally is they can actually send the mitigation transaction through the relayer. So basically, instead of even having to wait for someone to get online and press the button and pause the contract, you can actually let the system do it itself, where the relayer will send a transaction to the Vault contract and pause it directly. So you have these two options for ways to respond to attacks. And ultimately, what we want to do with Defender is make it easier for people to have clear security operations that let them respond to attacks quickly and effectively, because time is of the essence, and this is a system we think would definitely improve that. And I know that your team is now using Defender, so we're hoping that definitely improves them as well. So in summary for this whole talk, what we've gone over are 3 major hacks and what we've learned. So with the DAO hack, we showed contracts can be broken from an external attack using reentrancy. Ultimately, smart contracts are a new paradigm. There's going to be a lot we have to learn security. So using simple modular code that's been battle tested and built with Ethereum security in mind is crucial. Opens up in contracts is definitely a standard we believe in, but there are other contracts out there that also are good to use in certain scenarios that are battle hardened. So better to use these simple systems that already exist rather than build it from scratch yourself. The parity multisig hack showed that any skilled developer can make mistakes. So we really need audits and bug bounties and an internal QA process to ensure that we keep the smart contract secure. So there should never be a dependency on one person being smart enough to avoid a mistake. We should have multiple steps in place throughout the process of building code and securing it prior to deploying it to make sure that we're not going to miss anything. And even if we miss something, we have bug bounties to ensure that if someone does find a bug, they have a chance to report it and make money rather than hack and make money, and the team is in a far worse position. So all these things we think are essential for any project that's handling millions of dollars. And then finally, the Yearn Wide-Eye Vault exploit, along with similar exploits, are showing the growing prevalence of economic attacks using flash loans. So we're just seeing a very, the attack surface is growing. There's more complexity involved with DeFi protocols than we're used to in the past. So ultimately, you need to have operational security as well as kind of a post-deployment security plan. So being able to respond to incidents quickly it's going to be critical to mitigate these unforeseen attack vectors. So there's always going to be something you potentially miss, and having a way to respond to the things you miss and mitigate the damage, if not prevent it entirely, is really crucial. And every team that's deploying smart contracts should be keeping that in mind and using tools to protect against it. Defender is one option we highly recommend, but if you want to go with building that code yourself or
Give me a
whatever
moment, I am back.
you think is best, we would encourage you to at least have something. We just see Defender as the best tool because you obviously have everything ready to go right out of the box. So ultimately, the attack surface is growing for smart contracts, and you really need to be keeping an eye on how this complexity changes if you're going to be making deployments in this space. We have attacks frequently. Right after DEFCON, there was a $600 million attack with Poly Network. That's like kind of a cross-chain protocol. So, I mean, cross-chain interactions are a whole thing we didn't even get into in this talk, but it's becoming a growing area of potential attack. So ultimately, developers really need good security practice, both before and after deployment, to mitigate these sorts of issues. We'll probably be seeing more hacks in the future, and the best thing that every team can do is to ensure that they are covering all the bases possible. Learn from these past hacks, so at the very least, those aren't something you have to worry about. And for the hacks you can't foresee, being able to respond to them quickly is going to make the biggest difference. So last but not least, just consider what we have at OpenZeppelin. We have a contracts library that most people now use, but we also have an audit team that works closely with a lot of the best teams in the space to ensure that we have, they have secure code. We catch bugs, we release reports, allow the community to read through them and understand them. And then we also have a Defender product that lets teams manage their smart contracts securely and respond to threats quickly. So that's it for this talk. Won't have any questions here since this is virtual, but I do encourage you to check out OpenZeppelin after this. I have links here for contracts, our audits, our Defender tool. We also have a jobs posting. We're hiring security engineers and open source developers to work on these sorts of tooling and audit these sorts of projects. We also have a forum where you can ask security best practices, either about our tools or about general smart contract issues that you might have, and also read our documentation for more details on what we support. For example, Defender supports not just Ethereum, but Binance Smart Chain, Arbitrum, Moonbeam, and many other EVM-based blockchains out there. And then finally, if you have any questions or you just want to reach out, I'm available at that email, LinkedIn, Twitter, or whatever you prefer. So thank you for listening to this talk, and I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, that was the as I pause it there, right on his face too. That's what she said. That's how they like it, like right on their face. Right there. You give them a blockchain necklace, like the one that G.I. Jack provides me every time we do a crypto baron. But yeah, that was a talk about a list of various attacks that were done on Ethereum networks, and not just the network itself, but just network overall. That's where the sound's coming from. It's like being an operator in the Matrix where I have all these windows open, except just one Windows, which is funny. But yeah, crazy stuff, man. Question out there for people in chat. First of all, Nathan's been I'm going to mute this for a moment, highly entertaining us with some of the volunteer stuff. Apparently he has a lot of stories that he, rightfully so, does not want to talk about. But one thing I will ask in chat, and I kind of wish I had, because we do have a voting system up, but we don't have, first of all, thank you, Nathan, for talking about all the stuff there. If you ever wanted to come on Crypto Barons, or hell, even one of our DCG 201 meetings, please let us know. Basic Trade asked us about if there's a video of this hosted somewhere. I'm not going to post the direct link, but that YouTube channel I just posted in chat is the Blockchain Village. You can search Blockchain Village or Blockchain Village YouTube, and you will get the results. But to make it super easy, that's the direct YouTube channel. You can find that and many more hacks. And the reason why I paused it on here is because I want everyone to know. Unfortunately, I don't have the voting system up because I wasn't thinking this far ahead. But what do you personally think was the most evil of the smart contract hacks that's happened on Ethereum? Was it the DAO hack, where everyone just assumed, like I warned at the previous main DEFCON talk, that just by having a smart contract means you're wearing a bulletproof vest when you're not? The multi-sig hack, where someone just basically was like a combination of like teabagging an opponent in Halo while grabbing their arm and smacking them with it, yelling at them, "Why are you hitting yourself?" Or the Urine Wide vault, with that sort of like attacks where they just endlessly spun up different accounts and just did a multi-loan thing, kind of like what you would expect, like a fiat payment system. Yeah, the Urine hack. Yeah, it was coordinated, and this is what I like about this too. This talk is that it's also going in the order of progress, meaning the DAO hack was the oldest and the Urine one is the newest. It was a heist. So you actually can see that as cryptocurrencies become more mainstream and popular, again, as I wrote in chat, Visa now does NFTs. I literally remember when 2 years ago, where Visa was like, "Oh, there's that riffraff of those kids playing with those crypto stuff. We are a big banking agency. We're not involved in that." And then this year, they're like, "Hey, we're going to lose our minds. We're just going to completely comply with dumb Sestafosa stuff because of a New York Times article, which is going to kill the entire internet. But screw the entire internet because we're better. Also, now we're going to invest in NFTs, even though we made fun of it 2 years ago." Like, that's how much progress has been made of all of this. We're now even like honestly, I'll tell you the thing I'm afraid of. Whether you like him or not, I am still shocked, and this is terrible because I don't want to give people ideas. I'm actually shocked there's not like a Trump coin or like a freaking what do you call that group? A QAnon coin or something like that. I mean, we had Corona coin. That's something I'm going to cover in the future. That existed once based on, it was literally proof of death where the coin, I shit you not, was in direct proportion to the public listings of how many deaths globally from the coronavirus. And on one hand, I'm actually shocked that there's no like MAGA coin essentially. On the other hand, I kind of get why, because it's the same thing where people keep expecting to find like QAnon terrorists on some .onion site, V3 onion somewhere, or like some sort of like triple encrypted thing on the I2P network, when it's just a .com address. So it's kind of the same thing of like, why would Gab and stuff need to have a cryptocurrency when all of their benefactors is stuff like Visa? Like, it's just the normal banking system. The Trump coin is the US dollar bill. So, like that, like, even if this was like the Democrats doing this in the United States, like, I'm shocked that doesn't happen. But then when you kind of think about it, it makes sense because, established people, even if they come into the cryptocurrency sphere and the decentralized app sphere and stuff like that, they're going to bring their establishment values with them. See, when we covered DM a couple of episodes ago, which is Facebook's centralized in a like blockchain and name only system. So it's stuff like that. Right, and that's the whole thing. It's supposed to be a public utility. Basically, as cryptocurrency and Elon Musk go on, we in the same, that meme of we strayed further away from God? We strayed further away from Nakamoto as time goes on, aka the hipster effect. But regardless of that, sorry to dump on, but I was just wondering, like, Basic Basis Trade said his. I want to know which one you think. I do agree with the Yearn one. I'm kind of leaning to the DAO hack just because I was complaining for years about the virtues of the what is it called? The benevolent, the banality of evil through defaults, which is something I'm very familiar with the privacy field, where like, it's the same reason why Windows is on every computer. The reason why Google is such a popular search engine is not because of some like, they do this, but it's not like they like pay world governments to like install Google into people's brains per se. It's because when you get any device and any web browser, Google is the default search engine and no one changes it. So it's that sort of same thing where I was telling people like, just because you have a blockchain, just because you have a smart contract, you're better than most, which is not saying much. But you're still vulnerable. Like, just having the thing, it's like that they say about blues. It's not enough to know what notes you play. You need to know why they need to be played. Like, I'll put it this way. Just because you're wearing a bulletproof vest does not mean you are actually bulletproof. People can stab through it. People can shoot around the thing. They can shoot at other exposed parts of your body. They can make you fall off a cliff. Like, just having it doesn't mean you're immortal. And it's the same thing with smart contracts and blockchain and a bunch of other stuff. Just because of that, just because you have those things doesn't mean you're automatically secure. Like, security is in layers, it's in threat modeling, and, which is probably going to be the scary part of all of this, right? And this is actually one thing that I personally agree that currently fiat banks have over cryptocurrency. And it's not because fiat banks are better. In the same way cryptocurrency is not better. It's just different systems, right? And the thing about it is that many cryptocurrencies are decentralized. And even if the currency themselves are not decentralized and are encrypted, many of the trading posts are. Like, well, a lot of people actually use. Especially as decentralized exchanges, which we're going to go into in a future episode of Crypto Barons, become more common. So, like, my issue is that with fiat currencies, it's really easy for a bank to have an exit plan. So, like, banks know they're going to get hacked, and they're not, despite their arrogance everywhere else, banks are not high on themselves to think that they're not going to get hacked. That's why you don't see any bank advertise anymore since like the 90s that they're hacker proof. That doesn't exist. Banks have been hacked since not only just since banks existed, bank heists, like the same way the Y Die vault was a heist, a legit heist. But if you talk about like electronics, there are hacks that people did through the Telegram network, not Telegram on your phone app. The beep 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 beep, Abraham Lincoln with the beard and the hat, that era, banks were getting hacked with fraudulent accounts. In fact, a lot of the same attacks are the same stuff that you see now in cryptocurrencies, such as multi-sig, double dipping, things like that, have existed since then. And so instead of focusing on trying to be hack-proof per se, it's not that they don't have any preventive measures. What fiat banks have is a in case the shit hits the fan clause. So, like, I've had this happen to me. I've had it where despite all my stuff, just because of them, someone left a ham sandwich near a router at a bank, and all of a sudden I check, and for like an hour, I'm negative $2 billion, right? And what does the bank do? They call me up, they let me know something happened, they apologize, they do some wiggity-woo magic, and now my bank is the sad $2.50 and a halfpenny that it was before it got hacked. That's the real security with most banks and fiat currency. It is extremely difficult to do this with cryptocurrency because a lot of the exchanges, as well as the federations around, sometimes by design, for example, Monero, are decentralized. And so one that puts basically the pressure and technically the blame on the user, even if it's not their fault. Like if it's a coding error, it's not the user's fault, but because there's no one to answer to. It's similar to web browsers where in order to get like good security, you have to harden your web browser. Even if it's just clicking on with add-ons and clicking features on and off, you have to harden them because even with something like Brave, and here comes a new instant reward, there's no default that's going to make you like, you can have decent security out of the box, but you can always have better security if you do things yourself. And it seems like that is going to be partly the way forward with cryptocurrencies just because of how they're designed. And then you also have to have the accountability, which there needs to be designed, even if decentralized, for different exchanges, and more importantly, the foundations on these sort of stuff, which is why you have those hilarious things where an exchange will just disappear and their website is basically an image of Goatsy and ASCII. That sounds like a TV show, Goatsy and ASCII, but like that, saying, haha, bye motherfuckers, and they're gone. A bank can't really do that. Even during market crashes, banks don't do that because they have to be basically held accountable for at least that. And so trying to figure out how to do that with exchanges and foundations, when so much of this stuff is decentralized, and to be honest, most of the stuff is at best startups and at worst snake oil groups, this is where things become difficult. This is where it's still kind of wild west. So, like, while I am interested in hardening security of various blockchains, we also need to be thinking about not if our chains can get hacked, if our wallets can be broken into, but what's our exit plan if they do? Do we have to tell users to make multiple wallets and spread their finances out, which is something I recommend to do in exchanges? Do we have to do a bunch of policy stuff relating to accountability if we are part of an organization that's doing a cryptocurrency or an exchange? Similar to fiat banks, we're going to have to think about this, but because of the way it's set up, it's not going to be cut and dry like the way fiat banks have. Yep, banks always get hacked every day. Before we go on, I also want to give a congratulations to Michael, because you see where my finger's pointing? If you didn't notice, that's his camera. He's teeny tiny. Like, I have this downloaded at like 4K, and he literally is a postage stamp in his own talk. He is so passionate about his talk that, unlike me, where even though most of the screen here is for you guys, you can still see, like, my not germ-spreading face with my crazy hair, because, like, all of us on live streaming are that egocentric. He is so passionate about what he's saying that he's like, I don't care that I look like that I'm physically on the moon from Earth. I'm still presenting this. I'm basically turning my camera on because the Blockchain Village asked me to. So bravo to him. for A, is awesome talk, and B, making himself literally Tenchi Mueo, no need for Michael in the corner. He is literally the eighth wheel in his own talk. I think that's just absolutely amazing. So that was let's go back to browser here. That was the blockchain village. So as we said, it was hybrid for the blockchain village this year. Like most things at DEF CON, and we're going to see this in the other two villages, they had a bunch of public talks, and they had a ton of talks that were in person. I don't know if Nathan can tell us if those talks were recorded or going to be posted later on DEF CON itself, like we theorized, or if that was like an exclusive, like Sky Talks, you had to be there, man, sort of thing. But it's awesome that most of these people have hybridized and did all this stuff. So that was the blockchain village. And if you want to look up more of the blockchain village, again, I'm going to put the URL in the chat. So that's the blockchain village's website. They're like the oldest village for this. They're there every year. And then just because people were asking, I'm not going to post to this direct talk. There's so many other cool talks. We almost did a talk about 51% attacks for the blockchain village. And instead did it with the Ethereum hacks just because I thought it'd be more interesting. But go check out the other talks. This is their YouTube channel directly because they never put a name for their channel despite being around for like 4+ years. So let's get into the other things. Also, we are going to bring up Red again, but we're going to go through the we're going to go through at least one more village because I downloaded the video. We're going to bring up Red, and then we're going to load up a different video while we talk about while I try to do a tech thing online again. This is going to be a long one. We have at least an hour or two more, so have a sandwich. This is going to be nuts. So we just covered, just as a recap, the main DEF CON 29 talk on blockchain and cryptocurrency tech, on, as they called it, how I use JSON decentralization 0-day to steal your money on the blockchain, which in reality should be the why the fuck is Tron not using something better than HTTPS on their blockchain. But I guess they wanted to, I think if they did that, the Tron Foundation would have sued them. Kind of like I'm actually shocked that DLive has not been delisted right now because we just posted this talk on there, essentially. Because that was a brutal hack. That was brutal. Wasn't the most advanced hack, but like in terms of going after the jugular, that was brutal. It was so brutal you could make a death metal album NFT off of it. But I digress. Great, very great talk. And also, congratulations if I didn't bring up to them. They're from mainland China! So, like, I know what it's like as someone who's learned Japanese and pieces of other languages to have to speak in front of a room of native speakers of a language that even if you're studying it for years is not your main language. So, bravo to Xing and Wu for being brave enough to do this presentation for for 45 minutes in a secondary language that's not their native language to their country. Like, bravo to them for that. And again, we looked at the blockchain village, one of the three main villages this year at DEF CON. I want to go on a detour a bit before we cover this next one and bring up something else. I'm not going to go into super depth on this, but even older than the blockchain village, there's been this amazing game. I'm putting the link in chat called CoinDroids. Not going in depth because you can find the Crypto Barons episode last year where we did this live. We did it live, so I'm not going to log in or anything, but this is kind of neat. Think of it as like if Pokemon took place in the Cyberpunk 2077 universe, except CoinDroids is way more well-coded, built, and not overhyped, unlike Cyberpunk 2077. So think of it that way. So basically, and there's a chicken one there, you build all of these like robots. They're kind of like your Pokemon. You can update different stats, and everything relies on cryptocurrency and the blockchain they're running. So the main thing, and they may have just, I don't know if they switched to this exclusively, but we did it with Ethereum. Now, this project is so old, and I'm not going to bring this up because we did it last episode. It originally used, did a lot of people, okay, so here's a fun factoid. Do you know that DEF CON used to have its own cryptocurrency? It did. It was called DEFCOin. Literally, DEFCOIN. Again, I'm not going to go into it because we covered it last year. Same bat time, same bat place on Crypto Barons. You can go and check that out after the stream. And we covered it. The problem is that project has been dead since at least 2018. So even though I think last year you could still use DEFCOin if you had it, and we actually ran the DEFCON wallet. We just had nothing in it, and there's nothing to mine from. They switched over to Ethereum tokens, so we actually used Ethereum. And not only do you use Ethereum to upgrade your robots, but you also use it to do the attack and defenses, because that's the whole thing. You make these like cyborg, and as Arnold says, cybernetic organisms, and then you have them all attack each other. And it's really neat. Like they have a comic every year, and it kind of avoid well, that too, but it like evolves the like there's like a whole story for Coinoids. What did I say? Poland? Portland. Okay, 2015 Portland. I'd rather be 2015 Portland than Portland right now. But yeah, there's like a whole story behind it and everything. This is like literally like crypto games have become hugely popular now, and this was one of the first crypto games that's so old that it predates Ethereum, or at least their adoption of it, and it was unique to DEFCON and still is. It happens every year, so even though we're not going as in-depth as we did last time where we actually played this game, I want to give a huge shout-out to them. So, we're actually going to... I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this in order. So, I think what we're going to do is we're going to cover most of this village, and then we're going to talk a bit more about Redcoin and how they did this ETF. I'm going to do a bit more research while the other village. And then we're going to save one particular village last. And we're basically going to show one video from another village while trying to do something from the other village after we see their talks. Does that make sense? I know it probably doesn't make sense. I'm like a rambling madman, but we're going to get into that. Speaking of which, again, if you like what you see so far, you can like, share, subscribe to us on Twitch, Live, and YouTube. Unfortunately, we don't have access to PeerTube and Facebook as of now. I apologize for that. That was a budget and logistical thing, but we will have it up and running as soon as possible. I'll put it this way, we'll have it up and running before our main meeting on September 17th, so check that out. When you do follow us, you've been seeing through the episodes, we get notifications and cheer you on. Especially, we've been cheering on, because my brain died, we've been cheering on Basic Trade because he's the one who got us to 100 DLive followers, which means we're in process of updating our DLive account. So cross your fingers that DLive says yes. We believe we reached all the qualifications. The only one we couldn't get was the 100 followers on DLive, and Basic Trades allow us to do that. So again, thank you so much for doing that. We're actually going to shout you out again at the end and post the link to your DLive again. Because, again, you're the one who did it. You're still the reason why we're at 100 followers. Thank you so much. But let's get going. So it's going to be confusing. We're basically going to do a village, then go back to red, and then we're going to do 2 villages at the same time, like we're like split roasting them or something. That's what we're going to do. Again, also, I love that you all have been talking in chat and stuff. I also love all you lurkers out there. I hope you're learning a lot. Keep lurking and keep learning. And let's continue on with more stuff here. So, so we just covered main DEFCON, and we covered the blockchain village. Now, this is kind of funny, this next village we're going to cover. So, this was listed both by us and DEFCON, even though we knew the truth behind this, because there's a mystery, okay? This is, like, I don't have it now, but imagine, like, you know, the X-Files music. Like, they said the cryptocurrency village is a new village for this year. I want to believe. So if you can't tell by the symbols, this used to be the Monero village. This is the second oldest cryptocurrency village, not Coinoids. Coinoids is the game. Second oldest village. So it used to always be the blockchain village and the Monero village. And you're probably like, well, why Monero? Well, simply put, as I share the URL to the new village, Monero is not only one of the biggest cryptocurrencies. We covered it last year on our September episode, as well as our October episode. I think we did what was called security coins, and then it came from the deep web, and we covered a dead Monero project, an undead Monero project, as you could say. So not only is one of the big ones, but it's a big one on the dark web because of its properties that I'm not going to go into right now. And it's also big because since of those type of properties, hackers use it the most. And so the Monero community, who's kind of made up of hackers themselves, realized that. So they wanted to make sure that Monero and other cryptocurrencies work. So kind of the way this used to work is the blockchain village focused more on blockchains themselves, and they more focused on like wallets and smart contracts as well. The cryptocurrency village, while there is definitely overlap, and you're going to see overlap between the three of these, think of the three villages we're covering, like when we talk about the lockpicking tool village, the bypass village, and the rogues village, and how they all intersect each other. And there might be a physical security village eventually at some point. These are kind of the same weird trinity where they have crossovers. They have a lot of crossover, but they're very distinct from each other. The Monero village mainly focused on actual cryptocurrencies themselves, and it more also focused on like more undergroundy type of hacks, as well as also like more of the financial side and the hacks around them than the pure coding side. I think what they realized is that probably because it was called the Monero Village, that they could. It's kind of like that meme going around from Freakazoid, where there's that thing where Freakazoid. It's an old cartoon because I'm old. Asked Cosgrove, "Hey, why are you not married? Like everyone else on the police force is married." And Cosgrove, who's a police officer, says, "Because I like eating meat too much." And then Freakazoid goes, "You know you can get married and have someone who's cool with you eating meat a lot." And Cosgrove like pauses and he goes, "I never thought of it that way." I think that's what the Monero Village did, where it was kind of like, "Hey, why are you just called the Monero Village? Why just Monero?" And they're like, "Well, because, you know, that's our background and our foundation, and, like, we acknowledge other cryptocurrencies and we talk about them, but, like, that's our whole thing." And it's like, you know, you could be called just the Cryptocurrency Village, but still have it mostly focus on Monero. And they were like, "I never thought of it that way." So basically this year in 2021, the Monero Village was no more, and then out of its ashes came the Cryptocurrency Village. And you can even see it in the scheduling that we're going to look at. It's a bit more well-rounded. It was also a hybrid. They had a short thing on Thursday where they opened up the actual physical village, and then Friday through Sunday, which is main DEFCON, they had all these different talks and stuff. Object storage. They had one canceled one, which actually sounded kind of neat. Public privacy on public blockchains with SGX. I would have really loved to see that. Maybe I could reach out to those people and see if they want to do it for a DCG 201 thing. Hardware wallet show and tell. That's something we're going to make a comment of. Same thing with State of Cryptocurrency. I'll put it this way. They had a lot of good, interesting talks. We're not going to see a talk next, okay? Here's the reason why. It's not because of any of these talks were bad, and they also had like a whole demo labs there. The problem was is they had really, it's kind of like crypto. They had a lot of very interesting talks, but, and I'm not going to play this because I don't want to kill anyone's ears watching the stream. I'll put it this way. All the talks are the stuff they recorded at DEFCON 29 itself. And I'm convinced that they got the audio video people from DEFCON, like back when DEFCON 10 existed. Because the audio was just pure ear-melting audio. There's a lot of people like this, and the volume level was off the charts, and it turned your spine into glass, and you would diarrhea your own eardrums. It was so awful. But we are going to watch two things from this village that are not talks. Like, I really wanted to show you the ransomware one. I really wanted to show you the railgun one, which was the only one that didn't have crappy audio. But we're going to see two things from them. We're going to watch a video by the folks at, and I'm trying to remember their name. We're going to see it. They're like their own Monero talk show, and they're kind of like independent, but also sponsored by Monero. It's kind of like the Hope radio station, Radio Statler, where it's like we're at the con and we like are part of core staff at the con, but core staff mostly doesn't tell us what to do. We act as like our independent agency. That's what apparently this thing is. And there's a dumb coffee ad in the beginning that I'm going to skip and stuff that's like Monero coffee. Because like Monero is like the US military now where they have their own brands. It's weird. But there was a good video by them where they interviewed one of the speakers there, and it kind of gave a whole recap on what Monero is, what the cryptocurrency village is with the rebranding, and what is it like being a hybrid con and stuff like that. And then, which is the last thing we're going to do, we're going to explain this. There was a Monero party, and I'm not going to go into details, but every year there's a Monero after party. And I'm going to play that video, but I'm also going to be doing something else while we watch it. And if we fail, we'll watch it for like 10, 15 minutes. But if I succeed, we're just going to keep going and have this video in the background as I try to literally hack away at this. So while I set up the red stuff, let's look at the cryptocurrency village and kind of see what it was like by the awesome, I think they're called Monero Sound, which is that independent agency I talked about. So let's see what they're all about.
Coffee and Monero as much as we do? Consider making
is the stupid
gratuitous.org
ad.
your daily cup.
Skip.
Pay with Monero for premium fresh beans, and if you like what you taste, send a
Skip.
Android too. Cake
Yep.
quality.
There we go.
This week on Monero Talk.
Monero Talk, that's what they're called.
From DEFCON 29 in Las Vegas, Douglas Tuman interviews Francisco Cabañas, aka Arctic Mine, a member of the Monero core team. The two discuss his DEFCON talk about Monero scaling opportunities and challenges. Monero Talk starts now.
All right, Francisco, aka Arctic Mine. How you doing?
I'm doing really good.
So what's your take on DEFCON so far? This is a little bit of an odd year. We got the masks on.
Well, it's a DEFCON with masks. It's a bit of a difficulty getting back to Canada, so that's a major issue. So it kind of slows everything down. There's less people. There's less attendance. But it's a good try.
Yeah. But
Hopefully
overall pretty good, right? I'm impressed by the village here, the crypto village. What's nice is we got to meet a lot of people that actually don't already know about Monero.
That's good. And also, we got to meet some of the old people also in person. 18 months is a long time.
Too long. I'm looking forward. Are you gonna be at that?
Oh yes. When is it?
I hate to sound weird, but doesn't he sound like Kermit the Frog?
I don't know. What is MoneroCon? I don't know, but I think it's
sounds
like maybe
South
a year
American
from now
Kermit
or
the
6 months
Frog.
from now.
That's what my understanding is.
I think they're thinking Germany, right? I think
It's an
Germany.
awesome
yeah.
voice.
But
The old idea was to do it in Berlin, and then COVID came in. So now 2 years later, we're going to go back to do that. That's good.
yeah, I can't wait. But you gave a great talk today, as always. Theme was Monero scalability. Is that correct?
Well, not just Monero. We know Monero scales. It's the issues also in some of the other coins. I mean, Bitcoin has a serious problem with scalability. But even the so-called big blocker coins, they're going to have a big problem with security. And Ethereum has not solved the fee problem.
I do want to pause this to say two things. One, I love the proper social distancing going on. So, like, it's kind of like, I'm not saying that there's not unscrupulousness in, like, cryptocurrency stuff, especially with the amount of snake oil sales and stuff going on. But it's nice to know that despite, like, Monero, we're made up of a bunch of hackers and we're, like, the cryptocurrency and money for hackers all underground, that, like, they're actually being distant. Well, meanwhile, like, what was that Onion article where they were like, Florida's governor is locking down the state because too many people are vaccinated? And it's like, you're just like, the Onion, back when you used to do fake news and now you're basically a legitimate news organization because we live in that type of hell. So it's just kind of nice to see cryptocurrency groups be way better than the United States government on these sort of things. And what was the second thing? That was one of the talks that I wanted to stream. There was the scalability one, the railgun one, and the hardware wallet showcase, which he was also at. But again, you can go check out the videos. Like, if there's one thing the cryptocurrency village, and it's weird because the previous years, while sometimes the volume was a little low, there was no static when they talked. You could hear everything. Honestly, they did things pretty well, whether it was all virtual last year or in person previous years with recording. For some reason this year, all the audio came out as dog shit. So I don't know if they have to, like, fire their audio video team or retrain them or get new people or hire, like, Neo or something in order to do it, which is one of the members, XIO from DCG 201, who's currently on fire right now at the Fail Factory, as he usually is. But yeah, like, I wanted to show so many talks that had very cool ideas behind them, but you either couldn't hear them or there were chainsaws going through your ear holes. It was really bad. That's why I'm playing this video. So anyhow, let's continue to find out about scalability in the village.
So, what I'm most interested in right now, in terms of taking advantage of your brain here, is how do you feel about
That needs to be a
the
shirt.
recent rise in transactions that we're seeing in Monero? Have you been able to gather any further insight into Monero, given that we're now actually starting to see these high transaction volumes versus things just being theoretical? We're starting to actually see things in action, right? So I assume we're seeing dynamic block size actually play out and
By the way,
scale
if
up
I ever get
dynamically.
into
I mean,
porn,
are you
my
getting
porn
any
name's going to be
new
dynamic block
insights
size.
into what Monero was designed to do now that we're actually seeing it happen in the real world?
Okay, the first thing, we're still in the a free space zone. So we haven't triggered the dynamic block size. So we did trigger it during the high fee period before we went to bulletproofs.
Okay, I thought it was recently triggered. It wasn't recently triggered.
Definitely not. Okay. No. Now, what's happened in Monero over the last 3 years has been a steady increase in transaction rate, roughly equivalent to 2.5 to 3 times a year. So that's basically what we've seen in Monero. And if you take the long-term trend, it's very much, in my opinion, driven by adoption. And the reason I say this is because the price hasn't really done that particularly exciting. So what we're seeing is a lot of straightforward adoption. We saw a bit of a peak just when you would expect it in December. A lot of people were thinking it was spam attacks and whatever, but it looked to me a lot like it was just simply a peak in retail adoption ahead of Christmas. It's not as measurable. It's not a 24 thing because it's still dominated by speculators and investors, but that's what I'm seeing. And it's a mix, I think, in both regular markets and also the darknet markets.
Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of real-world use now too, right? So you said back in December, but now it's the volume is spiking right now. It seems like, right?
Well, I mean, one of the things I mentioned, it could well be Dogecoin just dropped. And I suspect people are using it for things like buying prepaid value with stores. And they're using for that. And it could just as well move from Dogecoin to Monero because Dogecoin prices went up. Dogecoin historically had a lot of retail transaction that people didn't realize for what it was doing. And the minute the price went up and the fees didn't go up, they went somewhere, and I suspect it might have gone to Monero. Because that's very unusual what we just saw, this flip. Now, the other one that's fallen in transaction rates drastically is Dash, and it's also below Monero.
And those coin, well,
We
you're saying
covered both
Doge
Monero
fell
and
in
Dash last year
transaction
in
volume
September
primarily
about our security
because
coins.
it became very expensive to transact.
Oh, yes,
crypto
absolutely.
matters.
I mean, what you had in Doge was an increase of about 200 times in the price. And they didn't change the minimum node relay fee. So you had a 200-fold increase in the node relay fee. So they went from about well under a cent to about $2.
No, so wouldn't Monero potentially face the same problem if, it 10x'd in price or whatever it may be?
Well, it has to 10x in price without any change in the block size. And that is very difficult to do. And this is one of the main things that people realize. The minute you increase the price of Monero a factor of 10, you're going to increase the transaction rate, and then you're going to trigger the dynamic block size. And then what's going to happen is you're going to see this dynamic fee dropping by a factor of essentially twice as much. The square of it. So you're going to see the square going up. That's what you're going to see. So it's going to mitigate that. So yes, you might see a 10-fold increase in Monero prices and fees go up by a factor of 3 or something. The other thing to bear in mind is we still saw very low fees. So even if you had like 100-fold, we might see fees go up 10-fold. So you're still hitting 10 cents. And then it corrects back down when the median settle and whatever. But one thing I will say, it's very important to give it freedom to breathe with a long-term median so you have the growth in there. So this is very important for Monero to ensure that that's happening. So we've got to be careful with the parameters. It's not as simple as it meets the eye. But My opinion is the way with the proposal that's currently going to for the next card fork, that we should be pretty much under control.
Yeah, exciting to see the transaction volume grow so much. Do you think maybe it was, potentially a network attack? I know are some of the theories that people have thrown around.
I don't think so. A lot of people are very afraid of spam attacks, and they should be, because with a privacy, you got to be careful how you're pricing and all that. But what I've seen is a trend of about 2 to 3 times, going back to about 2019. And if that continues, we're going to trigger normally, we're going to trigger the dynamic block size in about a year, maybe under a year. Now, here's the thing. If there's a sudden increase in the price of Monero, this trend will be broken on the upside. This is exactly what happened in 2016, and you saw transaction rates in Monero go up by a factor of 10 in a very short period of time, about a 3-month period. And if you look at the chart from there, and that's when Monero went
I have to
really
go
up
get some
price.
water. I'll be right back. This
So
interview
that
goes
can
on
happen.
for like
So I'm
16 more
assuming
minutes.
that this sort of sideways market continues. If there is a breakout on the upside, then we will see a significant increase in transaction rates.
We'll see dynamic block size in action.
Definitely.
No, yeah, I don't know why I was mistaken. I thought we did hit it recently. That's why. But I guess so we haven't even really gotten close to triggering dynamic block size yet.
We're at about I would say 40% of it right now. We did, but so that's where we are right now, roughly.
So, long term, what does it look like in terms of the usability of Monero on chain? I mean, who knows how many people are actually using? But let's say we get to that point, ideally, where hundreds of millions of people are transacting with Monero. What would the fee structure, or what would the fees look like under such scenario? I know it's hard to say. I mean, price is obviously going to be completely different than what it is today. But is the idea that it would all kind of balance out to the point where fees would effectively stay low enough to still be used as a transactional currency?
The exact opposite. Fees will likely fall.
Right.
Significant.
They would. Well, not opposite. So the fee. That's what I'm saying. The fees will stay low, if not go lower.
No, they will go low. I'd be surprised if they stay the same. In fact, what I would expect to see happen is a significant drop in fees. So what's going to happen with the proposal, goes in the hard fork, fees will go up by a factor of 5 initially, and that just makes it to hit that dynamic fee following the square. And so you go from about 0.2 cents if prices stay the same to about 1 cent for the low fee, the minimum fee. And then what I would expect it to do is, on average, that fee in real terms will
Hello,
go down.
boys. I'm back.
Because at this stable growth is likely going to just follow the quadratic, and the price is likely to increase, but not as much as just a straight square of the block size. So what's going to happen is you're going to see fees drop significantly.
So just from my own understanding, so the rate of fees is going to be falling faster probably than the rate at which the price of Monero goes up, and thus fees, the real world cost of fees is probably going to go down over time as more transactions are jammed into a block.
That is correct, but here's what I expect would happen. The rate of fees in terms of Monero will fall as the square of the block size. The price could go somewhere between linear and in the square of the block size in the other direction. So what you will see is, in terms of 2020 USD, you will see a drop in fees. In terms of Monero, you'll see a very significant drop in fees. That's what I would expect. And it could be quite significant. You could go down from, say, 0.2 cents to, say, 0.02 cents. Now, the
just
cost
like
of spamming
Bayonne,
the network will go up in real terms.
just like Bayonne, there's a lot of things we could be doing to reduce gas.
Is that the cost of spamming the network, you have to fill the entire block. And you have way more transactions to fill at a much higher price. So when you factor that in, the most likely scenario is a drop in the ham, either regular usage fees, and an increase in the spam cost.
Sounds too good to be true.
That's what I'm trying to work and make it to look like. But that's why you have to tune the whole thing to get it to behave in this manner. That's the idea.
No, it's obviously a beautiful design, and it's exciting to see. It always strikes me that you don't hear Monero being spoken about as a blockchain that's built to scale. You know, everybody talks about the privacy that's baked into it. It's fungible on the protocol level. Obviously, extremely important things that we care about, and that are very unique to Monero. But also unique to Monero is its ability to essentially scale on the protocol level as well.
It has effectively sidestepped the blocking debate. And the reason it sidesteps the Bitcoin block size debate is because what it's done is by putting the tail emission, you no longer have the problem that fees have to replace the emission, the block reward. So once you get that out of the way, then it works. What happened historically in Monero is when we went to confidential transactions, and ELMSAG, and then we went to bulletproofs. Before we went to bulletproofs, what happened is that fees in Monero approach those of Bitcoin. So nobody, wait a minute, 13 kilobyte transactions.
This is nowhere near as long. We have 10
and
minutes
so
left.
that narrative kind of stuck for a while. But now what happened is we've got bulletproofs, we've got CLSAG, we've got all these other little things being added, optimizations. So now we're really competitive, and suddenly Monero fees are falling. Now, I would expect that coins like Bitcoin Cash particularly are going to have a real problem because they have to compete with Monero without the subsidy. So for the next 7 years, they're going to be doing really well.
Just increase the volume if
But
you
once
couldn't hear
that
it.
block emission starts to fall in relative terms below what Monero is at, then you have one that's subsidized by the block reward and one that's not. And that, I think, is a problem for a lot of Bitcoin-like coins, particularly those who are aiming for, they're aiming to compete in this model of competing for fees. The one exception is Dogecoin, because they do have a tail emission, so they could do something there. But, so yeah, Monero will become a very fierce competitor in the fee market, in my opinion.
If you get
Are
that
any other
reference, there's always
coins,
me.
do you think, built to scale as well in terms of being a transactional currency? I know you mentioned Doge, but
Maybe
that's
Polkadot.
just because of its
Maybe
tail
the dot,
emission, right? They don't have
But they don't really
dynamic
focus on
block
coin too much.
size and things like that.
No, they haven't done anything with it. You need tail emission to scale in a POW coin. I don't care. I know the guys in Bitcoin SV claim that they can do this. I don't buy it. Doge could basically, if they wanted to, all they had to do is take the entire structure from Monero and put it into Doge. The one thing to understand about this, you can, if you develop a scaling model in a private coin like Monero, you can move it into a coin like Bitcoin or Dogecoin.
Correct.
You can't go the other way because of the spam risk. So the tougher nut to crack is actually Monero. The reason that these other coins can't do it, and it's including things like Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin, etc., is because they don't have the tail emission. Because
And
without the tail
bureaucracy.
emission, your security is gone. And I even hear people saying, well, wait a minute, if we drop fees, security is gone. Well, no, in Monero, that's not a problem. But in Bitcoin, it most definitely is, and it's a serious problem in things like Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin, etc. They're trying to compete in this market, but they haven't really addressed this question.
I've heard you recently talk about Monero effectively being a second layer on Bitcoin via atomic swaps, or vice versa. Essentially,
That could
both
work.
coins working together through
We're going to do atomic swaps in the next couple
Perhaps
months.
Monero being the transactional currency, and Bitcoin, being there as providing liquidity.
It's definitely something that's possible because if you're looking at the most successful second layer solution in Bitcoin today, it's not Lightning Network, it's not Liquid, it's actually fiat banking. And Monero could do that because basically what you have is you have a decentralized way of moving between the chains. Monero's fees are going to be very, very low. Your only risk, your only cost there big time is your fees on the Bitcoin side. That you have to pay for. And so that's going to be the limitation, but you definitely could get a second layer effect using atomic swaps to transact on Monero. And quite interestingly, with things like Taproot on Bitcoin, You also have a fairly, the Bitcoin transaction that looks like a regular Bitcoin transaction. You have privacy on the Monero side. So this is going to be a pretty private way to move back and forth.
Yeah, you have the best of both worlds.
So yeah, it's definitely possible.
Fine
One
with
of
the
the
long last
challenges still with
transaction
Bitcoin, Monero,
time
atomic
for
swaps is
Bitcoin.
only one way right now. So there is some work that has to be done on the Monero side to make this actually work. So both ways. But yes, definitely Monero could be a second-tier network to Bitcoin, absolutely.
All right, Francisco, always a pleasure. I know you were talking a lot, so I won't carry it on for too long. Is there anything else you want to mention to the Monero community?
Andreas
Perhaps things you're excited about in
planet.
Monero that are around the corner?
Well, the main thing I'm excited about right now is the next hard fork and implementing the fee changes that were proposed. I mean, I think that's really going to help in a big way. I'm very excited to hear what's going to happen between TripTech and some of the discussions were things like Lelanto Spark, some of the options there. There's been some work also being done to make certain aspects of the rest of the transaction more efficient. So anything that makes the transaction smaller and more efficient excites me. Because what that means is fees go down. And this process that I'm talking about accelerates and puts Monero in an even stronger competitive position to do this. So this is why, I have the comments whether it's a big change, such as, for example, going to bulletproofs, to small incremental things such as CLSAG and all this other thing, and Bulletproof Plus, and all this is adding up. What it's doing is it's strengthening Monero from a fee perspective. The other important thing is I think we really need to increase the block size, the ring size. And the reason for that is that's the most efficient way to deter spam attacks, particularly things like flood XMR. And something like even the kind of numbers I was talking about for TripTech, for example, those numbers will basically make, flood XMR is totally impossible today, but it's just going to be really, really impossible. So that's the thing I find exciting. The other thing I find exciting in a general sense, I believe that blockchain surveillance, I mean the kind of thing these chain analysis companies does not scale at all.
Yes.
It's order of n factorial in the number of outputs in a blockchain. So governments are going to have to give up on this. And that's
even with Bitcoin, or you're just
no, even with Bitcoin. Even with Bitcoin. In fact, a really interesting one to watch is going to have to be the Chinese digital centralized currency, central bank currency, because they're going to have real problems if they try to surveil everything.
We're going to cover that.
And I suspect what they're going to try and do is set a threshold below which they don't do any surveillance. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But that's a very interesting one to watch.
Interesting. So you're saying surveillance of the Bitcoin blockchain isn't very scalable. The chain analysis.
Not scalable at all, and even worse than something like Ethereum. Just with the existing level of privacy on those chains. If you add, say, on Ethereum what Railguns do, is a perfect example, right across there. What Monero has done with Bitcoin, it just makes the difficult super impossible. But they are losing a battle even without these add-on technologies, with these extra technologies.
I guess I will ask one more question. What do you think of Monero? I know whenever I talk to you, we normally don't talk about things like price, but what do you think about Monero versus the other cryptos right now? Obviously, we're seeing
cryptocurrency,
transaction volumes,
cryptography
nice
is
organic
across
rise
the
there,
booth from
steadily
you.
rise. We're assuming it's due to real world use. We know Monero works as digital cash. Why is it so undervalued compared to these other cryptos that people don't even really use beyond speculation?
Because it's not backed by Elon
basically
Musk.
Look at the long term. I mean, in many ways, I look at 2015. All these great things were done in Monero. Nothing was happening. All of a sudden, it took off. Honestly, I don't know. In the short term, I honestly can't answer the question. In the long term, I'm a very strong fundamental believer in Monero, which means give it time and we're going to see some significant movement. and on the upside. But as to when, like, I mean, every time I've tried to trade, like, on a short-term basis, any cryptocurrency, not just Monero, I've lost money. So my approach is buy and hold. That's how I've made money. Trying to trade these things, not for me.
I couldn't agree
Same.
more. It's a good lesson. Buy and hold. Don't trade. Take your Monero off exchanges.
Just
What do you
like
think of
fiat.
those rumors that perhaps it's from exchanges selling paper Monero that they don't actually have?
Okay, here's an interesting point that people are missing in this discussion. I suspect if an exchange is doing that, if they've got any common sense, if they're trying to short, they're not just shorting Monero, they're shorting probably 20 or 30 altcoins. So what's going to happen is they might take a loss on Monero, but they'll be able to cover their positions. I don't think this is going to break an exchange, not the market cap Monero has right now. But they may end up hedging it with Bitcoin Satoshi Vision or something, or Dash or something else, and they make their money there. Those
Oh,
drop.
thank you,
Satoshi Vision has dropped a lot.
Basis Trade, for the diamond. I
they can
promise
hedge
I'm
it
going to
with
be a
something
lot more
else. And
interactive
so
in the
they've got
next
a
couple
whole
of minutes.
bunch of altcoins. Most of them have gone down relative to Bitcoin. A few have not, and there's a few exceptions.
By the way,
Dogecoin
the
took
lemon
off,
drop's
broke
coming
the
soon.
pattern fairly
Like,
recently.
worse
Ethereum
at
has broken it,
midnight.
and Monero has broken it.
Very worse at midnight
But-
Eastern Standard Time.
So you might take losses on those few that break, but the majority of them have followed this falling pattern. So if you short 20 altcoins and you make money on 18 of them, and 2 of them take a loss, you're going to come out ahead. So I think people should basically, if they're concerned, they should put their requests in place, give them time to figure out how to honor them. But I believe most of these exchanges will end up honoring them. Take your money off the exchange, but don't take it in another currency. Take it in Monero. And if they're going to delay for a while, give them the chance to get their act together. Let them honor the commitment.
All right, Francisco, thank you, man.
You're very welcome.
I'll see you at the party tonight.
You bet.
All right, thank you.
And we'll be seeing
Thank
that
you for
party
joining
shortly.
us on this week's episode.
Why is
We
it so
release new
loud?
episodes every week. You can find and subscribe to the show on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, YouTube, or wherever you listen to podcasts. And if you have an
Oh, God,
Alexa
they're like
device, you
Lester
can
on
tell it to
everything.
listen to the latest
Alexa,
episode of the
go,
Monero Talk
go.
podcast.
Go
Go
away,
to
Alexa.
monerotalk.live/subscribe
Alexa,
for a full list of
fuck off.
places where you can watch
Stop.
and listen.
Ah.
If you want to interact with us, guests, or other podcast listeners, you can follow us on Twitter. And please
Like, I know we're on Facebook. I know DCG201 is, like, on Facebook and Twitter and stuff, but at least we're there because that's where the people are. We don't, like, actively advertise it. Like, oh, God, that just hurt my face. So, that was sort of a look into what the cryptocurrency village was. Or is. I mean, it used to be called the Monero. That's not that. There we go. The cryptocurrency village at DEFCON, previously known as the Monero village. And again, because of all the audio mishaps for their YouTube channel, like, I could probably... The weird part is I don't think they link their YouTube channel on their website. No, they do. It's just all the way at the bottom. But, because I already have the cryptocurrency website up in chat, I'm leaving it there. And thank you once again, Basis Trade, for sending us the diamond. You keep triggering the good way, the good type of triggering, all of the, I make all the prompts with the voice clips. And we have so many that aren't used both on Twitch, all of our platforms. And so it's nice that you trigger a bunch on DLive that I've set up that I think are hilarious that I never thought I would see. But because they actually did put their name in this is the trade-off from the blockchain village. You can go to Monero Space Workgroup, because they haven't changed over to like Crypto Village DEFCON, on their YouTube for that. Now, we're basically 2/3 of the way through this episode. I told you this is going to be a long episode, okay? And I promise that we might do this before then, but we are definitely going to do the lemon drop for DLive right at midnight. Like, we're probably going to stream past midnight. If that happens, I will do the lemon drops there, and we're going to raid when this episode is done on Twitch, and hopefully, when our account gets upgraded, we should be able to raid on DLive. So, when Basis Trade is streaming, or some of our other really awesome favorite, because we follow a lot of people on DLive, and there's like a lot of really cool stuff up there. There's old episodes of the Computer Chronicles on there. There's like weed plants being grown. There's cool shit. But we can never raid them because unlike Twitch, where everyone has the option to raid, you have to be at the next level of DLive in order to do something like raid. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in the future thanks to Basis Trade. So, and again, thank you for that diamond. That's like a certain amount of lemons. So that will be added to the lemon pool. I'll give you a hint. We're going to at least do 50 lemons at midnight. But that was a bit of what the cryptocurrency village looked like. And what we're going to do now is we're going to come back to the cryptocurrency village technically near the end. But what I want to do is let's go back to the blockchain village, talk a bit about Red and their CTF, because I found out more things and I got the video running. And then we are going to see the last village, which will then lead into us doing something in one village while watching something from the cryptocurrency village, technically. So that's how we're going to kind of end cap the night. It's going to be crazy, but I think this will give you a nice, well-rounded thing of all the crazy cryptocurrency and blockchain tech stuff that has been going on. And again, if you like the content you can like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Not only is it free and you get prompts that I cheer out as you've been seeing this episode, especially for awesome people like Basic Trade who's been sending us lemons, as well as being our 100th follower, allowing us to do amazing things on our DLive account that will hopefully happen by our next episode in September. But, what was I going to say? But you also get alerts for when we're going to go on live stream. So it's like you win, it's free, you help us out. And if you can't remember our crazy schedule, especially since this is normally a Saturday show that I had to do Sunday because all of this stuff, 3 more days basically, and then the muzzle comes off. Although, to be honest, I think the reason why you don't see hackers complain about masks is because we kind of want to just wear masks everywhere. I mean, have you seen the surveillance technology out there? Obviously, the eyes are an issue, but this mostly helps. If we could walk around with bandanas and pirate costumes with ninja swords, we would. That's our thing, especially at DCG 201. Ask our co-founder. So, where was I getting with this? Especially ask our co-founder. Because it's like, hello, co-founder. So, watch, he's gonna call the stupid thing on air, even though I'm not gonna pick it up. So, yeah, that is an old payphone. We recently in Siriusel found all these amazing antique payphones. And this was on our bucket list all year, and Jack was just like, F it! And he mounted it, literally and figuratively, he mounted it. And we hooked it up to a VoIP service, so this thing actually works. We might use it for some experiments at our future meetup, like on the 17th, we'll see. The 17th of September, we'll see how that goes, because we can spun up a lot of different numbers. No promises, just as a cool thing we've been working on. We have a lot more other cool things we're going to be working on and showing throughout the year, like little projects we've been doing ourselves, both in cryptocurrency and lockpicking and hardware and in Arch Linux and a bunch of different stuff. But enough of me rambling. Let's continue on with looking at everything else. So let's jump back. So we just saw the cryptocurrency village. Used to call the Monero village. You can kind of see how they're different. It's a little bit more underground. Bit more about the finances, where things are going, more on the security of the coins and wallets themselves, while the blockchain village is way more about blockchain, smart contracts, and it's kind of the more corporate-y sort of thing, although it had amazing talks, as we saw with the Ethereum hacks. Now, remember I said I had a hard time finding about the CTF? Well, I had to literally go to their Twitter. I'm actually going to bookmark this now to find out what was going on with the CTF. So it was sponsored by Redcoin, and again, Redcoin doing pretty well. Now it just dipped for some reason. It was doing pretty good. It's still technically doing good. It just, as you can see, it keeps having these like crazy ups and downs, but it's way stable, it seems, more than most of the other shit coins or altcoins out there, as we said earlier. Like I said, the stuff in green, it's just doing its own dip right now because, I guess it really likes ranch. I don't know. But Redcoin is like, they're basically kind of trying to do what like Dash or Bat from the Brave team, or more accurately to me, to some degree, they're trying to pitch this as like what Pinkcoin is, but they're more applying it to like way more stuff, like also entertainment artists and organizations, as well as just what do you call it? The whole, like, it's obviously backed by power, even though it's mostly volunteer run. And the big thing about them is they're supposed to be the social media coin. And so while Redcoin did technically sponsor the CTF, it's actually the social group called Red Love, which, to be honest, similar to, there is a amazing cyberpunk clothing company, mainly for LGBTQ people, mainly for masculine LGBTQ people, called Breedwell, where you would never think that they sold basically industrial stuff for gay people, because their name is fucking Breedwell. Red Love is sort of the social movement around Redcoin, but Red Dot Love sounds something completely different. That sounds like something you find on some remote .onion somewhere involving like things that will definitely get you arrested. So let's not comment about the name or that the fact that their logo looks like a heart version of the Slack logo. Let's kind of look at what they are here. This actually also seems the website that eats up the most like resources, like CPU wise, probably because of all the stuff. Here they have their own Twitter, they have their own Medium blog, which I guess we're gonna start following, their own YouTube channel. I wonder if part of the marketing on here, because I could easily see, because they talk a lot about like activism stuff and like charity. That's also, there's like the like red bracket that Hallmark does, and I wonder if in an odd way that's kind of part of the strategy where people see red and charity and they think it's formally part of the bracket red people that are on Hallmark cards. It's more well known that deals with fiat stuff, and they're kind of like in marketing kind of poaching off of those. It's kind of like when video games have similar names and they come out the same year. So they say here, our goal is to bring value back to humanity and social interaction. Twitter and Gab exist. Good luck with that. Red is everywhere. Part of these nice peanuts are red. And you could kind of say this bottle is red, but it's more of like a pink magenta. If I cut myself, there'd be some red. Otherwise, there's not really that much. Two of the remote buttons are red. Really, they mean the cryptocurrency. All that. Our users are made up of all colors, religion, and languages. Then why are you calling them red? They're made up of different colors. There's more colors than red out there. With over 60K users, Red gives us the tools to share support. This is a bunch of data. We're not watching the video because I don't want the stream to crash. Go to the next thing. More stuff. Apparently, Red ID will come up, which sounds way too Orwellian, to be honest. Red has been the social currency allowed. We're going to probably click on that button in a moment. And again, this is not me hating on Red or praising Red. This is just my first reaction from seeing the social side of the community. Whether your organization wants to contribute or a person passionate about a movement, I will say this. If we look through this and decide on this, we might look into this for some of the stuff we've been doing, because we've done charity streams in the back. We might do a charity stream in September. We're definitely doing charity streams in October, maybe November, definitely December again. So definitely September and December we're doing charity. November we might do a charity. And then next year we'll be on and off charity streams again. So that's going to be a thing as we go into the next month, in the next couple of days, which makes me excited because a lot of people don't realize that this Friday is the NYC 2600 meeting. You may have seen our live stream we did from there on Instagram. We will be back. I don't know if I'll be back. I'll see how my funds go, even though I should not be contagious anymore. By the time this Friday happens, we'll see. But there'll be other DCG 201 members probably there, and so that'll be cool. And they show all the projects here. You have Red Coin, the cryptocurrency itself, the Red Network, the Red Wallet, the Red Rewards, because the rewards are Red ID, which comes to the Red Foundation. What makes the man red? And now we get demonetized because Disney wants you to forget that song exists. They will advertise Peter Pan all day, but they want to forget all the racist indigenous people stuff they did in that movie. So there you go. That was my word rant on that. But let's see. Was that one thing about how you give back? So I guess it just goes to their About tab. So let's try to find out a bit more of this. Again, one of the reasons why we do this recon, because we've gone to perfectly good organizations and I've checked out their websites and stuff. We've also seen a lot of snake oil people with this type of stuff. Because we've had people in the chat ask us, well, why are you watching, like, DM from Facebook is obviously evil. Why are you watching the video about it? Or why are we on the website? It's because this is good recon. Because one, you now can have something, like, you take what they say and you can contrast to how they present, like, other ways they presented themselves and what they do. Does it match? Does it not match? If it doesn't match, why? And it also lets you know from a recon perspective and like an OSINT perspective how the organization wants to portray itself. So as you can see here, There's not a lot of, it's not technical. It's not a wall of text. At least this is not. You're going to see a wall of text in a moment. Very professional, very artsy. You have trees in the background and stuff. They want this to be popular, mainstream, calm, and safe. And mainstream and safe is something that gets investors in, gets like mom and pops involved in. You can tell this is what they want to do. Look at how like it smoothly goes in. It's not like our website, which does not track you and doesn't have this garbage. It just goes and just throws everything on there, but it still looks nice. You can tell they want all the stuff moved in. They want to be super professional. They say Redcoin is a tool to bring value to people. My question is, what's the actual network? This more right now feels like a, what is Pos V2? What the heck? That's a PDF. We'll see if the PDF loads. This more seems like just like an advertising wing to Red right now, because they said this is like the social part of the network, but I haven't seen like a social network by this yet. Proof of stake velocity. Okay, so I'm going to share this PDF. We're not going to talk about proof of stake velocity because I want to do an episode that's just dedicated to proof of stake at one point, or at least has a major element in it. But we are going to get to all the different types of proof of stakes and the other weirder proofs out there, including one of my favorite new ones, which is called proof of sweat. Okay? That's an actual thing. We will get into that at some point. Blah, 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 blah. Core members, they're all like little weird Madeline drawings. Does anyone remember Madeline? That's like a French comic strip that then turned into like an anime before anime existed. If you do, you're as old as me. Red Talk. The hell is Red Talk? This is new. All right, I'm gonna open that as its own thing. Developers. Okay, that joke is old. So we're seeing all this stuff here. Use these tools to help create change. APIs, using Node.js, because all blockchain is either Go. What is it? All blockchain is Go, Rust, Electrum, Node.js, JSON. I'm forgetting one. But there's like, you encounter the same programming network in SQL. You will encounter the same frameworks and coding languages in every single one of these, because when something works, or doesn't work but is popular, it works. Oh, they have Dockerized code. That's neat. So there's a Docker version. I'm going to open that. Bootstrap files. They have developer communities on Slack, Telegram, Reddit, and Discord. No session, not even a Keybase, so that's kind of funny. No Git PIA. Let's click on technology, and then we'll click on that Docker version. That's interesting. One of these days, we're going to go into like all the stuff with Docker, with cryptocurrencies. That should be really fun. More about technology behind Red. Is that a video? Okay, it's just it popped something else. It's in a bunch of countries. Yep, all this stuff here, circulating supply. This seems to be like somewhat tech, but more of an investment thing. You have different wallets. They have it Linux, Mac OS, Windows 32-bit and 64-bit. Gee, I wonder when was the last time they updated that 32-bit one, because this is starting to stretch out here. And there's like a rewards program. You earn 25% annual return on your Redcoin holdings. And Red ID, which one, that's scary. And it's scary because it's a thumbprint. And when I see rainbows, I think of LGBTQ. So all I keep thinking about is IDing and subjugating LGBTQ people. So they might want to rethink that. I honestly would have been more fine with like a padlock with there, or like an ID with each part of the ID with like the face and the words and stuff different colors than this. This is kind of creepy. This is very creepy with my background, to be honest. Soon we'll be launching a simple ID tool that'll be linked to your... So basically, Red kind of sounds like what DM's doing, except it has like a happier face on it. That's what it just seems like to me. I'm not criticizing it because I need to go into a way deeper dive than this. All I know is that they sponsored the CTF, and I want to look at what they did. Okay, so this went to this page. So that's Red Talk. So apparently this is their own like version of Reddit. I think that's kind of sad that they had to call it Redcoin Talk, because Reddit, REDDIT, would have worked, but they're like, damn it, they've already got to that name, and it's a giant Nazi cesspool hell. We need to call it something else, and the best name the only alternative name we came up with was Redcoin Talk, because Reddit was already taken. I kind of feel bad for these guys now. And here's all the Docker stuff. So you can run Redcoin in a Docker environment. with the Docker run, the name of the server, the port, and everything. That's kind of neat. I'll share that link in chat. But the reason why we took this little aside before we got into the main course here is because, again, I had to find a tweet talking about this. So Redcoin was providing this year's Capture the Flag, which they also called Capture the Coin. And you can win prizes and NFTs, apparently. So this is the page, defcon.redcoin.com. So Redcoin themselves made their own DEFCON page. And by the way, notice something here, right? Okay, here's the social promo website for Redcoin, right? Here's Redcoin itself. It's a little less obnoxious, but it's still like super space age advanced. And then here's the DEFCON contest. It's just text and links. There's no pictures. They even made a TXT version of all of this information. So, again, marketing team, hackers, old as fuck sad hackers. That should really, again, marketing team, hackers. Marketing team, hackers. So you're kind of starting to see why our website looks the way it is now, even though it looks a lot better than this, to be honest. Thank you again, Sirisoft. And in about 12 minutes, we're going to do the lemon drop, so don't worry. So there's an intro video, which is we're going to watch about this. Apparently, there's a goal and flags, but I don't think this URL works anymore. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. It's dead, Jim. So we can't do that there. Let's see here. So this is the first CTF event that Redcoin team has done and is honored to participate in. For the scope of this event, we are targeting a couple of different technologies to make up the Redcoin environment. There are flags available in the following categories. And actually, I'll make the screen slightly more zoomed in so everyone can see. Actually, a lot more zoomed in. Redcoin general knowledge, browser extensions, and blockchain. So I think they're basically trying not to be Tron and just using base HTTP. At least they use HTTPS for the website, so that works. Even though I have HTTPS on as an extension, that's at least good to know. So, what do you call it here? In order to participate, there's a few tools available, which we have outlined below. We've also provided documentation. For configuration, for the most part, we have created a self-contained environment running a testnet environment for purposes of the CTF event. So the CTF takes place on a testnet that they designed just for the CTF. It's hosted in the cloud at IP, all the zeros, just all the zeros and all the dots. Therefore, the majority of the blockchain interaction is done using the testnet switch. While I do there's an odd URL that they also shared where you could win prizes. I copy-pasted it down from one of the tweets that they had. I can't show the tweet on there, but this is weird. I'm going to dissect this later. It's a IGHHT:// I have never seen that. I have legit never seen that. That's very odd to me. Can someone please explain to me, and Commander, if you're out there, explain to me what an IVHHT is? I know what an HTTP is, HTTPSS, HTTPS2, URL/. I even know, because we covered it at a DEFCON 2.1 episode, I even know what a, what was that service called? Hold on. Site:// is. What the hell is an IVHHT? I'm going to have to look it up. And it's using a .yan, which I also have never heard of. Maybe this means I'm not as lead as I thought I was. I don't know. I'm going to find out later. Not on the stream. I'll find out independently what they mean about that. So that was the main configuration. Is you're running, they made a test network for the CTF, so the CTF is in the test network. Browser extensions can be configured to run on the Electrum network, so probably like MirrorMask, I'm thinking. Download the Git repo of the package files from the release. Use your browser extension loader. So, you basically have to hack the browser, whether it's Firefox or Chrome, in order to make this work. So you have to go to the extensions, enable developer mode, drag and drop, or there's a way you can actually just download the zip and rename the files. We showed that off actually on episode 3 where we covered Tron, because we had to do that in order to make it work in Google Chromium. And then for Firefox, you have to go to the debugging thing and load temporary add-on on, because apparently that's the way that works now. Instead of, they used to have a direct thing for .xml files, but that doesn't work anymore. And then you clone from the Electrum, and you load that up, and then the Redcoin core wallet and the client for it. And they gave a bunch of resources on how all of that works. And this by TechAdit RDD is screenshots of what the Capture the Flag apparently looked like when the URL properly worked. So As you can see here, it's using this is actually a very familiar CTF interface that we've seen in the past. So they have the statistics page. Right here is the challenge wall list, very basic, non-exciting challenge wall list. It's not even done like in a cool Jeopardy block style. It's just bleh, and they listed all of them. Let's see here. You have the hacking ID Chrome extension, decode the hidden message in the blockchain data, passwords. So cool stuff. And then the last one here is sort of the extension with the ID Reddit beta or alpha interacting with your Chrome extension. So that's what it looked like when this was running. So again, I don't know much about you, Redcoin. We'll cover you more later in the future. I was originally going to probably cover you like early next year, but because you involved in DEFCON and we're covering it, I thought I'd do that. But thank you, Redcoin, for at least doing the CTF. I hope you found a ton of vulnerabilities that now you can work on. You made me realize that IVHHT:// actually exists, and I can't wait to cover you on a future episode. Thank you for sponsoring the blockchain CTF, or what they called it, Capture the Coin contest. So now we're going to jump ahead here. And this is what I mean about doing this in parts, is the third village. So we did the blockchain village, which more focused on blockchain, smart contracts, things like that. And then, if I can find it, we had the cryptocurrency village, which is the new name, the rebranding of the Monero village, which focuses more on the coin itself, more hacker underground stuff, things like that. And now we have the third village called the payment village. And the payment village was new last year. It came back again. I think it was all virtual this year. I don't think there was anything physical there. I think they actually mentioned it below. Yep, they streamed to Twitch and YouTube, had Q&A sessions on DEFCON Discord server, all of that. And they had stickers that you could get at the con. I think that was the core thing of the staff. You could also ping people online to get them. If anyone has these Payment Village stickers, I'd love to have them. I'd put them on my lockpicking sets. It'll be great. And in 7 minutes, we're going to do the lemons. So what we're going to do next is two things. We're going to watch a very short talk from the Payment Village. This is the shortest talk you're going to see. And then there's a lab that we tried to cover last time, and we couldn't get it to work. Now we believe we can get it to work, so we're going to do that lab while we watch something else that the Monero Village set up, and then we're going to go raid someone, and we're going to call it an episode. Again, this is a super long episode. We're going past midnight. F it, we'll do it live, or F it, we'll do it on an actual real blockchain that I wear around my neck that G.I. Jack always provides for us on this episode. And I want to remind, because this will be the second last time to remind, thank you all for watching this stream. If you haven't done so yet and you want to stay up to date on when we stream, this is normally the second and fourth Saturday of the month, but I was under the weather yesterday. That's why we're streaming today. If you want to check out my show on the first and third Sunday of the month, Master of Unlocking, G.I. Jack's now once a month show, Archvile Linux Perspective. We're going to have a ton of live stream specials, including a bunch of circuit breakers starting back in September. There was no circuit breaker this month. It will be back next month. And even our meeting on September 17th and beyond, which are going to be hybrids, there'll be parts of it that will be live streamed. You can subscribe to us on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. We're really happy with the DLive subscribers. We welcome more subscribers on DLive, but thank you for 100 followers on DLive, because we do really like the platform. Thank you once again. Basis Trade, we'll share your URL right before we do end the episode again. For not only all the lemons you keep sending us, but being our 100 follower. We're very grateful for that. And that doesn't mean all of our other followers are out there. Thank you for all doing that. Part of the upgrade for a DLive account is that we should be able to raid people when we upgrade. So I'm super excited that we can both raid on Twitch and DLive at the same time instead of just raiding on Twitch. However, let's go into Payment Village. So again, each village is unique. They all have blockchain and cryptocurrency talks. Even main DEFCON had a cryptocurrency talk, which was very fascinating. And again, bravo to them for speaking not their native language. So the blockchain village, like I said, focuses more on the blockchain sides. You could call it the back-end code. Not that the cryptocurrency village doesn't focus on back-end, but they more focus on the front end. They more focus on the user experience, wallets, actual direct hacks on the coins itself. The payment village is the entire concept of payment. So all of their talks are about, they cover both fiat, cryptocurrency, anything that has to do with paying. If there is a exchange of value, the payment village covers it. And that's what makes them unique. It's not just another crypto. It's not just another DApp. It's not yet another shitcoin. They cover all of that and more because if there's people hacking how to trade sheep, they're going to do that. In fact, I would love to see the Payment Village. Maybe I'll submit that as a talk next year. I'd love to see the Payment Village cover sex workers and all the crazy loops they've had to jump through in order to get payments because no one thinks their work is real work, which is funny because politicians mostly don't do real work and we pay them millions of dollars. So what the hell do we know? Local talks. There was a main talk about ATM hacking, but then there was also like ATM transaction fraud. That was neat. There was 2 cryptocurrency talks. There was also a talk about more about ATM machines. They tend to focus a lot on ATM machines. They also focused a lot on banks last year. So it seems like this year was really the ATM machines and the cryptocurrency talks. The talk we're going to watch from the Payment Village. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. Because the talk's really quick at the Payment Village. Actually, alright. I screwed up. I was supposed to show the intro to the Red CTF. Let's watch the intro to the Red CTF, and then we'll get right back to the Payment Village. I'm so sorry. I'm stupid. Let's watch this real quick. Let's just get this out of the way. And again, thank you, Redcoin, for doing the Capture the Coin Village this year at the Blockchain Village. And by the way, in 2 minutes, and I'll announce this on air, if you are on DLive, get ready because you're going to at least get some lemons. And that's our gift to you guys. So here we go.
Danesha, core developer for. Just like to shout out and have a thank you for the invite. We're invited here for the Capture the Flag event. We're putting together a little bit of our technology stack for the enlightened out there to go through what we're able to present for our project. I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a background for those who.
This is a quick video. It's 10 minutes long.
Came about in 2014 as a fork from Litecoin originally, with the goal of setting about to be a social currency for people to basically be able to reward one another across social networks. Redcoin as a blockchain is a low fee to free transactions and relatively quick blockchain with a block timing of about 1 minute. We originally started as a proof of work coin, and now we've moved across to a proof of stake. That happened about 9 months or so after inception.
I just added 50 lemons. So in a couple of seconds, that's going to be sent out. So if you're on DLive, here comes some lemons.
At least once in that time to basically help subsidize the developers team through an additional stake reward. As I mentioned, one of the core goals of Redcoin is to reward social interaction, and we've been able to come at that from a couple of different ways. Where originally we're
in the next 30 seconds on DLive,
process
you can get a bunch of lemons.
Of hosted,
You're welcome.
Hosted site operating as a tip bot, but we have a longer term ambition to be able to have a more seamless integration in with different social media platforms, basically either through browser extension and having a injected scripts on pages or directly through applications like mobile apps, and trying to integrate that in with the blockchain so that everything that we do is confirmed against the blockchain. We don't pretend to be a social media platform as such, more of a layer on top of that so that we can interact across the likes of Facebook and Twitter.
Okay,
Reddit,
why didn't they say that on their website?
And not be limited to any one of those. Our core focus at the moment has been to really try to achieve that integration. And one of the ways that we see people struggle with wallets is obviously with standard addresses being the long string of characters that are hard to memorize, is to put an ID behind that that's a little bit more memorable, and even being able to extend that across different social media channels so that your different aliases across social media can be linked together. We're using or we call it red ID, and basically those IDs are transacted and the data being immutable against the blockchain. For this event, really, what we're standing up as a testnet environment where people can get involved in what we've got running on the testnet, and being able to identify data structures within the blockchain, and also being able to even have a little bit of a history lesson on what we've done. For the event, myself and Jay will be available throughout the course of the weekend. And if you have any questions, then you can certainly reach out to us at any time, either through Telegram or Discord. And we have obviously other social channels, but I guess for DEFCON, that's about the most appropriate. Jay, can I hand over to you now, and you can continue on?
Absolutely. Thanks very much, John. And thank you, everybody who's attending DEFCON, Blockchain Village, and specifically our little bit of it. It's been a bit of a challenge getting ourselves ready and our technology really to bring here on the fly. It's been a heck of a learning experience. And like our ongoing journey through the cryptocurrency world, there are new challenges and new difficulties every day. We did actually pivot from being on site at the event at DEFCON with our setup and personnel to doing it remotely, as we're doing that today. You'll see if you go to defcon.redcoin.com, all of the instructions, not only the support documentation and access to tools and things like that for this Capture the Flag event, but also the link to our CTFD site. You can click through there, register if you'd like. And I believe as soon as this video is posted, go to town and see if you can capture some of those flags and earn the rewards. We will say a couple of things about that. The flags, at least some of them, may be in the format of private keys, at least if you do the proper extraction. And those private keys, as they appear there, do have Redcoin associated with them on our blockchain. So apart from reporting the flags and back into the challenges in the system to get credit for that, you may want to go collect that prize if you happen to be the first one to that flag. For some of them, and we'll speak to this also, we are going to be giving out direct prizes, keeping track of all of that on a scoreboard you'll see on that same system. And as well, our staff, our creative folks have decided to create some DEFCON specific NFTs that will be awarded to the top 3 finishers in the contest. Those will be available afterwards. We'll need to get Ethereum addresses to transfer those over to you. But again, as a little bit of a thank you for participating and some of the new technology we're working on. We really did want to see what we could do to make it special. And that includes not just giving out some of our amazing Redcoin, but some NFTs and some other technology benefits. I did want to say that we ran into some problems with our setup here. So part of that functionality that we were very much looking forward to showing off and having, let's say, messed around with is a bit non-functional. So around the name registration aspect of it, if you're using the software, the wallet is fully functional. If you require test red for doing transactions, anything like that, the instructions in there. Oh, we don't have a faucet actually. You can contact any of our team members. We'll send you some over. And that's not necessary for the operation and the challenges, but it is. I'll leave it at that. I would say a big part of why we're here is to encourage some education into what is cryptocurrency and the relation to security, cybersecurity, and all the aspects of it. A lot of our space relies on solid security and on fundamental concepts that everybody who's going to be watching this talk is familiar with. Maybe some that you're not, some of the applied cryptography and blockchain techniques. That's all stuff that you can learn building on the experience that you have, in the basic sort of fundamentals in the field. And it's that reason that we decided it really makes a lot of sense to do as much outreach to groups that are technically minded and really looking to, as we are, kind of change the world and improve it, and make that application of technology, for a reason. That's in part why Redcoin exists, and that's something that we wanted to share this solution as we've built it, so that it can be improved, so that it can be made better and solve the challenges that we have. So it's definitely a learning experience on both sides of the fence here. We hope to educate folks that are unclear on sort of how the pieces fit together and the blockchain works, and at the same time, learn how to improve the security, because clearly there are going to be aspects that we'll be educated on as well. It is that important in our space, crypto as well as in technology, that we're sharing that knowledge across the board. We pride ourselves as a project, and one of the original legacy crypto projects, as John had said, back from 2014, on being an open source project. We are all volunteers, and our bywords really are honesty, openness, and transparency through the software, through the operation of the blockchain, through who we are and what we do. And it's that sort of kindred spirit
Hopefully
we've got,
that
certainly with that
does
early
not
hacker
turn
spirit,
into
and I
what
know
Google
that having
eventually
been
did with
part
their
of that
"Don't
group
be
as
evil"
well.
slogan. Let's just hope.
Of really wanting to seek change and induce, what positivity that we can from the aspects of cybersecurity. There's always going to be opportunities to get involved in the things that are happening in cryptocurrency and in blockchain, especially in DeFi, especially in some of these more complicated and interesting projects. They need to be safe, and everybody really is focused on that as a priority. That's a big part of why the folks that are, you guys are watching these videos and attending DEF CON. And in point of fact, why John and I and the team were very excited to be engaged and part of DEF CON as well. It is a sharing experience, across the board. And I've already learned quite a bit myself. So we would open up we can't do it in person, but if anybody in the audience or doing these challenges and the Capture the Flag event that we've put together is interested in talking to either ourselves or other people we could make introductions to in the cryptocurrency and the blockchain space, the only thing we always say is don't hesitate. Reach out, talk to somebody on the team. There is room to grow and room to learn, and nobody really is that expert in all things. That's another part of why we're trying to encourage really anybody with an interest and a skill set that applies. The space needs you. We don't grow without everybody sort of pitching in and doing their part, whether paid to join a company in the space or working as a volunteer for projects that really catch your fancy and make you, wake up in the morning wanting to work. That's what Redcoin has been for John and I and the rest of the team for years at this point, because it is an example of being able to take some very simple tech and make a change, make a difference in the world. So we do hope that you guys will take a look at what we've put out there for you. Again, the websites are defcon.redcoin.com, and the management site, if you'd like to sign up, is linked to that. It is defcon-ctfd.redcoin.com, and that should be in the write-up as well and in the documentation. But again, defcon.redcoin.com, all the docs and the links and the tools and the link to that site. I believe it is open for competition now, so you can have at it. John and I and some of the other members will be in the Discord chat. We're also on Telegram, in the Telegram chat, and in our own Redcoin channels. It's a whole big deal today. So feel free to reach out, or if you have more questions about what we're doing and why we're doing it, the concepts of registering a name, why it needs to be decentralized. I mean, a lot of people who are watching this may know those answers. A lot of you may be able to tell us how to do it better. That's really, the kind of relationship we have with the community. And to that end, everybody's welcome, and you don't have to own Redcoin to be a redhead. I think that's basically all I've got. I will say thank you, just in wrapping up, for the folks that helped us put this together, Ron and Nathan from Blockchain Village, and the ridiculous team at DEF CON, and everybody that was involved in doing this. I have been impressed beyond belief with the talent and expertise arrayed at this event, and Hope to do this again next year, likely in person, we hope, if things are a little bit less crazy. And other than that, let's all do some learning and earn some points and some red coin. And there is about $1,000 in red coin, depending where the price goes, today, tomorrow, and the next day. There is about $1,000 in red coin up for grabs in this competition. And again, we're repurposing. We had to pull some of the challenges that were related to that red ID function that's not working. And the top, I think 5 makes sense because we had to pull 5. So those top 5 will also get a reward straight in red coin. And really, other than that, thank you for taking the time, and everybody stay safe and have a great day.
So I will say that I do like that they seem to really, 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 really like get the whole thing of like, hey, we want you to break our stuff. Hey, we want you to show us how we can do things better. So I think they got the considering that it's their platform, I'm glad that seems to be the mindset that they're having. I just hope as they grow, as we've seen with groups like Google and Freenode and stuff, that I hope they could still expand while sticking to their values. And again, Google used to have a tag called "Don't Be Evil," and then due to obvious reasons, they quietly retired, hoping no one would notice, but everyone noticed that slogan many, many years later. So that's that whole thing. But anyhow, I just want to get that out of the way. So that's the end of us talking about the Redwood CTF. Thank you, Red, for doing the CTF for the Blockchain Village. But as I said, we already went through the Blockchain Village, talking about blockchain and smart contract. Cryptocurrency Village, more like hacker stuff, more wallets and coins. Payment Village, which I'm going to share in chat again, is all about any form of currency exchange or value exchange, like whether it's bartering, fiat money, ATMs, banks, cryptocurrency, crypto wallets, any of that. That's what the Payment Village covers. So we're going to look at 2 things from the Payment Village. We're going to look at a quick talk. They had a bunch of online talks. They had an intro on August 5th, which I believe was the Thursday, and then Friday they did all of their talks, small group of talks, but really cool talks. As you can see, there's a lot of ATM machines and cryptocurrency stuff this year. Last year it was a lot of banking, like centralized banking stuff, and one smart contract thing, I believe. And then we're going to look at the labs, and we're going to finally try to attempt to do some tech or coding thing while we air one last thing from the Crypto Village. And then I believe we've covered everything cryptocurrency and blockchain related at DEFCON 29, which happened earlier this year, August 6th through 8th. And then we're going to raid someone on Twitch. And again, that would be the end of the episode. So again, thank you for watching here, and please subscribe to us if you haven't on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you're subscribing on YouTube, make sure to hit that bell. Turn on all notifications because YouTube is poorly coded and has terrible algorithms. So if you actually want to know when we go live, you have to turn on all the notifications. We don't make those rules. You don't have to do that with Twitch or D Live, but YouTube, they didn't think that far. I get their main representative is the Paul brothers. Enough said. So what we're going to look at, and this is probably the shortest talk, we're going to look at one talk from the Payment Village. I'm actually going to go off cam for a bit, although I'm going to be watching it with all of you. And it's this talk by, and again, I'm sorry if I butcher any names. Everyone's had complicated names today. Even Michael had a complicated name. But Vahang Vardanian. Again, I apologize. I'm probably going to say his name in the talk, and I'm going to be like, no! When I hear how he pronounces his own name. But this is a quick talk by about 10 to 12 minutes long, I believe, called Racing Crypto Exchanges, or How I Manipulated the Balances, which is neat because very, very soon, sometime I'll say between September and November, we're going to be talking about exchanges and demoing exchanges, and particularly we're going to be focusing on decentralized exchanges and kind of contrasting what's the difference between a centralized exchange and a decentralized exchange. So this will be kind of a nice whetting of the appetite of what things are going to be coming on our show. Crypto Barons, which again usually happens on the second and fourth Saturday of every month. We're just doing it on today, on Sunday, now technically Monday, because I'm still recovering from the Delta, because goddamn it, New York. And even though I'm almost non-contagious, I still have to take breaks once in a while. I hope this is not going to be me for the rest of my life, because I'm already getting old. I'm already entering in real life. I'll put it this way: in real life, I'm 34. In meat space, I'm 34. In computer years, I'm dead. So I'm already not that great of staying awake and not having shaky hands and eating applesauce, and I don't want Delta to make it worse. So I hope after I've been a lot better since last week, but I hope there's no lingering side effects. Let's put it that way. Anyhow, enough about me and the Delta and stuff. We'll cover that when we cover, and this was an actual thing. We'll cover that when we get to the disaster, insane troll evilness that was Corona Coin. Let's look at Vardanyan's talk. I hope I pronounced his name right, about manipulating crypto exchanges from the payment village. And then we're almost done with this episode. So I'm going to turn the camera off, but I'm still going to be watching this with everyone else. And yeah, enjoy this since we're near the end. Let's hear what Vahong has to say.
Hi, my name is Vahagan. I'm working at Positive Technology Company of
Vahagnan,
Banking
god
Security
damn it, I'm
Research Group.
terrible at pronouncing
Today,
names.
I'd like to talk about security of crypto
My
exchanges.
apologies.
The research I did between 2019 and 2020 years. When I started my career, I have found my first vulnerability at Kraken. It was in 2013. I have found a open redirect vulnerability which was duplicate, but the Kraken sent me a little bit tip of half of Bitcoin, and at the time it was $100. At 2013 I was a student. So after the time I have found a lot of vulnerabilities at crypto exchanges like XSS, SQL injection, directory traversals, etc. If you will read a news, and you can see that there are a lot of hacks of exchanges. The big hacks was with MTGOX, Bitfinex, Binance. For example, from MTGOX was stolen over 800,000 bitcoins. A few years ago, I asked me a question. So, how are crypto exchanges hacked? As for me, using an XSS, it was so hard to hack crypto exchanges, or using Open Redirect, I think it's not possible too. As for me, there are 4 points, 4 ways how to possible to hack the servers of crypto exchanges. The first point is via insiders. It's when developers leave some backdoors in a code, and after some time using the backdoor they steal money. The second point is a vulnerability in third-party software which using exchanges, for example some outdated CMS, or the vulnerability for example in Apache and something like that. But as for me, more realistic to hack the exchanges by finding vulnerability at smart contracts or in custom codes. The next question that rises is which vulnerability to search. Of course, you can search for XSS, SQL injection, but their vulnerabilities are often fixed at the application development stage. I started looking for different vulnerabilities at the application logic level in the particular vulnerabilities of the race conditions type. For those who don't know, in short, what is a race condition? The vulnerability of race condition is peculiar of application that support multi-threading and multiprocessing. From the Waller's blog, I took an example of the work of program for transferring money from one user to another. Ideally, when transferring money, it's first check the balance of the first user has much money as it needs to be transferred. If so, the money from the balance of the first user will be debit and added to the second user. But what happened if two transfer requests in parallel at the same time? When both threads will at the same time check the if operation and proceed to step 2, at the same time debit money from the balance of the first user and add it to the balance of the second user. If the first user had $1,000 and we requested a transfer of the maximum amount, then the first user will have minus $1,000, and on the second account and the second user will have $2,000. For the research, I took the top 100 exchanges, but it's not from CoinMarketCap website. Also, I took a Turbo Intruder at $100 in Litecoin and Dogecoin, since the commission for withdrawing those coins was one of the lowest at that time. How do I understand where to look? In what functionality? I thought to read what was the trend of the exchanges at that time, what new functionality they added. From the Binance blog, I saw that they added margin trading, and here you can see that there is a functionality to transfer amount from one account to another, from margin to spot. And another functionality was internal transfer. This is when money debit from one user account and added to another user account at the database level and not at the blockchain level. So let's look at the 4 logical vulnerabilities that I found. The first vulnerability was in SnapX exchange. The SnapX exchange was closed on February of this year, so I can write their name here. When we want to buy Bitcoin, we send a request to the exchange and say the price and at which we want to buy and the quantity. After, if we have a required amount on our balance, then the exchange will place an order to buy or sell. So what will happen if we send several parallel requests to exchange, for example, to buy some Bitcoin? In case I haven't sent 2 requests to buy 100 Bitcoins at price of $1. The exchange placed 2 buy order, which had total cost of $200, and I had $0 in my balance. By canceling one buy order, my balance increased by $100, and by canceling the second order, my balance became $200. This way, I was able to double my balance and using a raise condition. I reported this vulnerability to developers, and they fixed within 2 weeks. Here the screenshot of my trading account. My start balance was $10,000, and after a few seconds I increased my balance to $20,000. The second exchange used the same vulnerability as the Binance associated with internal transfer, but internal transfer was done with the help of promo codes. By design, one user was able to create some promo code with some amount. After promo code creation, the exchange will freeze the amount, and if some other user will activate the promo code, the exchange will add frozen amount to the second user balance. I have tried raise condition from the second user by activating the promo code 1, but no luck. But when I created two promo codes and tried again raise condition with only the first promo code, then the exchange added amount from promo code 1 to my account, and after that from the promo code 2. I'd like to mention that I didn't know promo code 2 value. Here is the screenshot that I was able to activate the promo code 1 2 times. Let's see another type of vulnerability. When we're trying to withdraw money from our account, the exchange deducts a commission from the money that we want to withdraw, and the remaining amount is sending to address that we wrote. I found one crypto exchange that positioned itself as a commission-free exchange. I thought that if the exchange doesn't take a commission, then I wonder what is the minimum amount that can be withdrawn from the exchange. It turned out that this amount in dollar terms is very small. When I tried to withdraw 1 million Ethereum, the exchange itself paid around $10 for the transaction. I wrote to the crypto exchange that you can send the smallest amount of Ethereum and the exchange will pay a large amount for instead of me, and you can empty the exchange's hot wallet by sending a lot of transactions. The exchange replied to me that this is their business and this is not a vulnerability. When we try to withdraw amount from the exchange, usually the exchange sends us email for confirmation, and if we will click the accept button or link, the exchange will send our amount to some address. Raise condition vulnerability was in a few websites, in a few exchanges, by accept confirmation link. When I sent a few times accept confirmation request, I saw that the exchange sent to another account, another address many times the amount which I requested. Or when I try to send the amount in my deposit address, then the exchange increased my balance a few times. Here you can see the approve withdrawal link, which I sent a few times via raise condition. And here you can see that my account was 0.05 Ethereum, and after that the exchange added to my balance 6 times of value which I tried to withdraw to my deposit address. And here you can see my final Ethereum balance. As a conclusion, 25% of exchanges had a raise condition, and 80% of 25% exchanges was possible to sell amount or manipulate balance of crypto exchanges. So that's it. Thank you very much.
So if everyone doesn't mind, hopefully you can all see me with the ring light here, and I don't have to turn on the overhead light. That would be very helpful, because honestly, well, we've been streaming since 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've had 4 hours with the overhead light on, and I actually, unlike the blind hackers that I live with, essentially, I don't need a lot of light for my eyeballs. I'm actually good in low levels of light, so I do have a kind of a light sensitivity thing going on. Not as severe as some of my friends, and like my mentor Night Owl has a very big photo light severity thing with his eyes. Um, but so I'm just gonna leave it like this since you can mostly see me. But yeah, that was the payment village talk. That was very fascinating. It's interesting how through a mix, I just made it a little brighter. Through a mix of code, it's like a little bit of code, but like with a lot of just like how these exchanges work, like in a manual sense, like how they actually exchange the data in a programming way and like an operations way, like the way you make like a Venn diagram and all of that stuff. Ooh, actually, why didn't that send? Let's double check. Let's make sure I'm streaming on everything. Okay, now Twitch worked. Just making sure we weren't banned on Twitch yet. We might. But yeah, that was a really cool short. I noticed that with all the Payment Village stuff, they do have one that's 40 minutes long, but you can go check that out for yourself. And like, it's just so cool. I feel like that the Payment Village, like all their talks were short. They fitted it in barely a day, but they all hit their points really well. Great speakers, great topics, really well spoken, really well thought out and presented. Like even the most complex stuff was easy to absorb, so I thought that was great. But let's do a recap before we end all this because it's already 12:33 here Eastern Standard Time where we live in Jersey, in the United States, and so there was so much. There's even more than last year. Like last year, we even did a CTF thing with blockchain stuff and with crypto wallets, I should say, if I remember correctly. And there was just so much more this year. There was a main talk by Zheng and Wu on using JSON decentralization exploits to steal stuff right off the blockchain. Congratulations to them. We got a look, which I'll show the URL one last time at the. Let's do it actually like this. There we go. The blockchain village. Like these are in the same way like you have tool village, tool lockpicking village, bypass village, and sometimes the rogues village. There's three main villages for cryptocurrency stuff, even when it's not on the main stage. So you have the blockchain village, which focuses mainly on blockchain stuff. It's a bit more corporate. It's about blockchains and smart contracts and stuff. And we have the payment village, which is just everything about payment, value, and currency, whether it's barter trading, cryptocurrency, fiat currency, ATMs, IOUs, the Zimbabwean dollar, beans.com, netbeans.com, things like that. That's what the payment village covers. There's overlap between the blockchain village and them, but they each have their own identity and their own style. And then finally, we checked out the crypto village, which used to be called the Monero village. And now they cover, even though it's still Monero focused and it's backed by the Monero Foundation and the people involved, it is now focused on all the front end stuff, general cryptocurrency, wallets, transactions, how people will privately exchange the actual cryptocurrencies, things like that. And all of it was wrapped up nicely with the main blockchain CTF done by Redcoin and the Red Foundation, which I'm going to share here. And they did a whole CTF with what they said $1,000 in Redcoin, covering and they made a test network just for it, covering their entire network. So I thought that was really neat. So the last thing we're going to do is we're not done with either the payment village or the cryptocurrency village, because we still have one more thing to cover about the cryptocurrency village. And as I said, they're most famous for back when they were the Monero village, even having this amazing after party. It's the only cryptocurrency after party at DEFCON called the Monero After Party. And there was a lot of stuff in here. They had retro arcade games, they had bowling, they had all sorts of stuff. It basically, imagine like a party that, which we covered in an episode, John McAfee would throw, but not as obnoxious. So it's like crazy stuff, they have a lounge here. My favorite thing, which I can't show you now, is that Monero Sound, the people who did this party, actually had party limos, not party modes, party limos, LIMO, plural, that would ferry people back and forth. So instead of getting on a shuttle bus, They could have just provided shuttle buses from like one of the hotels to the party, but no. They got giant ass limos, basically pickup trucks that were converting to limos. And inside they had sound systems and champagne and crazy lights. Like look up their Twitter. They have images and pictures of all of that. The cool thing was they didn't want to leave anyone out, so the people at Monero Talk were at that party, and they did an hour long, and we're probably not going to watch the whole thing. I don't want to watch the whole thing, but they did like an interview with a bunch of the predominant people there at the Monero Village, at the Crypto Village this year, I should say, talking about Monero and the new renaming and how DEFCON is and DeFi and stonks and stuff like that. And we're going to watch that. But at the same time, and this is how we're going to end it because, again, we cover cryptocurrency technologies. Now, I don't know how well this is going to work. But we're going to try, and hopefully it does not crash the machine. The Payment Village, in addition to having all those talks online, they also had a lab. Now, we've covered labs at DCG 201 before. My favorite is the Remote IoT Village labs. And there's also the CTFN labs, the car hacking village does, where they have a video of an actual car. So when you change its lights and stuff, you can actually see it in real time. It's a real car. It's not a virtualized machine or anything. And what they decided to do this year as one of the last Instant Worlds to come back that we tried to do during our DEF CON stream itself is the ATM hacking lab, where they made virtual machines of actual ATM operating systems, and you would try to hack them. Now, what sucks is that G.I. Jack's asleep, and Cell is on the moon fighting crime. I wish I was exaggerating. So they're not here right now. I'm alone. I have no concept of ATMs besides just using them for my own finance. Like, you put me in front of JSON, Ruby or Python coding, Jekyll, all sorts of stuff. C++, or Objective-C video game development in 3 dimensions. I can do all of that. I have no concept about automatic teller machines. I'm like a grandpa. I don't know the difference between an ATM and an eggplant internally. That's why I love there was a DEF CON talk about a guy who finally got his own ATM, and we were obsessed with this when we watched that on the stream, and I learned so much. Now, the sad thing, when you see these Google Drive links, I'll try to see if I can trigger them. But basically, it exceeded the capacity to download. So maybe they work now, but at the time, none of them worked. We went to their Discord, because otherwise we would have done it on that stream, and someone made Dropbox versions of these OVA files, which should work in our VM lab. And I've downloaded ATM3, which is the lowest challenge, where you have to bypass the kiosk mode on the ATM and get administrative privileges. It said limitations: do not boot from external device, do not use safe modes. We're not doing either. We're running it directly from the VM software. So what I mean by that, and it might not even boot. So this might be only 2 minutes. This might only be 10 minutes long. I might get it to boot and then give up because I don't know where to go with it. But here's how we're going to close out this episode of Crypto Barons. And I can't believe there's folks that are still watching. And thank you for those who are recently tuning in. I'm going to play the video interview and possibly comment on it while I'm doing it, of the Monero after party that Monero Talk did from Monero Sound. That's a lot of Monero. We're going to watch, it's an hour-long video. We're not going to watch the entire thing. At best, we're probably going to watch 30 minutes of it at max. But we're going to do the Monero after party. At the same time, we're going to load up the VM on here, and we're going to try to hack this virtualized ATM machine. So this is after 4+ hours of just watching videos, even though a lot of it involved code, this is the part where you get to watch me suffer, try to code. I haven't eaten yet. I'm going to make dinner right after this because I'm an insomniac, so I stay up at late. And yeah, so I'm going to try to, and I've never done this before, hack an ATM machine via a virtual machine from the Payment Village while we watch people being interviewed at the Monero after party. So cross your fingers. I'm going to try to get this to work. Let's start off with the interview thing, and then hopefully I'll be able to bring up the VM on here and I'll let you know all of that. So here we go. Let's remove the display. Oh, no, that was bad. Let's remove the browser. And let's see how that Monero party was. I saw pieces of it. People were really drunk. There's a lot of Valley Girl talk in it. So let's check out that Monero party. And then afterwards, whether I fail at this or we actually get somewhere with it, I would say between 5 to 30 minutes from now, we'll end the episode. On Twitch, we're going to go raid. I already did the lemons at midnight, as I promised. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And cross your fingers that I can hack this thing. I've never done this before. Let's find out.
All right. We're live.
We are live.
Hello.
At the Nerd in Las Vegas. The Monero party. I think
The
it's
Monero
the best
DEFCON
party. I think we
It is.
determined that.
Yes,
Although
we have.
haven't really been to any other DEFCON parties,
But this
seems
is the
pretty
party
amazing.
to be at.
So let's go around.
Let's
and
introduce our guest.
people.
Hello. How's it going? Hello.
Hi, my name's Claudia.
Hi, Claudia.
Happy to be here. Welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm Jen.
Jen, how's it going?
We're both circus performers local to Las Vegas, so we're here entertaining you guys tonight.
So yeah, you were hired for this evening. Do you guys even know what Monero is? Are you familiar with
Monero is a crypto.
Make sure you hold it right to your mouth.
Yeah, hold it. So Monero is a cryptocurrency. And do you think it's going to replace Bitcoin?
Like, totally.
Wow, you got right to
That's
that.
a
I
big
do like the
question, right, that
cyberpunk
everybody
girl
wants to
sitting
know?
there in her, like, bondage outfit.
Some would think I'm crazy if I were to say yes, but I do think it has certain attributes that give it advantages over Bitcoin. So the main difference, primary difference between
Like, right now,
Bitcoin
it looks
and
like
Monero
from
is
left
the
going
fact
to
that,
right.
Monero's untraceable.
Modern remake of Gilligan's Island
always a plus.
shit post.
Nobody knows
Laptop
how much
chick.
spending,
Random girl who probably does macrame. Cyberpunk fantasy of my dreams. Other random, more
Right.
mommy
Elon
woman,
Musk buys it,
and
everybody
crypto
knows.
grandpa.
If Elon Musk buys
That's what
it,
it looks like
everybody
to me.
knows.
Well, no, I'm just saying with using it, right? So it's like cash, right? If Monero's like,
And of course, Chris Christie's in the background over there.
Nobody
You see
knows that.
slightly to the left.
Now,
Most people
with
think that's
Bitcoin,
Jabba the
every time
Hutt.
you
That's
spend
actually
it,
Chris Christie. You can literally
essentially,
see him from a mile away. I'm not kidding. You can literally see him a mile away. He's that huge.
That's the
Oh
primary
god.
difference. So,
Low rent,
Monero's
not John
effectively
McAfee just showed up,
$5
looking like Travis Touchdown from No More Heroes 3. Look at that.
That's an important
Look at
attribute
that
of
pimp.
money, is,
Yeah,
sad
we don't want
pimp
everybody knowing how we
from
use
the
our money, how we
mid-90s.
spend our money. I think you should be able to use it however you wish, without interference, without censorship, without surveillance.
I'm in.
All right.
Where can I get Monero?
Another
Good question.
Wow.
Good question.
So probably the best way to get it is with cash. You know?
Probably
So,
trying to
you're
ask
here
where
to
she can
find
get
somebody
drugs
that
with
has
Monero, to be honest.
Or maybe provide a service and get paid in
Where can I
Monero,
get
like you guys
Molly?
do.
I mean, Monero in Las Vegas.
Requesting your payment in Monero versus how you traditionally
Oh,
get
someone
paid.
got hacked.
Those are probably the two best ways to obtain it, to actually just use it as money. So provide a service and get paid. But other than that, exchanges. There's exchanges that sell Monero. So you could create an account. Kraken is a good place to get started. Cake Wallet, obviously, which is party sponsored by. Cake Wallet's great because Cake Wallet is what you need to hold your crypto. So you can hold it on your iPhone or Android, but they do have built into it a way to also purchase Monero as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Basically, he wants you to crypto
If you
and
guys
crypto
download Cake
while
Wallet,
you're cyber
we'll
with.
send you some Monero
Whoa!
tonight.
Dominatrix in the background. Hello. Do I know her?
All right.
I might know her. Huh.
Do you want to show everybody your Monero costume?
I got this off of YouTube, so they can't ban us. Like, they can't ban us for this. This is on YouTube. It has a good amount of views. If we get DMCA'd for all this cyber sexiness, then I don't know what to tell you.
Online. They're through my
I am
company
enjoying
card.
this, though. A lot better than the conversation. Because I try to set up
Looking over here, little guy.
Yours says Monero, right? No, yours says Monero.
Yeah, hers says Monero.
I know.
Oh, these are the cool glasses. Well, now you guys get the super going.
Hers says Monero, I say tomato, you say tomato, and this guy on the total right side of the couch is more like raw, what do you call it? D Nomero, kind of like De Niro on this stuff. Oh, now they're hacking. Now they're in Lawnmower Man. They have now hacked the Gibson over there. Let's see if I can get this to launch.
Agent says it sounds fine.
Yeah, right. All
Okay,
right,
so
let's
we're
show.
importing right now directly into VM
Looking
box.
fabulous.
So hers looks like pink wallet, but
Those are
we'll have to come back.
perfect Monero glasses. They hide your identity while promoting Monero. I love it. Perfect. Untraceable approves. Untraceable approves.
So if you guys want to get
Oh,
Monero,
boy,
never
I didn't
throw an
realize
event.
this
My
was gonna
company,
take this
Vibe
long.
Event
That's what she
Productions,
said.
supplies
Look at this.
performers. We do area
It keeps
lists,
increasing in length, just like me.
Lyra,
We might be watching
LED
this for a
flow
while.
arts, go dancing, all
God
the
damn
things,
it.
anything entertainment. So
I would have loaded
yeah,
this in the
make sure to tell
background
your
this
friends.
entire 4 hours if I knew
Thank
it
you
was
guys
going to
for
take
this
this long.
video. Enjoy your evening. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. We're gonna go get some
Holy
Monero.
shit! You know what?
Yes,
I'm gonna put it this way. I did not know that doing this thing was gonna take this long. We're already at 17 minutes, and we're only at 4%. So you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna watch, like, now it's 19. See, it's gonna take forever. If I knew it was gonna be this long, well, first of all, I would have taken a picture of it and shared it on Grindr. Hello, but no. If I knew it was gonna take forever, I would have been loading this at least while we were doing the episode. I thought this was just gonna launch. So we might not be able to even do this today. So I'll tell you what. We're gonna watch like 5 to 8 more minutes of this hilarious interview with stoned cyber people talking about cryptocurrency, mainly Monero, going on. It's like this is the type of video that you show zillennials to like make them not do drugs and not have premarital sex. It's like you see all these sad young boomers and older millennials, you know, wearing clothes that don't fit them with their graying hair and their laptop, trying to look all cool, hip, and sexy of like, yo, dog, I know about the Fortnite dance. That if you want your kid to not be crazy and not just like humping everything and drinking and doing all the drugs, just show him this. And people my age in this video have made this so lame that will basically make the kids into Mormons. That's how you do it. So we're going to watch like 5 to 8 more minutes of this hilariousness as you watch the progress bar. And then we're going to end this episode because it's almost 1 a.m. So basically at 1 a.m. we're going to end the episode. And we're thank you for everyone who's watching. We're going to do the last thanks. We're going to tell people what the next episodes are going to be. What's kind of coming up for DCG 201 in September. And we're going to go rate an awesome stream on Twitch. So we'll see who's live streaming. And then next episode, one of the future episodes, I will return to this. So the first one, we couldn't even get the file. Second one is taking a million years. I'm going to let this all download, but not while we're airing the episode. Otherwise, this will take longer than this 1 hour and 40-minute video that we're not going to watch all of it up. So what I'm going to do instead is, and we'll post the link to if you want to see these sad middle-aged cyber people talking. But we're just going to watch this for like 5, maybe 8 more minutes. And then in a future episode, and I'll announce it, whether it's of Crypto Barons or Circuit Breakers or something else, we will attempt to do this challenge from the Payment Village. So 3rd time's the charm. We're almost not done with this. Let's watch a little bit more, and then we'll do the whole spiel. So here we go. Let's watch the rest of this. Things I do for live stream views.
And download Pink Wallet. He's gonna buy your glasses.
He's gonna.
Wait, talk in the mic, guys.
Oh, she has
Okay.
the mic. She has the mic.
Here's a question.
She has the mic.
What? Oh, is that a woman?
Okay.
All right,
I'm
thank you,
sorry.
ladies.
That person I thought in the background that was like some like dude. I thought that's a woman apparently. I guess.
So that was fun.
It's someone of
You
some
guys
sex.
hearing us well?
I don't mean to misgender people.
Looks like you guys are-
I mean, well, the two entertainers just left, so now it's just the
cameras up
lame
there.
non-Elon Musk boomers with Chris Christie.
So
in the
you got your
background.
mic on, right? People.
Yep.
Okay.
I got my mic on.
So
How
you
many
were kinda
martinis
instrumental
do you
in
think
this
these
party
women have
together,
had?
right? How's that been? This whole,
How many
party
Viagra
ordeal?
pills do you think these guys are on right now?
Obviously, you did a great job.
Yeah.
Look at how
We'll have
shaky
them
this
on
camera is.
too.
Was there an earthquake
Yes.
going on in
They
Las
do a
Vegas?
lot of work. They put a lot
Look,
of
now
effort.
we have the
Yes.
pimp person showing up.
I'm just glad
Last
to see
incense
everyone
reward,
here.
go get it.
Yeah, it's
Getincense.com.
amazing the people that came out.
Shout out to Cake Wallet. Big thank you so
Go
much.
Cake Wallet. We miss you, Vic.
Christ, why is this importing taking so long? God
Unfortunately,
damn
Vic
it.
is not here.
But he is here in spirit.
Is that a woman with a sombrero? Are they wearing sombreros? They're wearing pimped out sombreros in the background. This guy's itching his ass on camera. Either that or checking if his wallet got picked.
Oh,
which
it's
he
been
probably
great.
is in a couple of minutes.
Well, first of all, those glasses, I need them.
And now it failed.
I went and asked if
Joy,
I
why did
can
it
borrow
fail?
them, but she said they're too expensive.
You could probably buy them for some Monero. You might be able to.
Yeah, well,
Something
I
with the
offered,
storage
right?
space.
But,
All right, you know what I'm gonna do instead?
it's been really great.
Let's close out
I
all
mean,
of this.
DEFCON.
Then let's
Even though I haven't been to
try
DEFCON, I love
VMware
it.
itself.
Love the vibe.
I love the vibe. Yeah.
Officially not
Okay.
there.
Okay. Yeah.
We're
I was.
officially not there.
I was unofficially there. I think one of my body doubles might have made it out in there somehow. I don't know. They're crazy.
Body
And sometimes
doubles.
They
You
grow
mean
rogue
like
sometimes. I
mannequins
don't know
with
what's going on.
mustaches on them?
All over the place.
I'm gonna start lining people up.
Yeah, line some
All
people
right, we're gonna
up.
try
Let's get-
VM Workstation
let's
now.
get,
Across
let's
things.
get the guy's name.
A hero as well.
The Monero bug.
Yes, a hero, a bug hero.
That guy is cool.
Hello, artist.
Which Monero bug?
He found the if you spend
This one seems to be going faster,
right
but
after
it's not really
your
much of a
output
good
gets
percentage
unlocked,
bar.
you
This might
can
actually
tell
work.
what the output is, or the output selection wasn't good enough. Yeah, random enough, or
Click the
whatever
wrong thing. Hang on.
however you would describe that. And then he found another one as well, but I don't know how to describe that one. It's too technical for me.
My understanding is they were patched very recently.
Sorry,
My understanding is they were patched.
Yeah, I believe it's been patched.
Yeah.
I don't think it has yet. No.
Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm not totally
This
up to date
guy
on
is
Yeah,
so drunk. I
I
can't
think
tell if he
there
was
is-
saying
there might be
initially
a patch,
that
but
I
it hasn't
believe
been
it's been
patched yet,
patched,
but
or I
so,
believe he is fat. I don't know if they're talking about. I didn't know if they were talking about Chris Christie in the background, or if they were talking about patching. This is how
Yeah,
drunk
you
everyone
should
is
wait
at
at
this
least
party.
an
And right
hour
now,
before you,
it's 3 guys
spend.
and 1 girl.
So after
Total
your-
sausage fest.
you
That's how you can tell it's a
you
tech
have an
meetup.
incoming out, but just wait an hour before you
But a
spend
patch
it.
has been developed.
That
essentially, it's-
I'm not sure about that.
okay. My
And
understanding it has. I guess it just hasn't been implemented.
Yes, so it affects the search algorithm of how you pick the
output selection. Yeah.
the link selection.
but it affects less than 1% of all transactions.
selection.
So
Okay.
because you can look back and see when the output was spent after being unlocked, and so it affects less than 1% of all transactions.
Oh, output. You see what I mean? This is the sound design they had.
But it'd be really cool to actually get the guy who found
for the cryptocurrency village. It was this type of bad audio, and this was way better than the audio.
There he is.
I know. Stay there, yes, and I can see you.
Finally, we have people of color show up. At least I think they're people of color. The hair is
Over there,
definitely
over
that.
Camera's right
Although
there.
he's like, I don't think I'm cool enough to go in.
Yeah, there we go. You want
This woman drinks a
those in the Monero community that do
Hi,
that?
Monero
longer than most
community.
sex
I am
toys.
here. I don't know. I don't drink. Sorry. Only is the last one.
Polly Pocket just walked in. And now
don't
we have
limit
drunk
yourself.
lady hair
Introduce
girl.
yourself. So it's Jessica, right? Is the name?
Yes, my name is Jessica.
Jessica.
Not in the Monero community.
Dox yourself on our program.
Now the Monero Queen.
Monero Queen.
I don't know.
Monero
It's my nickname than the Twitter and the Monero community because
Well, so
I don't
far,
put the nickname.
I think you're living up to
Yes,
that.
and
that
I like
name so
it.
far.
I like it
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
because when I start to the fight when the Monero, I don't imagine to the past that
I
way,
love
no?
that
Because
this woman's
I
language,
remember my
native
first
language, is
interview
not
with
English,
us, and I don't
and
know.
I can understand her a ton
Sorry.
better than the other white
I remember
Americans
my
around her.
first
That's just
interview with
hilarious.
us. It's different, no? Because I I knew a little bit about the Monero. Now I think it's a big community and I like it so much. And
You
I
like it?
appreciate a lot the support and the love with me, no?
Yeah, let's explain to anybody who doesn't know. So you're an MMA fighter,
Yes.
right? You're from Mexico, correct?
Yes, and I live in Mexico.
Yeah. And you've recently been sponsored by Cake Wallet.
Yes,
Right?
it's my first sponsor.
Yeah, amazing.
Yes, it's amazing.
And because of that, you've now
We have
I forgot
a
you had-
Monero
somebody had
supporting
seen you
female
wearing a
MMA fighter.
Monero
And this
logo
actually might load
right
in
before
time, so
Cake
let's see how it
sponsored
goes.
Yes, because I believe a lot in that cryptocurrency, and I started to that cryptocurrency, and I think the Monero community is different than others. No, I think the give your love is not only to the okay. I believe in that cryptocurrency. I think to the have a ideology, and I think to the match with me because I'm a fight for that.
Yeah, I think you're a great Monero representative.
Yes,
You,
a lot.
you embody the qualities of Monero.
Yes, because I think the Mexican woman
What was
is
that
that
scream? Did
powerful.
someone just die? Did Chris Christie eat someone in the
And you
background
came
and we
all the
didn't
way
even
out
notice?
here.
What the hell was that sound?
Which is pretty
It's
impressive.
very
It
fun
wasn't
because
Jersey City. What
I
the hell
meet
was
a
that?
lot of people, but only Twitter. So I meet the in personal is I like it so much because I think okay, I meet too. It's my first, no?
It's your first time in Vegas?
Then Vegas, yes.
How do you
I
like
have
it?
visited the other parts in the USA, but Vegas no. But I
You
like
like
it
it?
so much. Yes, I like it.
Nice.
It's different.
I would correct her and call
because
her we are
I
a
don't
USA,
have
not the USA at this point.
I am
We are
not
that sad.
a party woman because I'm very strict and disciplined
So you're in the
woman.
wrong
Yes.
town. You're in the wrong
But
town.
I like it because I have broke the discipline now. I think
Wrong town, right
you
party
need to
is
the
basically
funny
my life.
some days, no?
Yeah. How long are you in town for?
Sorry?
How long are you in town for?
This guy is really
Vegas.
trying to pick her up, and
Only
it's so
3
sad.
days
3 days.
because maybe
And
I will
sadly,
fight on
with how
October.
much alcohol's there,
So
and
I
how
need
many
to
people
very
who can't hold their
hard in my
liquor
schedule.
there,
Yes.
Okay.
he
So
might actually pick her up.
I come back
That's
in
the
the
sad part.
12, no, the Monday my training.
Lower security by
Maybe
lowering
we could go
inhibitions.
for a jog tomorrow around 12 noon in Vegas. What do you think? Go for a nice 5-mile run. That would be.
I don't know. Do you like it?
Would that be
Yeah,
good
that's
for
called
training or
running
bad?
away
Probably
from the
bad.
police or John
I'm very
McAfee chasing you
strict.
naked.
How hot it
That's
is,
what that
right?
is.
It's like a,
Yes. For example, on Monday I am start my first training for my camp
okay.
because my camp during 2 months for the fight.
All right. Well, once again, amazing that you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. And I have fun.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
maybe we can hang out tomorrow, all of us. You know, let's
Holy crap, this
stay in
actually
contact.
might load.
You're-
Let's find out.
Really.
Okay.
I come back.
So we're gonna go past 1 a.m. here. Welcome to the fucking Twilight Zone.
Very early, so I can try.
All right. Have fun at the party.
Have fun, enjoy.
No more drinks for me. No,
You're a
really,
Monero
because
celebrity.
No,
I don't
have
drink.
no
So
more.
when I am
No more
drink,
eardrums.
I feel the alcohol. It's very fast for me because the diet.
You had a
I
strict
yes,
diet.
no. It's dangerous.
It's okay, you have to enjoy yourself.
No, it's
Just one
dangerous.
day, just one day.
Okay.
Maybe we could come down and watch you fight. You said it's in November,
Yay.
right?
Yes, in
Adults
October.
doing peer
In October.
pressure.
In October.
Fun.
Okay, in Mexico.
Yes, that part is the last one. No more in the 2 months.
Okay.
Yes.
It'd be great to do a live
Yes.
Monerotopia episode ringside.
Thank you. I enjoyed it last night.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I'm not ready.
All right.
Do my best.
Should we get someone else in here?
Yeah, let's keep on rolling in.
Oh, Justin!
Words also said on the Titanic as the lady who was just on pulls her wedgie
How do
out
you
of
do,
her
my
butt crack.
friend?
I'm
And
great.
now we
How's
have
everyone here?
generic coked up
Good,
white guy.
Well, man, how you doing?
I'm doing
I know
well.
You got a lot going on.
I
How
do have a
you
lot
doing?
going on. I haven't even done my
Wyoming,
trivia
even
yet,
though
to
we're
be
in Vegas.
honest.
How you doing?
Oh, really?
I still need to do
Okay,
that.
something loaded. Let me check.
Did you do that today?
Oh, I got a Monero trivia.
Oh.
Yeah, that we're doing that at the party in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, helping people at the door though up until this point. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well, I mean, so far so good. It's a nice crowd here.
it's a good crowd in here. We got some lively music going on.
It's a
We have
very
people
good
going all
crowd.
Some
over.
Monero celebrities walking.
I'm glad we have Arctic Mind, please. That's what we really do here, right? It's all for Arctic Mind.
It's very good here.
Boys,
That's what all the
lots
purple
of people
pills they give me keep
Monero.
telling me.
Yeah, of course.
And
That's
all
really
the
what it
way
comes
down
down
pretty well.
All the Adderall.
Justin, what's your take on this DEFCON?
Oh, this DEFCON is fantastic. We really nailed it by having the cryptocurrency village be about conversations this year. Like we broke it up with some nice
Yeah,
short
too bad
talks.
your audio
Arctic
and
Mind
video
gave a
people
great
couldn't
one on
capture it.
scaling as he
Also,
always does,
we
of
got
course, but this is updated with new
we
info,
got
so you want to see that.
VM. It's loaded in. Let's see if we can actually run it. Like, I don't even know if we're going to attempt to hack this. Let's just see if it runs.
I think it was really good to bring people in, have them participate, see gratuitous, see the Plinko board and have a lot of fun. Come for trivia today. Like, it was really good to get people in and talking about cryptocurrencies because at the end of the day, that's what the vast majority of people want to do. They want to see a face from someone who's not trying to get them to shill Doge or pump Doge or whatever. They just want someone who knows how to meet them on the security, privacy level and say, we're here for you. We're here to have you, like, introduce you to a good time and a good community in the cryptocurrency
I
space.
think people in the Monero community are really good at talking about Monero without, like, shilling Monero.
Yeah.
Me, not so much, but
AKA
you're really good at
posers.
Yeah, okay, you're really bad. You've gotten worse. You've gotten worse.
He's like, hello, Monero.
Yeah.
But no, I think you did a good job.
We did a good job. We brought people
spoke to
in.
so many people.
Sure, it was the smell of the coffee, but we got them all in.
All right, this is.
It was really good.
As you're drinking coffee, you just have a natural.
Like you're having a
This is
natural
fascinating and
conversation.
scary.
Like
I
the
don't know
people
if it's
that make
showing
it, the
up,
people that have been funded,
but
that's the part that I find
basically,
really interesting.
it's booting Windows. And I think it's actually booting like a version of
So
Windows
what is
7.
some
I'll
of the
see if I can
background
actually
of
get it
the
up
people
on
that
the
actually are growing
screen.
the coffee in the project?
What's that?
What is the background of the people that are actually growing the coffee that are getting that Monero that we're sending them?
It's really
What is their
slow
background?
because
Yeah,
I've
what
done
is
base
that
minimums for
situation, the
everything.
background, etc.
So these are the people that work at the farm in Guatemala.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like 20 guys.
If it doesn't
guys that
load
we
properly,
gave
I'll
their
just do
wallets
desktop
to.
share and we'll fuck around
They
with it.
make $10 a day if they're lucky. None of them really knew about crypto before we came down there and taught them, and they understand. They seem to understand it now.
Okay, so something died. What the hell? Oh, I think the stream itself broke, like the rip I did. Here comes an instant reward in 18 seconds. Wait, let's skip ahead. That's so weird. Does it unfuck itself? Or maybe it did like not. What's going on?
They'll do this
There we
natively
go.
with Bitcoin right now because it would cost too much.
I think maybe the
to send
VM's
transaction.
choking it. Let's find
Would it
out.
make sense to send
So
somebody
is that
a
instant
tip
reward? Let's see if anything is
Bitcoin
loaded.
on chain right now?
No, impossible.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be impossible with Dogecoin. Dogecoin fees went up.
Right.
And we
you
I
can't
think it was
even
about
do it with
$1 or
Dogecoin.
something at one point.
Right.
Ethereum, you might pay $20 to do this.
Sorry.
Oh.
Get in here, Justin.
All right, here's what we're gonna do.
It's just a fundamental problem with cryptocurrency that we have
As far
to
as
make it
I
work
know,
for millions and billions of people around the
either
world.
VM itself is really
And then we have
slow,
to make sure that those who are
or
disadvantaged, those who are not
it can't run this VM
high
and
level
our stream
privilege
at the same
can actually
time
receive money.
because of how much memory it's using.
And that's
The good thing is that I have the file. Oh, it just loaded.
It's a
Holy
constant
crap, hold
battle,
on.
right? So Monero
Whoa,
is constantly evolving.
Let's go back to this, hang on.
Improving, right?
The problem is
Code
that I think we have to
static.
do like a display
You
capture.
guys are constantly, essentially thinking about what issues may
That's the sad
arise,
part.
and
Hold on.
you're evolving the code, right? Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say. Yeah, I mean,
everything
it's
else.
getting
There we
to a
go.
point now where Monero
Right.
it's reaching sort of a
Yeah,
stability.
it's loading in.
I mean,
See,
once
that's the
you
part
got
you're
out
not
about
seeing. So I
5,
took
10
the
years,
VMware off. It's just
with
really
any kind of
slow.
project, you get to the point where your code
So
really
you can
starts
hear
to
the party
get to
stuff
the
in the
point of
background, and
getting
then
very, very close to where it needs to
I just
be.
want to see if there's a lot
It
of
always
bank
been
on
good
that.
enough. It's not really
So
perfect.
it seems like it's
It's got to be
Windows
good enough.
10 actually. Jesus Christ,
But it has to mean that people can actually use it.
this is
And
ridiculous.
that means
Let's make sure we have a good signal
millions of
here.
people.
Yeah, we're fine with streaming signal.
And
It's just taking a
that's
while
what
to
I
load,
feel
but it does
that it
load
needs to
properly
happen.
at VMware. That is insane.
100%.
I think they mentioned about VMware
You know, I think this
previously.
is a perfect segue here. So,
What was our goal for this?
one of
Apparently,
the things that
was
Monero needs to be able to
where's the
do
payment
is
village?
continue to
Is
stay
bypass
private,
kiosk
right?
mode on the
To
ATM and get
fulfill its intended use case.
administrator.
And Justin, I don't know what's the last name.
But it
Do
just
you
kind of like
Berman?
defaulted
Mr.
booted
Berman,
into Windows
recently
10.
discovered a bug in Monero. I think it's fair to say. And,
So maybe this is it?
Our
Let's find
understanding is
out.
that it's been fixed, or there's a proposal now to fix it.
Okay,
If you wanna
now we're at
quickly
the
explain
ATM.
What it was you discovered.
Alright, I like that they put the little
and,
DEFCON logo up here. What the?
how you discovered
Okay,
it.
I just went blank.
And it's just encouraging to see that
Okay,
enough people are looking
it's being
at
a little
the code
skippy.
that these types of things are
Alright,
discovered and
so
fixed.
right here.
So explaining the what first,
there's like a
in
button to update
quick,
Windows
like a
XP.
quick summary of it is that
And there's a
basically, and this is already pretty much out there, is you get sent a payment in Monero. Someone sends you Monero.
Oh
You receive it. If you go and spend it immediately as soon as it unlocks, right after 10 blocks, and on its very off chance that when it was created initially in that initial transaction, if it was included in a smaller
Windows
block
10
relative
is so
to the
Windows
average,
10, even when it's
a
a
very
bank
rare
kiosk,
circumstance,
that
then
we just got
in
the
that
prompt
very
in the
rare
VM.
circumstance,
I'm gonna lower the
then
volume on these
would
assholes. Hold on, let's go back here. This is great.
to that
We have to do a Windows 10 update in the VM in order to make this to work.
So the way Monero works now to
Oh, Windows 10. And you know what scares me? From what I understand, Windows 11 is just as bad or worse. So, especially in the privacy department, they haven't. Oh, hi, Pony Lover. So the thing you're listening to is the Monero party that happened at DEFCON. What I'm doing right now is I'm loading up the lowest level challenge that they had at the labs at the Payment Village, which is the ATM kiosk, and it's based on Windows 10. But apparently, it is so... Windows 10 sucks ass so much that even in a emulated bank kiosk environment, it wants me to update Windows 10 with normal Windows 10 Pro. So you know what? I'm going to stop the VM. I'm done. I'm done. I'm dumb and I'm done. Let's go back to these idiots here to wrap up. I'm gonna kill the VM. In the future, maybe for circuit breakers, like as a bonus or something, I will let's shut down guest. I will try to do this challenge. I'll set it up beforehand, update it, and we'll actually try to hack this ATM because I've never done ATM hacking in my life. But yeah, and let's stop the Monero party people and go back to face. I'm done. That's just absolutely hilarious that it wants me to update Windows 10 even when it's configured as a bank kiosk mode in order to do the challenge. When you can make it be a bank kiosk, you can make it work on touchscreens, you can upload it to the cloud. You will not take Windows 10 out of Windows 10. That's just woo. All right, but we do have I actually was trying to choose between 3 streams, but you know what? I'm in a party atmosphere. I think what we're about to raid is a way better party. So it's not going to be coding stuff. It's not going to be making stuff. This is going to be fun techno music stuff. And that's what we're going to go to. We're going to go raid this group right now. I already did the lemons at midnight. Again, thank you everyone for watching this episode of Crypto Barons and letting me turn the light off near the end. Super long episode. I think this is probably the longest episode of Crypto Barons we have ever done. Especially since this is not the Saturday that we do it. Speaking of which, you don't have to wait long for a new Crypto Barons. Normally we do the second and fourth Saturday of every month. But next Saturday is a certain tragedy in the United States. So I'm going to be dead honest. Instead of doing September 11th and the 25th, we might do September 12th and the 25th. Because I'm patriotic enough that I don't want to do a DEFCON thing or a DCG thing, even if it's a dumb spin-off thing like this show, during if it's like Christmas or something, I don't care. But like, during a big major American tragedy that I actually lived through and was physically near to the point where I could like literally like look at it outside, um, I'll still debate about doing it at our normal times, but I think the next episode, just don't fully quote on me, just rely on it. We're probably going to do another Sunday one, so that'll be September 12th. And then we'll do the 25th, which is the fourth Saturday of the month, and then keep going on with that, just to avoid 9/11. Rudy Tutti Frutti Giuliani has fucked over that day. Honestly, I feel like more than the two planes have. If I'm going to be brutally honest, about someone who lives in the New York metro area, can literally see New York across the river, literally. So we might do one more Sunday one on the 12th for Crypto Barons, and then the 25th. We're supposed to have a Master of Unlocking on the 5th. I don't know what topic I'm going to do for that, but I'll come up with something. And our next meeting is on the 17th, and it's going to be the actual hybrid one, provided that Subculture doesn't have to close till the last minute due to craziness. So we'll be meeting in person, and we're going to be streaming a chunk of it online. And if you thought last meeting was interesting, this one, both in person and online, is going to be insane. This is going to be the party that we wanted to do. We're going to be playing Johnny Mnemonic, and it's great. If you do want to get updates on these and you can't follow our weird-ass calendar, you can like, share, and subscribe to us on Twitch, Live, or YouTube until we get the PeerTube back. We will mirror this episode on PeerTube afterwards. So it won't be live stream, but any stuff that we don't get to directly live on PeerTube, we will download the YouTube version and put it on our PeerTube on diode.zone. So that will be going up. And eventually we will reconnect to the Facebook. Just give us some time. We have to work some things out. But we'll definitely, everything should be normal before or at least the day of our September 17th hybrid meetup. So I'm excited for that. The next Crypto Barons, I can't tell you exactly what the next episode is going to be because I have to send a few messages, but we're going to be covering a bunch of different things. I'm still going to be trying to do the, the one where we look at a cryptocurrency kiosk. Again, I've sent some emails. We're going to be doing a lot more tech. There's going to even be an episode where it's going to be a part Crypto Barons, part circuit breakers, because we're going to be dealing with actual physical hardware here. It's going to be pretty nuts. I can also tell you in advance, in October, we have 2 Halloween-themed episodes, and one of them is we're going to return back to Crypto Zombies. And I've been practicing, so we're going to actually either try a completely different thing on Crypto Zombies or go for one of the advanced tutorials on there. So that's going to be a fun thing with like direct programming challenge. I'm either going to learn more advanced Solidity, or we might learn a completely different architecture altogether thanks to Crypto Zombies. And then the other episode is going to be an interesting surprise. But yeah, thank you for watching this long-ass live stream about all the cryptocurrency stuff at DEF CON. We watched the main talk, which congratulations to those 2 speakers, all the way from China. We covered the 3 main villages. We looked at the blockchain village. We looked at the cryptocurrency village, which used to be the Monero village, and the payment village. Amazing talks, workshops, TPFs, all labs and stuff all around. And we even took a brief look at Corneroids, which we covered last year, which was back in full force this year again, especially since there's still a lot of people at home not doing anything. So that will be it for our episode. Join me probably on September 12th for the next Crypto Barons, just to avoid 9/11. And at the 5th, I'll see you at Master of Unlocking. We're also going to have some specials throughout the year, especially there's one big one in October that I hope to announce in like 2 or 3 weeks. Involves a lot of partners of ours. We're also going to be doing charities probably in September, definitely in November, maybe December. October and December, maybe November. We'll find out, but we're definitely going to be doing more charity live streams. And thank you for all watching and following us. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represents. Tell the people we rated in chat I said hi on Twitch. thank you for the 100 followers on DLive. Hopefully next time I see you will be a crypto superstar and we'll do a lot more to DLive. And remember, if you're going to build one of the biggest blockchain networks like Tron, use at least HTTPS. Why are you using HTTP? Holy crap. You're like if your network goes down, you're going to tank GDPs of a bunch of countries, and both the United States and China will not be happy. I mean, I don't expect a lot more from a Justin Chen unscrupulous project, but still, man, like, use at least HTTPS. Or like, link up with the Loki network or something. Like, come on, dude. Fix your blockchain. Anyhow, that's it. See you for now. See you probably on the 12th. Enjoy the outro music. Say hi to the people we raid. See you next time. And next time, I won't have the mask because I won't be contagious. Bye. Here we go.